welcome to Tales in the Dark. I know many of you love to relax with these videos, so I recommend lowering the volume until my voice is barely audible. This will make everything even more calming. Before closing your eyes, let me know in the comments where you're listening from. Leave a like and subscribe to the channel so you don't miss more relaxing stories. Story 1. In the realm of the unknown, where shadows whisper secrets and silence holds sway, there existed a tale that unfolded in the stillness of the night. A tale of adaptation and discovery, of a journey into the depths of unease wrapped in a cloak of tranquility. For in a city where the lights danced their nightly waltz, a soul found itself in a new abode, seeking solace in an affordable haven. The walls whispered tales of comfort, and a roommate named Alex added a touch of mystery to the quietude. His smile, like a ghostly veil, hinted at untold stories, leaving a trail of enigmas in its wake. Their coexistence flowed like a gentle stream, yet beneath the surface a current of disquiet murmured softly. It began with subtle inquiries, innocent on the surface, but laced with a precision that set the mind adrift. Alex's interest in the minutiae of daily routines painted a portrait of subtle surveillance, a dance of shadows and light. As days melted into nights, a locked drawer stood sentinel in Alex's domain, a mystery shrouded in secrecy. Its presence whispered of hidden truths, begging to be unraveled. The key to its enigma lay dormant, waiting to be discovered amidst the relics of the past. One fateful night, the veil of curiosity lifted its veil, beckoning the heart to venture into the forbidden. The rusted key, a relic of forgotten memories, unlocked the gateway to a chamber of revelations. Within, a tapestry of captured moments unfolded, a mosaic of stolen glances and silent observations. Each photograph, a shard of reality frozen in time, spoke of a narrative unseen, of a watcher in the shadows weaving a web of obsession. The notes, like cryptic whispers from a distant dream, chronicled the mundane with meticulous care, blurring the line between curiosity and intrusion. A journal, its pages a testament to a mind unhinged, bore witness to a tale of fixation and longing. Words etched in ink, a mirror to a soul adrift, painted a portrait of a connection forged in solitude, a bond twisted by the shadows of the night. As the truth unfurled its wings, the air grew heavy with the weight of realization. The boundaries of safety crumbled like sandcastles in the tide, leaving naught but a sense of unease in its wake. The realization dawned like a specter in the night, a boundary once crossed, a trust shattered beyond repair. In the stillness of the apartment, shadows danced a macabre waltz, whispering tales of the past. The specter of obsession lingered, a ghostly presence haunting every corner, every whispered breath. The echoes of a soul adrift in the night, seeking solace in a world where boundaries blurred and shadows held sway. And so, in the quiet of the night, a soul found itself adrift in a sea of uncertainty, grappling with the remnants of a bond broken by the hand of obsession. In the darkness, where secrets whispered and silence reigned, a tale of adaptation and discovery unfolded, leaving naught but a lingering sense of unease in its wake. Story 2. The mysterious web began to weave itself around me, subtle at first, a friend here, a colleague there, vanishing without a trace. Each disappearance sent tremors of unease through my world, a world that was becoming increasingly shadowed by the unknown. Mark, a familiar face from work, was the first to disappear. His absence hung heavy in the air, leaving behind a void that no one could explain. Then, Emily, a dear friend from my book club, vanished without a trace, leaving behind a ghostly echo of her laughter. And finally, my cousin Alex, who had re-entered my life so briefly, now gone without a trace, as though he had never been there at all. The pattern was unmistakable. I was the common thread tying together these disappearances, a realization that sent shivers down my spine. As the list of the missing grew longer, I found myself at the center of a chilling puzzle, a puzzle that seemed to have me as its ultimate target. I delved into the mystery, seeking answers in the wake of each disappearance. Mark's apartment stood frozen in time, a silent witness to his sudden vanishing. Emily's note, cryptic and foreboding, hinted at a countdown that only fueled my growing unease. And in Alex's belongings, I uncovered a notebook filled with cryptic warnings, a stark reminder of the looming danger that encircled me. With each revelation, the sense of impending doom grew stronger, pushing me to confront the darkness lurking at the edges of my life. Rachel, with her unsettling interest in my affairs, became a focal point in my search for the truth. Her denials rang hollow, her eyes betraying a secret she refused to acknowledge. As I fortified my defenses and enlisted the help of law enforcement, the threat continued to loom, a shadow that refused to be dispelled. The fear of the unknown gripped me tighter with each passing day, every shadow seeming to conceal a hidden danger. The message left at my doorstep, a chilling reminder of the impending threat, plunged me deeper into the heart of the mystery. The revelation that I was the ultimate target sent shockwaves through my world, propelling me into a race against time to uncover the truth before it was too late. As I delved deeper into the darkness, the threads of the mystery began to unravel, leading me to a forgotten house on the outskirts of town. The decaying structure loomed like a specter from the past, its walls whispering of forgotten secrets and buried truths. Inside, a wall adorned with photographs of the missing souls, each image a haunting reminder of the lives that had been torn asunder. But it was the figure standing in the shadows that brought me to a standstill, a figure whose presence sent a chill down my spine. As the voice, low and hauntingly familiar, spoke my name, I turned to face the embodiment of my nightmares, ready to confront the darkness that had haunted me for so long. And in that moment, as the truth unfurled before me, I realized that the true mystery was yet to be revealed, a revelation that would change everything. Story 3. Nestled on the outskirts of a tranquil town sat the grand Victorian mansion, a legacy passed down through generations in my family. The news of inheriting this majestic yet forlorn estate from a distant relative was a twist of fate that beckoned me to unravel its enigmatic past. With the passing of my great-uncle, the keys to this opulent abode fell into my hands, offering an unexpected respite from the whirlwind of my bustling life. As I stood before the aging walls, a notion stirred within me. Perhaps this was my chance to breathe vitality back into the time-worn abode, to revive its faded glory. The mansion exuded a captivating aura, a blend of grandeur and wistfulness that whispered of bygone eras. Each creak of the floorboards and every ornate yet dusty furnishing seemed to murmur tales of a forgotten time. Venturing through the echoing halls, the fragrance of aged wood and distant memories lingered in the air, as if the very essence of the house yearned to share its untold stories, its buried secrets. One fateful day, my wandering footsteps led me to the attic, a dimly lit sanctuary cloaked in relics of yesteryears. Amidst the sea of forgotten artifacts, my gaze fixated on a peculiar door concealed behind a veil of neglect. Unlike its counterparts, this door bore an air of mystery, its sturdy frame fortified with heavy bolts, its handle untouched by the passage of time. Strangely, the bolts were positioned on the inside, as if guarding against an unseen force, a puzzle that ignited the flames of my curiosity. What enigmatic treasures lay hidden behind this impenetrable barrier? An heirloom lost to time? A family secret veiled in shadows? Driven by an insatiable thirst for answers, I endeavored to unlock the secrets veiled by the mysterious door, employing every method at my disposal to breach its defenses to no avail. Frustrated yet undeterred, I sought the expertise of a locksmith the following day. With a furrowed brow, the locksmith scrutinized the enigmatic door, his tools dancing in a melodious symphony as he delved into the unusual design. As anticipation mingled with a subtle unease, the locksmith's efforts culminated in the creaking of the door, yielding to reveal a sight that befuddled both of us. A barren room, devoid of any semblance of life. The emptiness within that chamber, its pristine surfaces untouched by time's hand, cast a pall of unease over us. The locksmith's bewildered expression mirrored my own disquiet as we stood in the presence of this inexplicable void. A disconcerting silence pervaded the room, its weight oppressive, suffocating, as though concealing a presence unseen yet keenly felt. With a final nod, the locksmith departed, leaving me alone to grapple with the enigma that shrouded the empty room. Days turned into nights, each moment consumed by the mystery that lingered within the mansion's walls. I scoured every nook and cranny, delving into the mansion's history, seeking answers that remained elusive. The nocturnal hours became fraught with eerie whispers and phantom footsteps, a spectral dance that haunted my restless slumber. Desperation drove me to unravel the enigma, leading me to a hidden compartment beneath the attic floorboards. Within its confines lay a trove of aged documents, their cryptic contents hinting at a web of clandestine dealings and concealed motives that eluded comprehension. Despite my relentless pursuit of truth, the room's purpose remained a riddle, its emptiness a living entity that defied explanation. Finally, I made the decision to bid farewell to the mansion, leaving behind the enigmatic room locked and untouched, its secrets veiled in perpetual shadow. As I departed for the last time, a fleeting glance back at the attic window unveiled a spectral silhouette, a whisper of a presence from the past that vanished as swiftly as it had appeared. And so the mansion stood, a sentinel of mysteries whispered only in the silence of the night. Story 4. In the quiet realm of my neighborhood, a peculiar absence whispered through the corridors when my neighbor Robert vanished without a trace. At first, my concern was a gentle breeze, not yet a storm. People come and go, I told myself, perhaps a sudden journey or an urgent call. But as the days turned to weeks, the hush that lingered around his closed door grew louder, a symphony of stillness that echoed in the empty spaces. Robert was a man of gentle manners, his quiet presence a thread of charm woven through our building. His antique clocks marked time with a soft cadence that seeped through the walls, a heartbeat of nostalgia in a modern world. When the authorities dismissed his disappearance as voluntary, their words fell flat in the face of my intuition. Something was amiss, a shadow cast upon the ordinary. Curiosity stirred within me, gentle at first, then insistent, like a river carving its path through stone. Robert, a recluse by nature, held secrets in the folds of his silence. His apartment, a sanctuary untouched by curious eyes, beckoned like a forbidden tome waiting to be opened. The day the building declared his home abandoned, a whisper of curiosity bloomed into a yearning for answers. Under the guise of a note on unpaid rent, I borrowed the key to his sanctuary. The door creaked open, revealing a world suspended in time. Dust veiled the furniture like a shroud, his clocks keeping vigil over a still life frozen in solitude. Books lined the shelves, untouched by human hands, their stories waiting to be heard. On a desk nestled in a corner, a treasure trove awaited discovery, a stack of letters, faded newspapers, and sepia-toned photographs. Hesitation lingered in the air like a ghost, then gave way to curiosity's gentle pull. I rifled through the relics of a life paused, seeking a thread of truth in the tapestry of mystery. And there, amid the whispers of the past, I found a letter, a parchment of secrets addressed to me in Robert's elegant script. My fingers trembled as I unfolded its message. Dear neighbor, if this message finds you, it means my voice could not reach your ears. There are shadows dancing at the edges of your world, shadows that seek to reveal what lies hidden. I have followed a trail that leads to you, a trail woven with threads of the past. Curiosity, a double-edged sword, has brought us to this crossroads. Be cautious, for the truth you seek may be a burden too heavy to bear. Regards, Robert. The words lingered in the air like a melody half-remembered, a riddle waiting to be unraveled. What shadows lurked in the corners of my life, I wondered. What mysteries lay veiled in the tapestry of my days. The ordinary suddenly felt fragile, its facade cracking under the weight of unspoken truths. Desperation mingled with curiosity, urging me to peel back the layers of my own past. Documents and photographs became breadcrumbs in a labyrinth of memory, leading me down forgotten paths and unexplored alleys. At first, the journey seemed familiar, a stroll down well-trodden paths of yesteryears. But as the layers peeled away, revealing hidden chambers of my history, a chill crept into my bones. Disappearances like ink blots on the canvas of time marked moments in my life where the world had shifted, where faces had faded into shadows. A memory surfaced, a departure shrouded in questions, friends veiled in secrecy. Their silence echoed like a bell tolling in the mist, warning me of truths better left undisturbed. With each revelation, I found myself drawn back to Robert's realm, a sanctuary of enigma and revelation. His artifacts whispered tales of bygone eras, his diary a map of mysteries waiting to be deciphered. One fateful evening, as I delved into his cryptic notes, a realization pierced the veil of ignorance. His investigations, like tendrils reaching through time, intertwined with unsolved vanishings, a tapestry woven with threads of my own existence. A specter of unease crept into my world, a presence unseen but deeply felt. The air thickened with foreboding, shadows gathering at the edges of perception. The puzzle I had sought to solve now loomed over me, a labyrinth of darkness with no visible exit. The walls of familiarity crumbled, revealing a realm of uncertainty and fear. In chasing Robert's shadow, I had stumbled upon a truth too vast to comprehend, a secret web binding us in a dance of destiny. A choice stood before me, a fork in the road leading to oblivion or retreat. I chose to halt, to let the shadows of the past slumber in their silence. Some mysteries, I realized, are better left untouched, their truths too heavy for mortal shoulders to bear. Yet as I turn away from the abyss, I feel their presence lingering, a reminder of the darkness that lurks beneath the veneer of the mundane. The shadows, once chased, now watch me from afar, their whispers a haunting melody in the symphony of forgotten lives. Story 5. It all started with a solitary phone call. I was reclining in my living room on a serene Tuesday night, the type of quietness where even the faint hum of the refrigerator reverberates loudly. Suddenly, my phone rang, its sharp tone piercing through the tranquility. Glancing at the screen, I noticed an unfamiliar number. It was well past midnight, an unusual hour for a call. I hesitated. Maybe it was a wrong number or just another one of those endless scams. Despite my reservations, curiosity compelled me to answer. "Hello?" I uttered, my voice shattering the stillness of the room. Silence. For a moment, there was nothing but a faint static on the other end. I waited, straining to listen, but no words came. After a few more seconds, the call abruptly ended, leaving me with an uneasy feeling that lingered long after the line went dead. The following night, at the stroke of midnight, the phone rang once more. The same unfamiliar number flashed on the screen. Again I answered. "Hello?" This time, the silence was denser, punctuated only by the faint crackle of static. No words, no voice, just an empty stillness that sent a chill down my spine. I swiftly hung up, dismissing the unease as a prank or some automated glitch. However, the calls persisted. Every night at the exact same time, the phone would ring. Every night I would answer. And every night, air was nothing but silence. The escalating pattern of these calls began to unsettle me. It felt as though I was unwittingly entangled in some twisted game. Then, one fateful night, everything shifted. When I picked up the call, a soft, almost whispering voice broke through the static. "I know where you are." The words struck me like a bolt of electricity. My heart raced in my chest as the call ended as abruptly as it had begun. The stillness of the room seemed to intensify, closing in on me from all sides. I tried to reassure myself, convincing myself it was a cruel prank, but the voice lingered in my mind. Who was behind it? How did they know me? And most chilling of all, why were they calling? The next morning, I attempted to trace the number. I contacted my phone provider, seeking answers. Yet their records revealed no trace of the calls. The number they claimed did not exist. It was as if the calls were originating from nowhere. The thought constricted my chest. For the subsequent nights, the calls persisted, always at midnight, and each time the same whispered message awaited me. I know where you are. Dread crept into every corner of my existence. Sleep became elusive, my mind consumed by questions and fears. Was I being shadowed? Observed? I began locking every door and window in my house, implementing additional security measures, and constantly checking over my shoulder whenever I ventured outside. But the sensation of being watched refused to dissipate. On a sleepless night, as midnight approached, I decided to confront the call head-on. I sat in my dimly lit living room, clutching my phone with trembling hands, waiting. The clock chimed 12, and right on cue, the phone rang. I answered, my heart pounding. Initially, there was only the customary static. However, this time, that voice returned. I know where you are. Yet, beneath the whisper, there was something else. Amidst the whisper, I could discern a faint background murmur, an indistinct chatter, like voices from another room, or the rustling of papers. I strained to listen, desperate for a clue, but the call terminated before I could make sense of it. The fear that had gripped me for weeks now felt inescapable. Desperate, I sought help from the police. I recounted everything, the calls, the messages, the untraceable number. They took my concerns seriously, pledging to investigate and advising me to document any future calls. Their assurance offered some comfort, albeit fleeting, yet the fear lingered. Then, just as abruptly as they had commenced, the calls ceased. One night, the phone remained silent. Midnight passed without a ring. The same scenario unfolded the following night and the night after. Initially, relief washed over me. However, a new fear crept in, the fear of the unknown. Why had the calls stopped? Had the caller relented, or had they found an alternative way to surveil me? The silence felt almost more unsettling than the calls themselves. Though the phone no longer rang, I couldn't shake the paranoia that had taken root. Every creak in the floorboards, every shadow outside my window, seemed to confirm that I was still under scrutiny. Small noises made me startle, my sense of security shattered. I never unearthed the identity of the caller or their intentions. The haunting voice never resurfaced. Yet, even now, the memory lingers. I know where you are. The words haunt me, a chilling reminder of how easily the unknown can infiltrate our lives and take hold. Although the calls have ceased, the fear they left behind endures, a shadow that trails me, even in the brightest of lights. Story 6. The encroaching feeling of unease that had entwined itself into the fabric of my existence had reached an intolerable peak. My sanctuary, once a refuge from the world's chaos, now seemed like a labyrinth of elusive shadows, concealing enigmas beyond my grasp. The disappearance of Greg Thompson had cast a long, dark shadow over my life, leaving a trail of unanswered riddles in its wake. Despite my relentless quest for answers, the elusive truth remained just out of reach, taunting me with its elusive nature. It had become undeniably clear that a presence, unseen yet palpable, lingered in the shadows, observing my every move with a chilling intent. On a dreary afternoon, as rain tapped a melancholic melody against the window panes, I discovered an unmarked envelope nestled within my mailbox. Its nondescript appearance, swathed in humble brown paper, devoid of any sender's information, sent shivers down my spine. The simplicity of the package was disquieting, as if crafted with the sole purpose of evading notice. With trembling hands, I carried it inside, placing it gingerly upon the worn kitchen table. A moment of hesitation hung heavy in the air, my heart drumming a frantic rhythm before I dared to tear through the modest wrapping. Within the confines of the unassuming package lay a small obsidian box. Fingers trembling, I pried it open, revealing a solitary DVD devoid of any markings. A knot of apprehension coiled in the pit of my stomach at the sight. an unshakable sense of foreboding settling upon me. I harbored no inkling of the contents that lay within the disk, nor the identity of the enigmatic sender, yet an instinctual dread warned me of the darkness that awaited. With a mounting sense of trepidation, I inserted the enigmatic DVD into the player and pressed play. At first, the screen crackled with static, a discordant symphony of white noise that whispered of unseen terrors. Gradually, the chaos dissipated, yielding to a disquieting familiarity. My own living room materialized before my eyes. A sharp intake of breath caught in my throat as I beheld myself, an unwitting protagonist engrossed in a book upon the couch. The footage was eerily clear, the camera work precise, too meticulous to be the handiwork of an amateur. A timestamp in the corner revealed the recording to be from 3 nights prior. The scene seamlessly transitioned to my kitchen, then my bedroom, each frame meticulously composed to capture the most intimate details of my life. Mundane routines, restless pacing, even moments of quiet contemplation by the window, where a sense of unseen eyes had often haunted me. An oppressive silence enveloped the voyeuristic footage, amplifying the invasive nature of the surveillance. It felt as though I had unwittingly stumbled into a malevolent narrative, my privacy laid bare for an unknown audience. Gasping for air, I halted the playback, grappling with the realization that an intruder had infiltrated my home, watching, recording my every move. Despite the primal urge to look away, I forced myself to scrutinize the footage once more. The calculated precision of the video, the deliberate angles, bespoke a meticulous observer who had insidiously invaded my most private sanctum. This was no random intrusion. It was a targeted violation of my very being. The weight of impending decisions bore down upon me, urging me to seek the aid of authorities. Yet a gnawing doubt held me captive. How could I explain this insidious invasion of privacy? There were no explicit threats, no tangible evidence, only the suffocating sense of being watched. Would the authorities dismiss my fears as mere paranoia, or worse, inadvertently provoke the unseen watcher into more perilous actions? Driven by a desperate resolve, I embarked on my own clandestine inquiry. Upon revisiting the footage, a subtle anomaly caught my attention. A family portrait adorning the living room wall, askew by the slightest degree. I distinctly recalled aligning it with precision just the day before, realizing then that the male factor sought to instill a sense of disquiet within me. Further examination revealed another cryptic clue, a stack of papers on my home office desk, subtly rearranged. Among them lay documents pertaining to a local community group I had recently joined, a solitary link to the outside world in this cloistered existence. The implications sent a chill racing down my spine. Was someone within the group complicit in this violation? A name surfaced from the depths of my memory. Rachel. Her affability had always seemed excessive, her inquiries into my personal life too probing to be mere curiosity. Recalling our interactions through a new lens, I discerned a calculated intent behind her seemingly innocuous questions. With a steely resolve, I arranged a meeting under the guise of discussing a community project, determined to confront her shadowed duplicity. In the hushed ambiance of a quaint cafe, Rachel greeted me with practiced warmth, her facade of normalcy barely concealing a predatory gaze fixed upon me. Beneath her congenial demeanor lurked a predatory intent, a hunger for the slightest crack in my facade. As we conversed, her gaze never wavered, dissecting my every word, my every gesture, in search of a telltale sign of awareness. Though I maintained a facade of composure, a tempest of dread raged within me. Returning home, I devised a stratagem to ensnare the unseen watcher within my midst. Minor alterations were made throughout the house, books displaced, drawers left ajar, furniture subtly shifted, subtle markers that only a meticulous observer would discern. The following morning, a silent confirmation awaited me. Every deviation had been corrected, a silent testament to the uninvited presence that haunted my dwelling. The realization dawned upon me with chilling clarity. The surveillance persisted, a malevolent puppeteer pulling the strings of my existence. Engulfed by a miasma of dread, I comprehended the grim reality that this was more than a mere tale of vanishing souls. It was a sinister narrative, woven with threads of personal torment, a grim tableau with myself as the unwitting centerpiece. The cryptic package, the invasive footage, the subtle machinations, each bore the weight of a warning, a harbinger of impending darkness. This macabre tale had not yet reached its conclusion. The shadowed puppet master lurked in the wings, orchestrating a malevolent saga with me as the unwilling star. And so, as the tendrils of night unfurled their inky embrace, I realized that the story was far from over. The unseen watcher, the insidious architect of my torment, awaited the final act with bated breath, weaving a web of shadows that ensnared my very soul. Story 7. I returned home to a scene that forever changed my sense of security. The front door, typically a stalwart protector of my privacy, stood slightly ajar. With a racing heart, I pushed it open, the familiar creak of the hinges now carrying an ominous weight. A faint hint of metal lingered in the air, mixing with the musty odor of intrusion in the once serene space. My sanctuary, my haven, had been trespassed. Every nook, every cranny, every corner had been rifled through. Papers strewn on the floor, cushions haphazardly tossed, personal items scattered without care. The orderly haven I cherished now reflected the chaos of violation that had unfolded within. I remained still in the doorway, my mind struggling to grasp the reality before me. The initial panic gave way to a surreal numbness. Stepping further into the room, the gravity of the situation seeped in. It wasn't just the mess that unsettled me. It was the suffocating feeling that something deeply personal had been taken, a void I couldn't quite define. And then it hit me like a sudden gust of wind. My identity had been snatched away. The awareness crashed over me like a relentless wave, leaving me breathless. Fumbling for my phone, I dialed my bank, desperately clinging to a glimmer of hope that this was all a misunderstanding. The automated system felt distant, leading me through a maze of options until I finally connected with a representative. "Hello, this is Alex Carter. I suspect my identity has been compromised. My front door was left ajar, and my home is in disarray. I need to know if there have been unauthorized transactions on my accounts," I stammered, my voice shaky. The representative's demeanor was composed, professional, yet did little to ease my frayed nerves. As I verified my details and answered her inquiries, the harsh truth unfurled. Significant unauthorized transactions had been conducted from my accounts in recent days. My heart sank. The representative assured me they were investigating and pledged to secure my accounts, but cautioned that the process would be arduous. I hung up, the phone slipping from my grip as waves of anxiety and confusion threatened to engulf me. The weight of the situation deepened as I contacted other institutions. Each call yielded the same grim outcome: accounts frozen, fraudulent activity detected, and a laundry list of steps I must take to reclaim my identity. The ensuing weeks blurred into a haze of legal battles and bureaucratic entanglements. Hours spent on hold with banks, credit agencies, and law enforcement, each conversation reinforcing the violation I had endured. My life reduced to paperwork and transactions, each more draining than the last. The violation loomed over me constantly. Daily alerts flooded in, suspicious activities flagged, new accounts opened under my name, debts accrued by a stranger living a life I couldn't recognize, but one that, unsettlingly, still bore my name. It was maddening. Calls from creditors demanding repayment for loans I never took out. Trapped in a relentless cycle of proving my innocence, clawing back slivers of control over my identity, one agonizing step at a time. Amidst it all, a chilling realization began to take root. Someone out there had assumed my identity, living it more convincingly than I ever did. Their mimicry was uncanny. They knew my preferences, my pastimes, even my social circles. They wielded my identity with an intimacy that left me feeling like an outsider in my own skin. The financial losses, though severe, paled in comparison to the emotional toll. The thief hadn't only stolen my money, they had robbed me of my agency, my sense of security, my trust. My life felt alien, and reclaiming it seemed an insurmountable feat. As the months dragged on, I began to rebuild. New security measures implemented, passwords changed, accounts under vigilant watch, safeguards bordering on paranoia installed. Each small triumph, restoring my credit, freezing deceitful accounts, felt like a step toward normalcy. Yet no level of precaution could erase the scars. The memory of entering my violated home remained vivid, a haunting reminder of the fragility of privacy. It wasn't merely my identity that had been snatched. It was my peace of mind, my very essence. Slowly, I started to piece my life back together, establishing new boundaries, seeking solace in the embrace of loved ones, gradually rekindling a sense of security. But the shadow of violation lingered, a specter of the one who not only stole my name, but a fragment of my being. Even now, I find myself glancing over my shoulder, double-checking locks, scrutinizing every transaction. The thief may have vanished, but their impact endures, woven into the fabric of my daily existence. Some wounds fade. Others, like this one, persist. A constant reminder that safety is never guaranteed, and that even within the sanctity of our homes, we are never truly invulnerable. Story 8. The unearthing of the diary was a twist of fate, a whispered secret from the past that found its way to me on a tranquil Sunday afternoon. The sunlight poured in through the windows, painting golden patterns on the floor as if time itself had slowed to a languid crawl. I was engrossed in the task of reviving the worn wooden floorboards of my living room, the sandpaper in my hand tracing circles of renewal. In a moment of serendipity, my screwdriver tapped against something solid beneath a board, awakening a dormant curiosity within me. With careful precision, I pried the board loose, revealing a hidden alcove beneath. Nestled within was an ancient leather-bound diary, its cover weathered and cracked from the passage of years. The binding was fragile, its pages yellowed with age, as though it had slumbered in obscurity for decades. A shiver danced down my spine. Who had secreted it there, and for what purpose? Gingerly I opened the diary, the delicate pages whispering as they turned. The ink had faded to a sepia hue, but the script remained sharp, elegant, and oddly deliberate. The first entry bore the date of October 12, 1969. It commenced innocently enough, detailing the writers settling into a new abode, a peaceful locale brimming with possibilities. My breath caught as I read the meticulous description of the house, so familiar it felt like an echo. The writer painted a picture of the living room layout, even mentioning the stubborn window frame I had intended to mend. They spoke of the warmth of the afternoon sun filtering through the same bay window where I now sat. A tremor ran through me, yet I continued reading. Subsequent entries chronicled mundane existence, personal triumphs, awkward phases of youth, the companionship of a cherished pet. But with each page turned, a disquieting realization took root. The writer's life mirrored mine with an eerie precision. An entry from August 14, 1975, vividly recounted a car accident, the very accident that had once marked my life. The location, the impact, the enduring ache that followed, all described with unsettling accuracy. It defied reason. I had never spoken of that accident beyond my family circle, yet here it was chronicled in intimate detail. The tone of the diary darkened as the entries progressed. The writer documented battles with paranoia, nights devoid of sleep, haunted by a pervasive sense of being observed from the shadows. They spoke of lying awake, convinced that unseen eyes lingered upon them. My heart quickened, memories of my own restless nights flooding back, moments when an inexplicable awareness of being watched had gripped me, unexplained and unsettling. Clutching the fragile pages, I pondered the impossibility of it all. How could someone possess such intimate knowledge? Then on January 2nd, 1980, an entry described a chilling encounter at the writer's doorstep. A stranger probing into their past, their very essence. The abrupt departure of this mysterious figure left the diarist shaken and fearful. A sharp intake of breath escaped me as I recalled a similar unsettling incident from just a week prior. A stranger with prying questions lingering outside my home. His gaze had held mine a beat too long, his inquiries lingering in my thoughts long after he departed. The diary unfolded further, unveiling private details known only to me. My relationships, my fears, the innermost whispers of my soul, all laid bare in meticulous prose. A weight settled upon me as the truth dawned. Someone had been chronicling my life. But how? And to what end? Hastily I turned to the final entries. The words grew fragmented, the handwriting erratic. They spoke of a labyrinth of time, memories blending with dreams, certainty slipping away as the writer found themselves entwined in another's narrative. The last entry, brief and chilling, read, "The shadows draw near, their breath upon my neck. If you discover this, it is far too late." The diary fell silent, its revelations echoing in the hush of the room. I sat motionless, the weight of the diary heavy in my lap. The once familiar walls seemed to close in around me, harboring secrets beyond my grasp. Was this life truly mine, or had I unwittingly stumbled into another's tale? Had the diarist been chronicling their own descent, or mine? With trembling hands I secured the floorboard, returning the diary to its clandestine resting place. Yet even as the board settled into place, I knew it would not silence the unease now etched into my being. That night, sleep eluded me. Each creak of the old house sounded like a foreboding chant, every shadow a living specter. In the dark of night, I lay ensnared in a web of unanswered questions. The diary had been a portal to another existence, whether preceding mine or weaving alongside, I could not discern. In the icy stillness of my room, the conviction lingered that someone was still writing, and that I was the next chapter. Story 9. In the quiet of twilight, a subtle shift began to unfold, barely perceptible at first. It was a whisper of awareness, a fleeting sense of being you, and scrutiny. Mr. Thompson, the elderly figure next door, inhabited the aged house beside mine. His gaze, I noticed, lingered a fraction too long on my windows during his daily routines. Initially, I brushed it off as mere curiosity, a quirk of his advancing years. Yet, as days stretched into weeks, the feeling grew harder to ignore. Each time our eyes met through the glass, his glance would swiftly avert, feigning interest in trivial tasks. The pretense was transparent, and the unease it stirred within me deepened with each passing moment. One evening, as I sat ensconced in the tranquility of my living room, a sudden flutter of movement caught my eye. Through the sliver of space between my blinds, I glimpsed Mr. Thompson standing just beyond his threshold, his unwavering gaze fixed upon my window. A jolt of apprehension shot through me, propelling me to step outside and approach his porch. The crisp evening air enveloped me, offering scant solace as I ventured forth. "Mr. Thompson," I called out, my voice a blend of steadiness and tension. Startled, he looked up, a flicker of surprise and guilt dancing across his features. "Good evening," he faltered. "Is there something you need?" Summoning my resolve, I broached the subject that had been gnawing at me. "I've noticed your frequent glances towards my windows. Is there a reason for your scrutiny?" His response tumbled forth in a flurry of apologies, his hands twisting in nervous agitation. "I never meant to unsettle you. I was merely concerned for your well-being, given the solitude in which you dwell." His explanation, though well-intentioned, failed to assuage the disquiet that had taken root within me. In the days that followed, the pattern persisted. His presence seemed to shadow my every move, his eyes invariably drawn to my abode. The sensation of being watched infiltrated my daily existence, casting a shroud of unease over the simplest of tasks. Cooking dinner, watching television, mundane actions now tinged with a sense of exposure. In a bid to reclaim my privacy, I fortified my windows with heavy drapes and blinds, seeking refuge behind the barriers I erected. Yet the feeling of scrutiny persisted, insinuating itself into the fabric of my thoughts, a weighty mantle of disquiet that refused to dissipate. Determined to address the source of my unease, I confronted Mr. Thompson once more. With a resolute heart and a knot of anxiety coiled in my chest, I revisited his doorstep, the gravity of the situation palpable in the air. His expression, when he greeted me, bore a hint of wariness. "Mr. Thompson," I began, "I must reiterate my discomfort with your actions. It transcends mere safety. It infringes upon my privacy. I implore you to cease your watchful gaze upon my home." His countenance softened, genuine remorse flickering in his eyes. "I truly had no intention of causing you distress. My vigilance stems from a history of caution in this neighborhood." His words, though sincere, failed to dispel the lingering tension that coiled within me. For a time, his behavior tempered, granting me a semblance of respite. Yet, the spectral specter of unease lingered, an intangible presence that refused to recede. Though his gaze no longer haunted my windows, the awareness of being observed persisted, a silent sentinel that dogged my every step. To fortify my defenses, I meticulously chronicled any instance of his proximity to my domain, seeking validation from neighbors and guidance from a community support group. Their counsel, while grounding, did little to dispel the tendrils of disquiet that wound around my consciousness. Months ebbed and flowed, Mr. Thompson's actions waning in frequency, yet my vigilance held steadfast. The episode had etched its mark upon me, underscoring the fragility of privacy and the ease with which it can be breached, even with the noblest of intentions. Though his demeanor softened, the residual unease lingered, a phantom echo of his watchful eyes that lingered in the recesses of my mind. Reflecting upon the enigma of Mr. Thompson's motives, I remain ensnared in uncertainty. Was it genuine concern that drove his gaze, or did a darker undercurrent flow beneath the surface? The answer eludes me, but the memory of his scrutiny endures, a testament to the profound impact of privacy upon our peace of mind. Story 10. It all started on a nondescript Tuesday morning. The sun had just begun its gentle ascent, casting a soft glow through the curtains as I reluctantly reached for my phone, a familiar routine guiding my movements. A missed call from an unfamiliar number blinked on the screen, devoid of any accompanying voicemail. An unanswered ring hung in the air, quietly beckoning my attention, sparking a curiosity that lingered like a whisper in the wind. Brushing it off as a simple error, or perhaps the persistent call of a telemarketer, I carried on with the ebb and flow of life. But fate had other plans. The following day, the same mysterious number made its presence known once more. This time, I hesitantly accepted the call, tentatively uttering a cautious, "Hello?" Silence greeted me on the other end, a brief interlude filled only with the distant hum of the connection before abruptly ceasing. A chill traced its way down my spine, a fleeting sensation quickly dismissed as I reasoned it to be nothing more than a technical glitch or the idle mischief of a bored soul. However, as the days unfurled like delicate petals, the calls persisted. They arrived at peculiar intervals, disrupting the cadence of my existence. Initially a mere inconvenience, an unwelcome intrusion upon meetings and moments of solitude, the nature of the calls gradually evolved. Then, one tranquil evening, as I stood in the kitchen tending to a pot of pasta, the phone rang once more. Tempted to ignore its persistent beckoning, an inexplicable force urged me to answer. "Hello?" I ventured, the words barely escaping my lips. The voice that met my ears was serene, almost conversational in its tone. "I see you're preparing pasta tonight. Remember to stir it well, or it may cling stubbornly to the bottom," it murmured. Frozen in place, the phone held tightly against my ear. I cast a wary glance toward the simmering pot, wisps of steam dancing in the air. "How?" I began, but the call abruptly concluded, leaving me standing there, phone clutched in hand, heart drumming a frantic beat. How had they known? The kitchen remained shrouded behind drawn blinds, shielding me from prying eyes. Rationalizing it as mere coincidence or a lucky guess, I sought solace in mundane explanations. Yet the following day bore witness to another unsettling call. I observed the weight of your burdens from today's arduous work, the voice intoned smoothly. That meeting with the client must have drained you. Remember to unwind this evening. Perhaps indulge in watching that movie you spoke of. The phone nearly slipped from my grasp, realization dawning upon me. I had indeed mentioned the movie in passing to a colleague earlier. The precision of the details defied randomness, each word spoken with an eerie familiarity that felt like an unwelcome intrusion into the sanctity of my world. Subsequent calls delved deeper, delving into the intricacies of my daily life with unsettling accuracy. I noted your plans for coffee with friends tomorrow. Do inquire about Jamie's new job, the voice relayed, sending a shiver down my spine. It was not merely the knowledge of my intentions that unsettled me, but the intimacy with which the caller seemed privy to every facet of my existence. A nightmare unfurled before me, a tapestry woven with threads of unease and trepidation. Seeking refuge in the arms of technological aid, I beseeched my phone provider to trace the elusive number, only to be met with dead ends and frustration. Law enforcement proved powerless in the absence of tangible evidence, prompting me to take matters into my own hands. Security cameras now stood sentinel around my abode. Daily routines underwent meticulous scrutiny, and each call was dutifully documented in a desperate bid to discern a pattern. Alas, the elusive caller remained a phantom, forever eluding my grasp, their presence a haunting specter that loomed over my every waking moment. The calls persisted, unfurling at inopportune junctures, disrupting the fragile equilibrium of my existence. Anxiety burgeoned within me, a gnawing presence that tainted even the simplest joys, casting shadows of doubt and suspicion upon my surroundings. On a night much like the others, a cryptic call shattered the fragile peace of my dinner, prompting a torrent of questions to spill forth. "Who are you?" I demanded, my voice trembling with a mixture of fear and defiance. "How do you possess such intimate knowledge of my life?" Silence hung heavy in the air, pregnant with unspoken truths, before the voice, cool and collected, finally spoke. "I watch over you because I care deeply. You must comprehend that," it murmured. A wave of nausea crashed over me, the implications of those words reverberating through my core. "Why subject me to this torment? What is it that you seek?" I implored, the desperation evident in my quivering voice. Yet the response was but a hollow click as the call abruptly terminated, leaving me to grapple with the enigmatic enigma that had woven itself into the fabric of my reality. Driven by a relentless pursuit of answers, I enlisted the services of a private investigator, entrusting them with the fragments of my fractured peace, call logs, recordings, surveillance footage, all laid bare in a desperate bid for elucidation. Weeks bled into months, the calls gradually waning in frequency until one fateful day they ceased entirely. The investigator unearthed the truth buried within the digital labyrinth. A tech-savvy individual harboring a deeply personal obsession, their motives shrouded in ambiguity. Though the revelation provided a measure of closure, the scars of that harrowing experience refused to fade. Hypervigilance became my constant companion, a shadow that trailed my every step, casting doubt upon the sanctity of my surroundings. The unsettling calm of the voice that once whispered through the receiver lingered like a phantom echo, a reminder of boundaries crossed and trust betrayed. In the aftermath of the ordeal, a poignant lesson etched itself upon my soul, a stark reminder of the fragile divide between solitude and intrusion, privacy and violation. The shadows that haunt us often dwell not in the expected recesses of our reality, but linger just beyond the veil of perception, biding their time until the moment is ripe to unfurl their secrets in the gentle embrace of light. Story 11. As the night descended upon my quiet abode, I found myself immersed in the soft glow of my phone screen, a beacon of modern connection and distraction. A habitual ritual unfolded before me, checking the live feed from my home security system, a practice that had long been a source of solace in the stillness of evening hours. But on this particular night, tranquility was not to be found in the familiar images that greeted me. Instead of the usual clarity and precision, the feed presented a disconcerting display of distortion and flickering visuals. Rooms melded into each other, creating a disorienting tapestry of overlapping spaces that defied logic. It was as though the cameras had stumbled upon a realm beyond their intended scope, capturing glimpses of the uncanny. I gazed at the screen, a furrow creasing my brow in perplexity, trying to rationalize the aberration as a mere glitch in the system. Morning light brought with it a fleeting dismissal of the anomaly, a fragile attempt to relegate it to the realm of transient malfunctions. Yet, the days that followed unveiled a persistent unraveling of reality within the confines of my home. With each passing night, the distortions deepened, weaving a tapestry of strangeness that seeped into the very essence of my dwelling. Shadows danced with unnatural grace, furniture shifted in silent defiance of order, and an unsettling sensation of transience settled upon the familiar contours of my abode. A sense of disquiet began to take root within me, a whispered unease that refused to be silenced. Seeking reassurance, I reached out to the security company, a beacon of hope in a sea of uncertainty. A technician arrived, a paragon of calm and expertise, delving into the intricacies of the system with meticulous care. Wires were tinkered with, cameras recalibrated, and software updated in a symphony of technical prowess. As he departed, his assurances hung in the air like a fragile promise. Yet, the illusion of safety was shattered with the dawn of a new day. Reviewing the footage from the previous night, a chilling realization dawned upon me. Amidst the warped visuals, a spectral presence loomed, a figure, fleeting and elusive, navigating the realms of my home with an eerie purpose. Panic clawed at my chest as the implications unfurled before me like a sinister tapestry. I delved deeper into the recordings, each frame a mosaic of dread and uncertainty, the figure a mere specter haunting the edges of perception. A second call to the security company yielded another technician, his brow furrowed in mirrored confusion. Hardware was replaced, diagnostics run, yet the haunting presence lingered, a silent witness to my growing unease. Desperation gripped me, a primal fear that gnawed at the edges of reason. An independent security consultant was summoned, a harbinger of clarity in a fog of uncertainty. His diagnosis hinted at external interference, a shadowy specter of intrusion that sent shivers down my spine. Despite his efforts, the distorted reality persisted, a phantom presence that defied all attempts at exorcism. Questions swirled in the depths of my mind, a maelstrom of doubt and apprehension. Was I a target, a pawn in a game of unseen forces? Or was this a macabre dance with the unknown, a tango of shadows and whispers that defied comprehension? The nights grew longer, the days colder, as the figure continued its silent vigil within the confines of my recordings. A fortress of precaution was erected, locks securing every threshold, alarms poised to shatter the silence at a moment's notice. Yet, the feeling of being watched persisted, a phantom touch upon the fringes of awareness. The psychological toll mounted, each creak of floorboards a symphony of dread, each flicker of light a harbinger of unseen eyes. Weeks melted into months, the security company's offer of a new system a hollow echo of lost tranquility. The distorted images, the spectral figure, they clung to me like a shroud of uncertainty. Even as the new system stood sentinel, the unease lingered, a ghostly reminder of vulnerabilities unseen. Time passed, a slow procession of days and nights marked by vigilance and wariness. The enigma of that haunting presence remained unsolved, a mystery that whispered in the shadows of memory. The fragility of security had been laid bare, a stark reminder of the tenuous threads that bind us to the unknown. In the end, the answers remained elusive, hidden within the static of those unsettling recordings. The experience had etched itself into the fabric of my being, a scar that pulsed with the memory of shadows and whispers. The unknown, that intangible specter, had left its mark upon my soul, a reminder of the fragility of our illusions of safety. And in the silence of night, I found myself adrift in a sea of uncertainty, haunted by the echoes of a presence that lingered beyond the reach of understanding. Story 12. The rain tapped persistently against the windows, a rhythmic melody that seemed to blend with the tension hanging in the air. I found myself seated at the kitchen table, gazing into the dim glow of the clock as it inched closer to the stroke of midnight. For weeks, my mind had been consumed by mysterious phone calls, peculiar gifts, and an unsettling feeling of being under constant observation. But today, everything took a turn beyond my wildest imagination. Earlier that afternoon, seeking solace from the heavy atmosphere of my apartment, I sought refuge in a local coffee shop. Lost in thought over a cup of coffee, an elderly man approached my table. His gaunt appearance, weathered eyes, and the ancient leather satchel he carried exuded an aura of mystery. With a raspy voice, he placed a weathered journal before me, insisting it belonged to me. Bewildered, I questioned his motives, but his urgent gaze conveyed a message of imminent importance. "There's no time to explain. Read it. You need to know before it's too late." And with that cryptic warning, he vanished into the rain-soaked streets, leaving me stunned, the weight of the journal heavy in my hands. Returning home, I illuminated a single lamp and opened the worn diary with trembling fingers. The pages, yellowed with age, revealed a history that seemed intertwined with my own. The elegant yet frantic handwriting detailed events from my life with uncanny accuracy. The mundane details, the strange occurrences, the unspoken thoughts, all laid bare on those fragile pages. My heart quickened as I read about the peculiar phone calls, the mysterious gifts, and the unshakable sense of being followed and watched. With each turn of the page, the entries grew darker, foreboding a looming threat. The final entry, dated tonight, sent a shiver down my spine. It warned of an imminent darkness encroaching upon my life, a sinister presence watching my every move. The clock struck midnight as I read those ominous words, setting the stage for the final act to begin. Trembling, I eyed the old mirror that had appeared at my doorstep weeks ago, its silent presence now looming ominously in the room. As the seconds ticked by, the mirror seemed to pulsate with an unnatural energy, casting eerie shadows that danced in the dim light. And then, in the stillness of the night, it happened. A soft rustling broke the silence, sending a chill down my spine. I turned, expecting to find an intruder, but the room remained empty. Returning my gaze to the mirror, I was met with a haunting sight, a shadowy figure standing behind me in the reflection, its hollow eyes fixed on me with a malevolent intent. A voice, familiar yet distorted, resonated from the mirror, proclaiming the beginning of the final act. The figure, a twisted version of the old man from the coffee shop, emerged from the mirror, his presence exuding a dark, ancient energy. With a venomous hiss, he accused me of meddling in forces beyond my understanding, warning that I had crossed a boundary never meant to be breached. Paralyzed by fear, my only instinct was to act. With a surge of desperation, I hurled the journal at the mirror, shattering the glass into 1,000 shards. The figure let out a chilling shriek as it dissolved into fractured reflections, leaving behind a sense of lingering dread. As I crumpled to the floor, surrounded by the debris of the shattered mirror and the ruined journal, a cold silence settled over the house. The final warning of the journal echoed in my mind, a reminder that the final act was far from over, that the darkness still loomed on the horizon. I survived the night, but the sense of foreboding lingered, a reminder that the unknown forces at play were far from finished with their sinister game. The shattered mirror was gone, but its malevolent presence still haunted the shadows, a silent harbinger of the final act yet to unfold. Story 13. The loft had always held a silent enigma, where dusty trunks and forsaken boxes safeguarded the mysteries of yesteryears. On a rainy afternoon, seized by a sudden urge to tidy up, I found myself sifting through the remnants of history, seeking something, anything, that might unveil a fragment of the lives that preceded me. And there, amidst brittle newspapers and faded photographs, I stumbled upon it. Concealed beneath the layers of time was a small leather-bound diary. Its cover worn and weathered, the gold-embossed initials barely discernible. Intrigue gripped me as I brushed off the dust and gingerly opened it. The pages were filled with meticulous flowing script, the ink faded to a soft sepia hue, lending the words an ethereal quality. Each entry was dated, chronicling the life of a man who had walked the earth long before my time, Henry Lawson. His observations were vivid, his prose contemplative, painting a portrait of a pensive, introspective soul. Henry's diary spanned decades, tracing his path as a carpenter, a husband, and a dreamer. He penned about the triumphs and tribulations of his craft, his profound love for his kin, and his yearning to explore beyond the confines of the small town he called home. Enthralled, I delved into entry after entry, weaving together the tapestry of this man who existed in the early 20th century. His words whisked me away to a bygone era, forging a deep connection to the soul behind the ink. Yet as I neared the final entry, anticipating reflections on a life lived well, I stumbled upon something unexpected, something that sent shivers down my spine. The last entry, dated just days before Henry's passing in 1945, did not recount his own tale, but rather detailed a moment from my life. Henry chronicled an afternoon at a quaint city cafe, vividly describing the surroundings, the blue ceramic teapot, the red and white checkered tablecloth, the sun's gentle rays seeping through the window. He mentioned a conversation with a young woman donning a blue dress, the very dress I had worn during my recent visit to that cafe. My hands trembled as I read on. Henry narrated my every gesture as if he had been seated across from me, silently observing. He not only recounted my actions, but also my thoughts and emotions, details known only to me. The entry concluded with a cryptic message. I feel as though the threads of time have woven my life into yours. I hope you understand what I mean. My heart raced as I revisited the passage, yearning for a different interpretation. How could Henry, a man long departed before my birth, possess such intimate knowledge of my life? The notion seemed unfathomable, yet his words were undeniable. Seeking answers, I combed through the remaining pages, desperate for clarification. The handwriting, the ink, the style, all bore Henry's mark. This was his diary, untouched by foreign hands. I couldn't let it go. Venturing to the local historical society, I endeavored to unravel the enigma of Henry. What I discovered only deepened the mystery. Henry Lawson had indeed existed in the early 20th century, his demise in 1945 well documented. With no known descendants or surviving kin to carry forth his legacy, the historian I consulted with could offer no explanation for the diary's inexplicable tie to me. At times, they mused, the past and present intertwine in ways beyond our comprehension. Time does not always flow in a linear path. Their words provided scant solace. Returning to the loft, I felt simultaneously drawn to and unsettled by the diary. Amidst the other relics in the trunk, I unearthed an aged photograph of Henry. His countenance exuded kindness and contemplation, framed by the soft sepia tones of his era. I gazed at the portrait for what seemed like an eternity, pondering the elusive connection that bound us across the ages. In the days that ensued, I couldn't shake the sensation that Henry's words had bridged an insurmountable chasm between our lives. His diary transcended mere documentation of his existence. It served as a looking glass reflecting moments from my own journey. Despite the disquietude, a peculiar tranquility enveloped me through his parting words. It was as though Henry's narrative and mine were threads interwoven in the same cosmic tapestry, entwined by forces beyond my grasp. Safeguarded in a special place, the diary became both a puzzle and a blessing. It granted me a glimpse into a bygone era while prompting introspection on my own narrative. Henry's words imprinted themselves upon me, a testament to the interconnectedness of all beings, even across the expanse of time. The final entry lingered as a source of awe and contemplative solace. The threads of time have woven my life into yours. Perhaps Henry spoke truth. Perhaps our lives are strands in a grander narrative, transcending the confines of time and sea. In the denouement, the diary transcended its role as a relic of history. It stood as a testament to the enduring essence of human experience, a reminder that our lives intertwine in ways unfathomable, even across the epochs. Story 4. The unexpected chime of the doorbell shattered the serene tranquility of my afternoon. There were no anticipated deliveries, no scheduled visitors to my recollection. The jarring sound reverberated uncomfortably in the quiet of my dwelling, sending a ripple of unease through the stillness. As I cautiously opened the door, a small, unassuming package greeted me on the welcome mat. Swathed in plain brown paper and secured with humble twine, it bore no indication of its origin. No return address, no distinguishing marks, nothing to unveil the sender's identity. Intrigue mingled with trepidation as I stooped to collect it. The package felt almost weightless, its lack of specifics deepening the enigma. Bringing it indoors, I placed it gingerly on the kitchen counter. The familiar abode, typically a haven of comfort, now felt oppressively silent, magnifying my mounting dread. With quivering hands, I unraveled the twine and peeled back the brown wrapping. Revealed within was a collection of photographs held together by a simple rubber band. Initially appearing mundane, depicting a house, my breath hitched in my throat as I sifted through them. These were no ordinary images. They were snapshots of my own home. The photographs, taken from various angles and times of day, portrayed my residence in unsettling detail. From the flower beds near the porch to the weathered bench in the garden, even the secluded shed in the far corner of the property, all captured with an eerie intimacy. My heartbeat quickened as I scrutinized them further. These were not random pictures, but calculated, methodical observations. Someone had been observing my sanctuary. Nestled at the base of the stack was a note, scrawled in hurried, almost frantic script. "You should have been more careful." The terse, menacing words sent a chill down my spine, offering no elucidation, no context, just a cryptic, chilling admonition. I gazed at the note, a torrent of inquiries racing through my mind. Who could have dispatched this package? Why? Was it a callous jest, a veiled threat, or something more sinister? Disquiet transmuted into fear, propelling me to contact the authorities in a desperate quest for answers. Upon the arrival of the officers, they handled the package with care, retrieving the photographs and note for further scrutiny. Despite dusting for fingerprints and scouring for clues, their efforts yielded no definitive leads. The absence of a return address or identifying markers rendered tracing the sender nearly futile. Before departing, they pledged to remain vigilant for similar occurrences, urging me to maintain a watchful eye. Yet their assurances did little to assuage the tempest of anxiety brewing within me. In the ensuing days, an unshakable sensation of being surveilled plagued me. Every creak of the floorboards, every whisper of the wind outside, felt like evidence of an unseen observer. I became hyper-vigilant, double-checking that my doors were secured and my windows latched. The photographs haunted me, pinned to a corkboard in a fruitless bid to unveil a clue, a hint of the perpetrator's identity or motive. However, they divulged no new revelations, merely precise images of my domicile, captured by a meticulous observer. My daily rituals felt invaded, mundane activities imbued with a sense of vulnerability. The notion that someone was monitoring me from afar lingered persistently, intensifying with each passing day. One evening, as I readied for slumber, a fleeting shadow flitted past my window. Though fleeting and nebulous, it was sufficient to quicken my pulse. I stood transfixed, peering into the darkness beyond the glass, yet discerned nothing amiss. The yard lay tranquil, bathed in the gentle glow of moonlight. I endeavored to dismiss it as a figment of my imagination, a play of light and shadow. Yet I refused to dissipate. Subsequently, silent phone calls commenced. Each call, brief and disconcerting, arrived at irregular intervals, the line falling silent upon my response. Their eerie regularity mirrored the disquiet of the package, indicative that the perpetrator was not merely observing but toying with me. Struggling to preserve my sanity, I sought solace in the counsel of a therapist. Though verbalizing the ordeal provided a modicum of relief, the anxiety lingered, an unwelcome specter. Weeks melted into months, the investigative efforts of law enforcement yielding no breakthroughs. A missive from the department arrived one day, courteous yet disheartening in its admission of impasse. The package, the photographs, the note, all shrouded in enigma. While time dulled the fear, it never fully dissipated. The encounter left an indelible scar, a phantom haunting the peripheries of my existence. Though I endeavored to resume my routines, to reconstruct a semblance of normalcy, the package persisted as a spectral reminder, a testament to how effortlessly one's sense of security could be shattered, how the unseen gaze of a watcher could permeate every crevice of one's being. While the fear softened, the disquiet endured. The new locks, the heightened precautions, the heightened vigilance became fixtures of my life, a subdued warning that even the sanctuary of home could be breached by the unknown. And somewhere in the recesses of my consciousness lingered the unsettling notion that the sender might still be watching. Story 15. On a cool November evening, a whisper of unease fluttered through my senses, stirring me from the comfort of familiarity. Max, my steadfast companion since college, suddenly bore a cloak of mystery that veiled his usual easygoing nature. Our bond, forged through shared laughter and late-night musings, now trembled under the weight of his newfound secrecy. His once warm responses now carried a sharp edge, his phone calls shrouded in whispers of hidden truths. Plans dissolved like mist, excuses drifting like ghostly echoes in the air. Then on a tranquil Saturday afternoon, a ripple of curiosity led me to Max's doorstep. The entrance, usually a barrier to the outside world, stood ajar, inviting me into a realm of disarray. Papers scattered like fallen leaves, a bag heavy with untold riches spilled its secrets, and an array of gleaming weapons cast shadows on the floor. My heart stuttered in disbelief. This chaos, this darkness, it couldn't belong to the Max I knew. As I sought refuge behind a wall of boxes, the air grew heavy with anticipation. Footsteps echoed like whispers of warning as Max returned, his eyes alight with attention foreign to me. A shiver traced my spine as his gaze pierced through the room, landing on my hidden form. "What are you doing here?" His words cut through the silence, a blade honed with secrecy. I stumbled over explanations, my voice a fragile thread in the tempest of his hidden world. With a heavy silence hanging between us, I fled, leaving behind the shattered illusion of trust. Days turned to nights, and whispers of crime danced on the wind, weaving a tapestry of doubt around Max's once familiar shape. The pieces of a puzzle, once scattered, began to align, his actions a shadow cast on the canvas of my reality. The truth unfurled like a dark flower in bloom. Max, my friend turned stranger, confessed to a world of shadows and deceit. His words hung in the air like a heavy fog, choking the bond we once held dear. "I handle logistics," he murmured, a hint of regret lacing his voice. The web of lies he spun ensnared us both, leaving me adrift in a sea of uncertainty. As he vowed to sever ties with his clandestine past, I found myself adrift in a sea of doubt. The safety I once took for granted now felt like a fragile illusion, shattered by the harsh reality of his hidden life. Our conversations became a dance of half-truths and unspoken regrets, the echo of what once was haunting our every word. Though Max walked away from his shadowed past, the scars of his deceit lingered like ghosts in the night. I fortified my defenses, a sentinel against the darkness that had crept into our midst. The specter of his hidden life haunted our bond, a reminder of the fragile line between trust and betrayal that we had crossed. Story 16. Late one evening, as the final rays of sunlight faded behind the horizon, Sarah found herself restless in her suburban home. Within these walls, she had always felt a sense of safety, but tonight was different. The tension in the air was almost palpable, like a shadow looming over her peaceful routine. As she prepared for bed, an unexpected discovery shattered her sense of security. Nestled among her kitchen appliances, Sarah found a small, unfamiliar device. A tiny black camera, sleek and unassuming, perched atop the microwave. Frozen in confusion and fear, she knew it hadn't been there before. The camera's lens seemed to stare back at her, sending a shiver down her spine. Hurriedly turning it off, Sarah's hands trembled as she made her way to her bedroom, hoping for solace in sleep. But as she entered the room, another chilling shock awaited her. A second camera, discreetly fixed in the corner of the ceiling, nearly blending into the neutral paint. The realization struck her like lightning. There were cameras in her home that she hadn't installed. Questions swirled in her mind. Who had put them there? Why? How long had they been watching? The fear of being observed was overwhelming, not just for surveillance, but for the invasion of her privacy. Feeling unsettled, Sarah sought solutions, frantically searching for ways to detect hidden cameras on her phone. With a racing heart, she checked the footage from the cameras, discovering they had memory cards. Pressing play, her worst fears unfolded before her eyes. The videos revealed intimate moments from different parts of her home, in the kitchen, the living room, and most disturbingly, her bedroom. Her vulnerability captured on film, her private moments now laid bare for a stranger to see. Immediately contacting the authorities, an officer arrived promptly to collect the cameras and footage as evidence. Sarah recounted her fears, a mix of relief and lingering dread washing over her. The police promised to investigate, but the trust in her home had been shattered. Days turned into weeks as Sarah awaited answers, living in a constant state of anxiety. Every creak and noise made her jump, her once cozy home now feeling ominous and foreign. When a mysterious letter arrived with a chilling message, her fear escalated. The unknown watcher taunted her, feeding on her vulnerability. Taking precautions and changing her routines, Sarah tried to regain a sense of safety. But the lingering presence of the watcher haunted her every moment, turning her home into a battleground of fear and vigilance. Despite the police efforts, the perpetrator remained elusive, leaving Sarah grappling with uncertainty and intrusion. Months passed, and though she tried to reclaim her privacy and sense of security, the scars of that night remained. The ordeal had taught her a harsh lesson about safety and betrayal in familiar places. Finding solace in small victories, Sarah navigated her new reality, but the shadow of that night continued to linger, a reminder of the unseen threats that can disrupt even the most secure lives. Story 17. As the sun began to gently peek through the curtains, signaling the start of another ordinary morning, I found myself following the familiar routine, a steaming cup of coffee in hand, accompanied by a brisk walk through the peaceful neighborhood. The yearning to retreat to my home sanctuary, a haven of tranquility far removed from the chaos of daily life, burned within me. Upon nearing the front door, a sense of unease prickled at my skin. A faint, eerie draft brushed against my face, causing me to pause. My heart skipped a beat when I noticed the door slightly ajar, the once sturdy lock now broken, hanging askew from its frame. Panic gripped me, freezing me in place as a rush of emotions flooded my NSEs. With trembling hands, I fumbled for my phone and dialed 911. My voice strained as I relayed the unsettling discovery. The operator's calming words offered a sliver of reassurance as they assured me that help was on the way, urging me to remain outside for safety. As I stood on the porch, anxiety gnawed at my thoughts, weaving a web of unanswered questions in my mind. Who had breached my sanctuary? And for what purpose? The minutes stretched into an eternity until the arrival of the flashing blue light signaled the presence of law enforcement. The officers meticulously combed through the scene, meticulously documenting every detail. Despite their thorough investigation, no trace of the intruder remained. No signs of forced entry beyond the broken lock, no visible damage, no tangible evidence of a lurking presence. Venturing inside, I was met with a chilling sight. Personal belongings had been disturbed, photographs askew, and precious items missing. The violation of my intimate spaces sent a wave of nausea through me as I realized the extent of the intrusion. Each room held traces of the unwelcome visitor's presence. A jewelry box rifled through, kitchen utensils scattered, and books haphazardly stacked. It was as if someone had methodically combed through every corner, leaving behind a trail of disruption and discomfort. The officers shared their findings with me, offering assurances of continued investigation. Despite their efforts, the emotional toll of the invasion lingered, casting a shadow over my once serene sanctuary. In the days that followed, I sought to restore a semblance of normalcy. New security measures were put in place, but the sense of violation persisted. Every creak of a floorboard, every rustle of the wind outside, sent shivers down my spine. The violation of my privacy had left an indelible mark, a reminder of the fragility of security and the lasting impact of intrusion. Each day became a battle to reclaim peace within the walls that had been tainted by an unseen presence. The experience had changed me in ways I never expected, forcing me to confront the vulnerability of my most intimate spaces and the resilience required to rebuild a sense of safety within them. Story 18. The room had been there all along, concealed behind the walls of my home. It unveiled itself to me on a chilly, gray afternoon while I was sorting through the chaotic basement. My house, usually a haven of tranquility in a serene suburban area where the extraordinary seldom occurred, had recently been plagued by a sense of unease. Mysterious sounds reverberated in the night, objects appeared to shift on their own, and the disappearance of my loyal dog Max left a void in my heart. On that fateful day, yearning to restore a semblance of normalcy, I embarked on the task of organizing the basement, a jumbled space cluttered with old boxes, forsaken furniture, and dusty mementos. As I nudged an ancient bookshelf, my hand grazed a portion of the wall that felt out of place. It yielded slightly under pressure, its texture subtly distinct from the rest. A surge of anticipation coursed through me as I scrutinized it further. There, hidden in plain sight, was a faint yet unmistakable seam, a camouflaged doorway. My fingers quivered as I traced its edges, marveling at the skillful disguise. With a deep inhale, I located a small crevice where the aged wood had slightly warped, allowing for a firm grip. I pulled with determination, and with a groaning protest, the door swung inward, exhaling a chilly, musty breath from the darkness within. Hesitating at the threshold, a primal instinct urged caution, but curiosity beckoned me forth. I illuminated the room with a flashlight on my phone. The air hung heavy with neglect and dust. Yet the room itself was meticulously arranged, a peculiar contradiction that heightened my disquiet. A solitary bulb dangled from the ceiling, casting eerie shadows as it flickered faintly. And then I saw them, the photographs. Countless photographs, meticulously pinned to the walls in orderly rows. A sharp intake of breath escaped me as I realized that each image captured only one subject, me. The earliest photos appeared distant, almost mundane. Me departing for work, strolling with Max in the yard, grocery shopping. Simple moments observed from afar. However, as my gaze roamed the montage, the photos grew increasingly invasive, more intimate. There I was in my living room, engrossed in a book, entirely oblivious. Images of me asleep, my countenance peaceful and exposed. Someone had captured these moments from outside my bedroom window. My legs turned to jelly, yet I compelled myself to continue. Scattered among the photos were scraps of paper adorned with erratic handwriting, notes, observations, even personal reflections. She always reads before bed. Her laughter softens in solitude. The walls harbor her secrets. The more I read, the deeper my unease festered. The author of these notes wasn't merely an observer. They fancied they knew me, comprehended me in ways no one should. A worn wooden table occupied the room's center, strewn with notebooks brimming with chilling minutiae, entries chronicling my daily existence, from private dialogues to seemingly trivial routines. How could anyone possess such knowledge? Then my eyes fell upon the camera. An aged, dust-laden video recorder rested in the far corner, linked to a rusty monitor. My trembling fingers pressed the play button. The screen crackled to life, projecting grainy footage of my abode from various angles. The kitchen, the living room, even my bedroom. The timestamps on the recordings dated back months, perhaps years. Tears welled in my eyes, not from fear, but from a profound sense of violation. My intimate moments, my sanctuary, had been transformed into someone else's perverse reality show. A plethora of suspects raced through my mind. Who could be behind this? A stranger? A neighbor? Someone familiar? The memory of an enigmatic note discovered on Max's collar resurfaced, a cryptic warning hinting that my home was not as secure as I presumed. Had that been a clue I had failed to decipher? Then, a horrifying realization gripped me. What if this intrusion was ongoing? What if they were still watching? Panic surged within me. I couldn't linger there. I secured the concealed door as best I could and fled upstairs, bolting every door and window, my heart pounding with each frantic step. The authorities needed to be alerted. They had to be informed. But as I reached for my phone, a dreadful thought seized me. What if reporting this exacerbated the situation? What if they anticipated my reaction? I hesitated, then dialed 911. The phone rang once, then twice. Before a response could be elicited, a faint sound emanated from downstairs, the subtle creak of the hidden door gradually swinging open once more. I was not alone. Story 19. As I awoke, the world around me was shrouded in a hazy veil, muffling reality into a distant blur. A thick fog of disorientation enveloped my senses, leaving me grappling with the uncertainty of my surroundings. My wrists were tightly bound behind my back, and a rough fabric obscured my vision, plunging me into a realm of darkness. Despite the rising panic threatening to consume me, I willed myself to breathe deeply, to embrace calmness amidst the chaos. Before devising an escape plan, I needed to comprehend the enigma that held me captive. The blindfold pressed against my eyes, shutting out all traces of light, forcing me to rely solely on my other senses. Gradually, as my breathing steadied, I absorbed the stagnant air that hung heavy with a faint metallic tinge, an industrial essence that whispered secrets of confinement. Beneath me, the unyielding surface felt cold and unyielding, rough against my skin like weathered wood. I shifted slightly, testing the constraints that bound me, and that's when it happened. A subtle rustle, a whisper of presence lingering in the room. Someone had been there, leaving behind a trail of mystery. Summoning courage from the depths of my being, I squirmed in an attempt to uncover a clue, however faint. After what seemed like an eternity of straining against my restraints, my fingers grazed against a smooth, solid object, coated in a layer of dust. A book, a journal. The leather cover, cool and rigid beneath my touch, exuded an aura of antiquity, its worn edges whispering tales of bygone eras. My heart quickened as I inched it closer, struggling to open it with clumsy movements guided by touch rather than sight. Navigating through the pages, a sliver of light seeped through the blindfold, offering a glimpse of the written words. The initial entry sent a shiver down my spine. If you are reading this, it means you have chosen to survive. Follow the instructions carefully if you wish to leave this place. Your time starts now. Accompanied by crude sketches, a rough blueprint of the room with designated points, a chilling realization settled within me. I wasn't merely imprisoned, I was being tested. With bated breath, I deciphered the cryptic symbols and urgent directives that urged me to find a hidden key within the confines of my prison. Forcing myself to envision the room's layout based on the map, I identified key landmarks: a sturdy wooden door, a weathered table, scattered objects, a glimmer of light filtering through a lofty window. These details became my lifeline as I delved into the first puzzle, a challenge that demanded acute observation. The journal hinted at patterns in the arrangement of objects, leading to a concealed compartment. Despite the limitations imposed by my bindings, I scoured the floor with determined fingers, searching for any irregularity. After an agonizing quest, I unearthed a loose floorboard beneath the table, unveiling a cold metallic object, the elusive key. Heart racing, I absorbed the next directive in the journal. The key held the power to unlock a drawer in the table, harboring the next enigma. Maneuvering towards the table, I grappled with the lock, the metallic click signaling a step closer to freedom. Inside the drawer awaited a folded note, challenging me to solve a riddle to unveil the combination for a hidden box. Beads of sweat trickled down my brow as I grappled with the riddle, its cryptic phrases weaving a web of confusion in my mind. Time bore down on me, a relentless adversary clouding my thoughts with urgency. After what felt like an eternity of mental struggle, the solution materialized before me. Trembling hands turned the combination on the padlock, the satisfying click resonating through the room. Within the box lay a vial of liquid and another cryptic note. Spray this to reveal what's hidden. Without hesitation, I coated the walls and floor with the liquid, unveiling faint markings, symbols and arrows guiding me towards the next challenge. The final clue loomed before me, demanding the precise arrangement of objects to trigger a concealed mechanism. Every moment felt like an eternity as I toiled, the blindfold a suffocating shroud, my body protesting against discomfort. The fear of failure loomed large, yet the primal instinct to survive propelled me forward. At last, a mechanical click pierced the silence, signaling success. A hidden panel in the door revealed a dusty key, a symbol of liberation. With trembling hands, I inserted the key into the lock, the door groaning open to release me into a dimly lit hallway. Discarding the blindfold, I blinked in the muted light, absorbing the desolate corridor with its peeling wallpaper and shattered fixtures. Though a chill hung in the air, the expanse of the hallway beckoned with the promise of freedom beyond my former confines. Having conquered the initial trial, I stood amidst the eerie silence, clutching the journal tightly. The journey ahead loomed ominous and uncertain, fraught with challenges waiting to test my resolve. Yet, as adrenaline and fear mingled within me, a spark of determination ignited. The journal had guided me thus far, and I vowed to press onward, embracing the mysteries that awaited in the shadows of the unknown. Story 20. For nights on end, a peculiar routine unfolded outside my door. Step. At precisely 3 a.m., the air would stir with a familiar pattern, a sequence of 3 sharp knocks, a brief pause, and then another set of 3. The rhythm held a chilling precision, as if the unseen knocker was bound by an unyielding decree of time. Initially, I tried to dismiss it, attributing the unsettling sound to my own imagination running wild in the late hours. Perhaps it was merely a neighbor playing a prank or a stray animal brushing against the door. Yet the knocking persisted, escalating in volume and intent with each passing night, almost challenging me to acknowledge its presence. One frosty night, the relentless sound shattered my feeble resolve. The sharp knocks pierced through the stillness of the house, cutting through the silence like a sharp blade. Heart racing, I tiptoed out of bed and approached the front door. Peering through the peephole, all I could see was the vacant porch, bathed in the faint glow of a distant street lamp. With bated breath, I hesitated before tentatively swinging the door open. The night lay quiet before me. Cold tendrils of air enveloped me as I ventured onto the porch, scanning the yard for any hint of movement. Shadows danced under the flickering streetlight, but the road lay deserted. No traces of footsteps in the yard, no signs of disturbance. It was as though the knocking had been swallowed by the darkness itself. Yet, the following night, it returned. The incessant knocking invaded my sleep, a haunting cadence that left me weary and unsettled. Desperate for answers, I took measures to restore a sense of peace. I secured an additional lock on the door, hoping for a semblance of security. A surveillance camera perched above the porch, its unwavering gaze fixed on the spot where the knocks originated, but the recordings revealed nothing. Each morning I reviewed the footage, seeking a logical explanation. Yet, each time I was met with the same eerie emptiness, the vacant porch, the enveloping darkness. It was as if the source of the knocking eluded reason, an intangible force that defied capture. My fatigue deepened. The sleepless nights exacted a toll, leaving me on edge and withdrawn. By day, I went through the motions, but my mind remained ensnared in the early hours of the morning, bracing for the inevitable sound. Fear began to isolate me, prompting me to shun company, cancel plans, and retreat into a solitary existence. Once a haven, my home now felt oppressive. Every creak of the floorboards a painful reminder of the nocturnal intrusions. After enduring weeks of torment, I reached a breaking point. The knocking transcended mere noise. It had become a psychological siege, a presence that controlled my life, rendering me powerless. With a heavy heart, I made the agonizing choice to depart. Packing my belongings felt like a surrender, yet I could no longer endure the relentless haunting. The sanctuary of my home had transformed into a prison, haunted by an unseen specter that refused to grant me respite. As I drove away, I stole a final glance at the silent house, its shadow stretching beneath the pallid morning light. Relief mingled with apprehension as I left behind the oppressive rhythm of the knocking, though its memory lingered, weighty and unyielding. In my new abode, the silence initially felt foreign. The absence of nightly knocks should have been comforting, yet I found myself lying awake, straining to detect any trace of the familiar beat. Each house creak, every rustle of the wind, sent me spiraling back to those sleepless nights. The ordeal had altered me. I became hyper-alert, double-checking locks, glancing over my shoulder at every outdoor venture. Even the simple act of closing my eyes at night became fraught with dread, my mind bracing for the once dominant sound. Though the knocking had ceased, its aftermath endured. It had etched itself into my psyche, a stark reminder of the fragility of safety. The haunting rhythm persisted in its absence, a phantom of fear that loitered in the tranquil moments of my new existence. And occasionally, as I drifted into slumber, I could still hear it echo in my mind. 3 knocks, a pause, and 3 more. Story 21. The day unfolded in its usual manner, with the gentle glow of morning sunlight seeping through the curtains and the comforting murmur of the coffee maker brewing in the background. Yet, the tranquility of the routine was abruptly shattered by a peculiar discovery on my doorstep. A modest brown parcel devoid of any return address, bearing only my name inscribed in an unfamiliar, meticulous script. A blend of curiosity and unease enveloped me as I brought the mysterious package indoors. With a swift motion, I cut through the tape, securing the box, and lifted its lid. Within lay a collection of photographs, meticulously organized and held together by a plain rubber band. My heart quickened its pace as I flipped through the images, each one unveiling a different moment from my life. The first photograph depicted a serene afternoon at a nearby park, where I had whiled away the hours engrossed in a book. I sat upon a bench, captured in a candid instant from a distance. A chill coursed down my spine as I realized no one had sought my permission for this snapshot. The notion that an unseen observer had been documenting my every move filled me with a profound sense of disquiet. Subsequent photos showcased various locations around the city. A glimpse of me exiting a grocery store, enjoying a solitary meal at a cafe, and browsing the aisles of the library. Each image, taken from disparate angles and distances, shared a disquieting commonality. I stood alone in every frame, devoid of company. It appeared as though an unseen presence had shadowed me for weeks, meticulously chronicling my solitary existence. However, it was the final photograph that jolted me from within. Unlike its predecessors, this image portrayed me within the confines of my own living room, seated on the couch, my expression marked by a startled surprise. The photo had been captured from outside, through the window, revealing an intruder's gaze fixated upon me. The eerie precision of the scene, depicting a moment when I had glanced up from my book in response to a sound, sent shivers down my spine. Dated from the previous day, the photograph underscored the chilling reality that someone had been observing me mere hours before. Nestled amidst the photographs, a note awaited me. With trembling hands, I unfurled the paper, revealing its ominous message. I see you, and I know you see me. These images mirror your existence, captured and foretold. Observe closely, and you shall witness the future unveiled. Your choices shall dictate what is to come. My pulse quickened as I endeavored to decipher the cryptic missive. The photographs insinuated not only surveillance, but also a sinister manipulation of my destiny. The notion of my future being orchestrated in such an intimate and intrusive manner ignited a primal fear within me. Driven by desperation, I sought solace in the authorities, providing them with the enigmatic package and its contents, yearning for answers or guidance. The officers accepted the evidence, pledging to delve into the matter. They conjectured that the photographs might be the machinations of a vengeful soul or a relentless stalker, though identifying the motive or perpetrator, sans further clues, posed a formidable challenge. As the days ebbed by, the haunting images lingered in my mind, casting a pall over my daily endeavors. Each morning, I approached my mailbox with trepidation, half expecting another parcel to materialize. Paranoia permeated my routine, compelling me to cast furtive glances over my shoulder, haunted by the specter of unseen eyes. One fateful afternoon, as I sifted through my mail, a solitary envelope greeted me. Resembling its predecessor, this package bore only a lone photograph, devoid of a box. The image depicted me traversing the same park as before, marked by a crimson X atop a specific point along the trail. Scribbled on the reverse, a directive beckoned. The path you choose shall mold your fate. Meet me where the X guides you, and enlightenment shall dawn. The note left me oscillating between fascination and dread. The prospect of encountering this enigmatic figure held a potent allure, yet the insidious coercion to make a choice shrouded in enigma evoked a deeper sense of trepidation. Resolved to confront the enigma awaiting me, I ventured forth, hoping for elucidation. As twilight descended upon the park, I navigated toward the designated location. The park lay cloaked in an eerie stillness, punctuated solely by the rustle of leaves and distant urban echoes. I arrived at the crimson-marked spot where the path veered into a secluded clearing. There I stood, nerves taut, until a figure materialized from the shadows. A man cloaked in darkness, his countenance partially veiled by the brim of his hat. "You have arrived," he intoned, his voice resonating with a deep melodic cadence. "I perceive you have followed the breadcrumbs." "Who are you?" I demanded, striving to steady my voice. "What is your intent?" Drawing nearer, the man unveiled his features from the shroud of shadows. Advanced in years, with chiseled features and a penetrating gaze, he began to elucidate. I am but an observer of your journey, witnessing your responses to the unknown. The photographs were crafted to unveil the patterns of your future and test your mettle. A melange of anger and apprehension swirled within me. Why? What drives you to subject me to this ordeal? His countenance softened marginally. Our choices sculpt our essence. The photographs served not solely as prophecies, but as a conduit to steer you toward realization. Your reactions, your decisions, they forge your trajectory. I sought to illuminate how the future ebbs and flows with the present. My thoughts raced as I endeavored to decipher his enigmatic words. So, this was all a trial? Not merely a trial, he elucidated. A lesson. You confronted uncertainty and dread, yet you displayed resilience. The tapestry of fate lies within your hands. Your responses to adversity shape your destiny. With that parting revelation, the enigmatic figure retreated into the shadows, vanishing from sight. I lingered, musing upon the enigmatic encounter and the cryptic wisdom he imparted. The photographs, the prophecies, the test, all components of an intricate game devised to compel me to confront my deepest fears and navigate the labyrinth of choice. Departing the park, a peculiar sense of closure and liberation enveloped me. Though the ordeal had unnerved me profoundly, it served as a poignant reminder of the potency of choice and the imperative of confronting the unknown with fortitude. The future loomed enigmatic, yet I harbored the realization that within my grasp lay the power to sculpt it, through my deeds, my choices, and my resolve to confront the enigma that lay ahead. Story 22. In the quiet hush of a somber Tuesday morning, a message slipped into my inbox like a ghost among the mundane clutter of spam and adverts. Its subject line, innocuous yet foreboding, whispered, "We need to talk." Curiosity mingled with apprehension as my cursor found its mark, unveiling a chilling narrative that sent shivers down my spine. Hello, my name. I've been watching you. Secrets you keep close to your heart are known to me. Disobey my wishes, and I shall unveil all you hold dear to the world. The sender remained a phantom, leaving behind only a cryptic symbol as their mark. A photograph attached captured a moment of my life, observed from afar, a silent witness to my every move. Panic gripped me tightly. Searching my inbox yielded no further clues. Was this a cruel jest or a darker truth lurking in the shadows? The urge to involve the authorities tugged at my conscience, yet uncertainty held me back. The message danced in ambiguity, offering no clear directive, no blatant transgression. Perhaps ignorance was my safest bet. The following day brought a second missive, stripping away any doubts with ruthless precision. Personal fragments of my life were laid bare. Intimate details of my there's illness, whispered plans of a forthcoming family journey, knowledge held by only a select few. Transfer $10,000 to this offshore account within 48 hours, or witness your world unravel, the ultimatum echoed. Enclosed within was a trove of my private exchanges, snapshots pillaged from my digital footprint, and even a glimpse into my confidential files. They held my existence in their grasp, a puppeteer pulling invisible strings. Frantic, I reached out to law enforcement. Their investigation hit a dead end swiftly, the email's origins masked behind a web of digital veils. Anyone could be behind this, the detective sighed grimly. Tread carefully. Caution, however, proved insufficient. The messages persisted, each one delving deeper into the recesses of my life. They shadowed my every step, recounting conversations held in the sanctity of my own home. The realization that someone peered into my world with such clarity sent shivers down my spine. A video arrived, and dread pooled in my stomach. I watched, breath caught in my throat, as the grainy footage revealed me in slumber, oblivious and vulnerable. The caption taunted, "We are closer than you think." Security measures were futile against this unseen menace. Sleep eluded me, tranquility a distant memory. Every creak, every shadow morphed into a specter of dread. Cameras watched, locks were reinforced, yet the messages persisted, an unrelenting tide. Then came the chilling demand that shattered my fragile resolve. Infiltrate the secure facility at 12th and Main, retrieve the Project Solace files. Fail, and your family's darkest secret is laid bare. Trapped in a web of coercion, invisible chains binding me to an unfathomable choice. Refusal spelled ruin, compliance a descent into criminality. Wrestling with the impossible, I saw no escape. Desperation drowned reason. With trembling hands, I plotted the break-in, fueled by primal fear and a primal urge to survive. Clad in darkness, I navigated the labyrinthine corridors, heart drumming a frantic rhythm. Each shadow seemed to harbor unseen threats. Time slowed to a crawl until at last the file was in my possession, and I fled into the night, heart hammering in my chest. Yet the emails persisted, the extortionists relentless in their demands. The next task struck closer to home, sabotaging a public event where I was slated to speak. A choice between professional ruin and moral compromise. I was a marionette in a macabre play, my autonomy forfeit. Then came the call, a voice distorted yet unnervingly familiar. You've played your part admirably, they purred, a cold edge to their words. But our game is far from over. Recognition dawned like a thunderclap. It's you. Silence, then a chilling chuckle. Took you long enough. Confrontation followed, armed with shreds of evidence. Denials crumbled under the weight of truth. A trusted face revealed as the architect of my torment, driven by envy, resentment, and a hunger for dominion. Justice intervened at last, and the betrayer faced the consequences of their deceit. In the aftermath, the scope of their manipulation unfurled, a voyeuristic dance of months-long surveillance, digital intrusion, and malevolent puppetry. Even with their apprehension, scars lingered, etching a permanent mark of distrust. Therapy became my refuge, a slow mending of fractured security. Online fortresses were fortified, passwords altered, access restricted. Time softened the sharp edges of fear, yet the wounds endured. Hypervigilance became my shield, a sentinel against encroaching shadows. Through it all, a seed of resilience blossomed within, a silent vow never to relinquish control to another's grasp. They aimed to break me, but I endured, and never again would I allow such power over my life. Story 23. In the quiet stillness of a morning, a gentle buzz broke through the peaceful air. My phone illuminated, drawing my gaze to a message from an unfamiliar number. "Watch your step today," it read, a cryptic warning that stirred a whisper of unease within me. Dismissing it as mere folly, I carried on with my day, the words lingering in the corners of my mind like a haunting melody. As the day unfolded, a series of small misfortunes danced around me like shadows in the dusk. A slip on a wet sidewalk, a stain of coffee on my shirt, an unexpected downpour without shelter, all seemingly trivial, yet together weaving a tapestry of disquiet in my heart. The next morning brought another message from the same elusive sender. Someone will take something you value today. A shiver ran down my spine, though I tried to brush it off as mere coincidence. Upon arriving at work, a sinking feeling gripped me as I discovered my cherished pen, a remnant of my late grandmother's love, had vanished without a trace. Frantically searching, I combed through every corner, but it was as if the pen had been swallowed by the very air around me. Day by day, the pattern repeated. Cryptic messages, followed by unsettling events that seemed to be choreographed to disrupt the harmony of my existence. You'll be interrupted during an important call. Be wary of unexpected advice. The messages grew in intensity, their accuracy cutting through the fabric of my reality like a sharp blade. No matter how I tried to evade them, they found their way to me, relentless in their pursuit. A sense of foreboding settled in my bones like an unwelcome guest, casting a shadow over my every thought. One fateful night, as the world slumbered, I sat alone at my kitchen table, the weight of impending doom heavy in the air. At the stroke of midnight, a message pierced the silence. It's time for a real test. Sleep eluded me, the night filled with whispers of doubt and shadows that danced at the edge of my vision. Morning brought no solace, only the ominous words of the next message. A close friend will betray your trust. The name Amy echoed in my mind, a dear companion since the days of youthful laughter and shared secrets. Meeting her for coffee, her confession shattered the fragile trust I held dear. Photographs spoke volumes of a betrayal orchestrated in shadows, the truth a bitter pill I could scarcely swallow. With each passing day, the messages grew darker, weaving a web of despair around me. The final warning, delivered on a somber Friday morning, proclaimed the downfall of all I held dear. Piece by piece, my world crumbled before my eyes, leaving me adrift in a sea of broken dreams and shattered illusions. In the aftermath, I sought answers in vain, tracing the messages to a dead end of anonymity. The authorities shrugged off my concerns, dismissing the ordeal as mere chance or elaborate trickery. But I knew deep in my soul that these messages were more than mere words. They were threads woven into the tapestry of my life, pulling at the seams of my reality. And then, as swiftly as they had appeared, the messages vanished into the ether, leaving behind a trail of devastation in their wake. I rebuilt my life from the ruins, but the scars of betrayal and uncertainty lingered like ghosts in the corners of my mind. The unknown had reached out, a spectral hand disrupting the fragile balance of my existence. In the quiet moments when the world hushed to a whisper, I still feel the echo of those messages, a reminder of the fragility of trust and the unseen forces that shape our lives. The mystery remains unsolved, a haunting specter that lingers on the edge of my consciousness, a testament to the profound impact of the unknown on the fabric of our reality. And with every buzz of my phone, a chill runs down my spine, a reminder that even in the stillness of night, the unknown can whisper its secrets and alter the course of our lives. Story 24. It all began on a crisp autumn evening, as the air carried the scent of fallen leaves and the sky shimmered with a warm golden hue. In the backyard, amidst the laughter of my children and the gentle rustling of leaves, I was preparing for a small family gathering. As I set up the picnic table, a peculiar sight caught my eye, a small object hovering in the sky. Initially, I dismissed it as a bird or a distant plane, but as it approached and lingered directly over our yard, I realized it was a drone. Its presence was eerie, unsettling. At first, I brushed it off as perhaps a part of some local event or a hobbyist's gadget. However, in the days that followed, these drones became a frequent, unwelcome sight. They appeared at odd hours, morning and night, with an uncanny precision, hovering directly over our home, capturing moments of our daily life in their unblinking gaze. It wasn't just one drone, but a fleet of them, moving in synchronized patterns that seemed almost choreographed. Their persistence felt deliberate, as if we were under constant surveillance. Filled with worry and unease, I decided to take matters into my own hands. Security cameras were installed around the house to document the drone's activities, and I meticulously noted their flight paths. My anxiety deepened as I realized these drones were recording intimate family moments. The joy of playdates with my children, the peace of quiet dinners with my husband, even the simplicity of tending to our garden. Seeking help, I turned to the local authorities, sharing the footage with an officer who promised an investigation. However, their response was tepid, citing the difficulty in tracing drones due to their size and remote operation capabilities. Feeling powerless, I delved deeper into the mystery. Hours of surveillance footage revealed a curious pattern. The drones followed a specific route, always appearing at calculated angles, hinting at a methodical, almost obsessive surveillance. Driven by a need for answers, I sought out a local drone enthusiast club, hoping for insight. Though friendly, the members brushed off any involvement in such intrusive activities, raising my suspicions further. One evening, as I studied the footage once more, a chilling revelation unfolded. Reflected in the glass of our back door, I saw a figure obscured by darkness, a man holding a remote control, standing under the shadow of a nearby tree. His identity was masked, but his intent was clear. He was the orchestrator of this invasive surveillance. Armed with this crucial evidence, I returned to the authorities. This time they took swift action, launching a formal investigation. Within days, the drone activities were traced to a nondescript house a few blocks away. The culprit was unmasked as Ethan Brooks, a freelance video journalist. He claimed his actions were part of a personal project on neighborhood life, exploring surveillance and privacy issues. However, the intimate nature of the footage he had gathered raised alarm bells. Under interrogation, Ethan's facade crumbled. His explanations veered into a disturbing realm, exposing an unhealthy fixation on my family. It became evident that he had crossed a perilous line, morphing from a curious observer into a privacy invader. The authorities intervened, issuing warnings, confiscating his drones, and ordering the deletion of all collected footage. Ethan was forbidden from further surveillance. Despite these measures, the damage lingered. The violation of our privacy left an indelible scar. We bolstered our defenses with higher fences and advanced security systems, yet the sense of safety we once cherished had evaporated. Ethan's intrusion served as a stark reminder of the fragile boundary between technology and personal privacy. His actions resonated as a cautionary tale of how tools designed for connection could be twisted into instruments of intrusion and exploitation. While he faced consequences, the ordeal etched a lasting lesson in our lives, a haunting reminder of the imperative need for vigilance and robust privacy safeguards in a world increasingly under surveillance. Story 25. In the realm of late-night solitude, my office transformed into a sanctuary, a haven where the relentless hum of productivity echoed through the empty halls. It was a place where dedication and meticulousness intertwined, where I wove intricate patterns of work into the fabric of the night. The building, once vibrant with activity, now slumbered in a hushed stillness, save for a few lingering souls caught in the throes of unfinished tasks. Among them was Gary, the unassuming janitor whose presence often lingered like a whisper in the shadows. At first, Gary's professionalism was a beacon of reassurance. His meticulous care for the office's cleanliness and his courteous nods in passing painted him as a model custodian. Yet, beneath his veneer of congeniality, a subtle unease began to stir within me. His keen interest in my schedule, his probing questions disguised as casual conversation, all hinted at a familiarity that bordered on intrusion. One fateful evening, as I toiled away preparing for a crucial presentation, Gary's seemingly benign visit took a sinister turn. His words, laden with unwarranted concern, pierced through the veil of propriety, unsettling me to my core. His gaze lingered a fraction too long, his tone laced with an unsettling familiarity that sent shivers down my spine. As the nights bled into each other, a creeping sense of disquiet gnawed at my peace. Gary's rounds grew longer, his presence a haunting specter that danced at the periphery of my awareness. The fluorescent lights hummed softly, casting elongated shadows that whispered of isolation. And then, in the dead of night, a chilling revelation unfurled before me. A glimpse through the glass window revealed Gary, not in the act of cleaning, but tampering with the lock to my sanctuary. Panic surged through me as I recoiled, my heart pounding in sync with the rhythm of fear. Security was summoned, but by the time they arrived, Gary had vanished, leaving behind a trail of suspicion in his wake. The aftermath brought forth a tumultuous wave of emotions. HR's swift action in dismissing Gary and bolstering security measures brought a semblance of reassurance, yet the breach of trust lingered like a shadow. The once familiar contours of my workspace now bore the stain of intrusion, every corner pregnant with the memory of that night. In the ensuing weeks, I grappled with the aftermath, navigating a landscape marred by uncertainty and trepidation. Security cameras that once offered solace now served as a stark reminder of vulnerability. The boundaries between professional decorum and personal safety had been irreversibly blurred, leaving me to navigate a newfound sense of fragility. Though time passed and routines were reestablished, the memory of that night lingered like a ghost, an indelible mark etched into the fabric of my being. It served as a poignant reminder of the delicate dance between security and vulnerability, a cautionary tale of how easily the sanctity of one's space can be breached. As I forged ahead, rebuilding the shattered remnants of trust, I carried with me the wisdom of vigilance and the resilience born from adversity. The office, once a bastion of productivity, now bore the scars of a night that shattered the illusion of safety. And in the quiet hours of solitude, I vowed to protect the sanctity of my space, mindful of the fragile boundary that separates security from intrusion. Story 26. The revelation arrived on a peaceful Tuesday afternoon. Amid the quiet of the day, I found myself immersed in the task of organizing old family papers and personal files. It was a necessary endeavor, an attempt to restore order to my life after a series of unsettling events had shaken me to my core. The house itself seemed to echo my unease, the only sound being the occasional creak of the floorboards, as if it too shared in my disquiet. In the midst of sorting through a stack of aged documents, my fingers brushed against an envelope bearing the emblem of a law firm unknown to me. Its weathered edges hinted at a long journey, and its weight hinted at the gravity of its contents. Driven by curiosity that overpowered caution, I gingerly tore open the envelope. Inside lay a formal letter, detailing a web of legal disputes tied to transactions conducted in my name, business dealings, property acquisitions, even a lease for an opulent apartment. A chill ran down my knee. None of these were mine. The letter painted a picture of substantial financial activity that I had never authorized, accounts I did not recognize, properties I had never laid eyes upon. It was as if someone had meticulously crafted an entire existence parallel to my own, using my personal information as their foundation. As I delved deeper into the letter, my breath quickened. It revealed addresses, bank accounts, and phone numbers associated with this elaborate fraud. In a state of panic, I reached out to the law firm, hoping for clarity and resolution. The receptionist's polite yet firm response left me with no choice but to turn to the authorities or seek the aid of a fraud investigator. Clutching the incriminating letter, I hurried to the local police station, desperate for answers. The officer on duty listened attentively as I recounted the details, though skepticism lingered in his gaze initially. After meticulously documenting my report, he assured me that the matter would be escalated to a specialist in fraud cases. While this provided a modicum of reassurance, as I exited the station, a haunting realization crept over me. A sense that the perpetrator of this elaborate scheme might be closer than I dared to imagine. Determined to reclaim control over my life, I enlisted the help of a seasoned private investigator by the name of Linda, renowned for her unwavering commitment to unraveling complex mysteries. She arrived at my doorstep the following morning, her keen eyes scanning the letter and personal documents with practiced precision. "We will uncover the truth," she assured me with quiet confidence. As Linda embarked on her investigation, I took measures to safeguard myself. I contacted my bank, reported the identity theft, and placed a freeze on my credit. Each bureaucratic hurdle I encountered served as a stark reminder of the profound violation I had endured. Days turned into weeks as Linda diligently pursued leads. Many of the listed addresses led to dead ends, abandoned properties, and defunct offices. However, a breakthrough emerged when she unearthed a lead pointing to a luxurious apartment in an upscale neighborhood, unbeknownst to me. Together, we journeyed to this mysterious building, the tension palpable in the air. Its modern facade and vigilant doorman hinted at a world of secrets concealed within. With Linda's credentials as our key, the doorman reluctantly disclosed that someone matching the description of the imposter had resided there but had recently vacated the premises. Yet, he reluctantly provided a forwarding address from the building's records, leading us to an elegant townhouse in a prestigious enclave. As we stood before the townhouse's imposing entrance, a myriad of questions raced through my mind. Who was this individual? Why had they chosen to assume my identity? Linda's firm knock echoed through the silence, and after a tense pause, a young woman in her early 30s appeared at the threshold. Her initial confusion gave way to apprehension as Linda explained the gravity of the situation and presented her credentials. "I have no idea what you're talking about," the woman faltered, her voice tinged with fear. "I have resided here for months, but I have never masqueraded as another." Undeterred, Linda pressed for answers, her demeanor a blend of sharpness and professionalism. Slowly, the pieces of the puzzle began to fall into place. The woman was yet another victim in this intricate web of deceit. Unknowingly lured into renting the townhouse through a fraudulent real estate agent linked to my identity theft case, she provided invaluable cooperation in untangling the imposter's elaborate scheme. With her assistance, we uncovered the extent of the imposter's nefarious activities, multiple stolen identities, funding a facade of opulence while leaving a trail of devastation in their wake. The scope of the scam surpassed anything I had envisioned, a complex network of deception that extended far beyond my personal nightmare. Ultimately, law enforcement managed to track down the perpetrator through a trail of false accounts and forged documents. Justice prevailed as they were apprehended, and the full extent of their crimes came to light. The authorities swiftly dismantled their fraudulent operation, and my stolen identity was finally deactivated. Relief washed over me, but it was fleeting. The ordeal had left indelible scars upon my psyche. My sense of security, trust, and self-identity had been profoundly violated. Rebuilding my life proved to be a daunting task. Every financial and personal record had to be fortified, every password reset, as I vigilantly guarded against potential threats I had never before considered. Even as the semblance of normalcy gradually returned, a lingering unease persisted, a constant reminder that somewhere out there, a shadow had once mirrored my existence a bit too closely. Though justice had been served, the experience had reshaped me irrevocably. Trust now seemed a fragile, perilous commodity, and the shadows that lurked on the periphery of my meticulously reconstructed world could no longer be ignored. Story 27. In the quiet stillness of a morning, a gentle buzz broke through the peaceful air. My phone illuminated, drawing my gaze to a message from an unfamiliar number. "Watch your step today," it read, a cryptic warning that stirred a whisper of unease within me. Dismissing it as mere folly, I carried on with my day, the words lingering in the corners of my mind like a haunting melody. As the day unfolded, a series of small misfortunes danced around me like shadows in the dusk. A slip on a wet sidewalk, a stain of coffee on my shirt, an unexpected downpour without shelter, all seemingly trivial, yet together weaving a tapestry of disquiet in my heart. The next morning brought another message from the same elusive sender. "Someone will take something you value today." A shiver ran down my spine, though I tried to brush it off as mere coincidence. Upon arriving at work, a sinking feeling gripped me as I discovered my cherished pen, a remnant of my late grandmother's love, had vanished without a trace. Frantically searching, I combed through every corner, but it was as if the pen had been swallowed by the very air around me. Day by day, the pattern repeated, cryptic messages, followed by unsettling events that seemed to be choreographed to disrupt the harmony of my existence. "You'll be interrupted during an important call. Be wary of unexpected advice." The messages grew in intensity, their accuracy cutting through the fabric of my reality like a sharp blade. No matter how I tried to evade them, they found their way to me, relentless in their pursuit. A sense of foreboding settled in my bones like an unwelcome guest, casting a shadow over my every thought. One fateful night, as the world slumbered, I sat alone at my kitchen table, the weight of impending doom heavy in the air. At the stroke of midnight, a message pierced the silence. It's time for a real test. Sleep eluded me, the night filled with whispers of doubt and shadows that danced at the edge of my vision. Morning brought no solace, only the ominous words of the next message. A close friend will betray your trust. The name Amy echoed in my mind, a dear companion since the days of youthful laughter and shared secrets. Meeting her for coffee, her confession shattered the fragile trust I held dear. Photographs spoke volumes of a betrayal orchestrated in shadows. The truth, a bitter pill I could scarcely swallow. With each passing day, the messages grew darker, weaving a web of despair around me. The final warning, delivered on a somber Friday morning, proclaimed the downfall of all I held dear. Piece by piece, my world crumbled before my eyes, leaving me adrift in a sea of broken dreams and shattered illusions. In the aftermath, I sought answers in vain, tracing the messages to a dead end of anonymity. The authorities shrugged off my concerns, dismissing the ordeal as mere chance or elaborate trickery. But I knew deep in my soul that these messages were more than mere words. They were threads, then into the tapestry of my life, pulling at the seams of my reality. And then, as swiftly as they had appeared, the messages vanished into the ether, leaving behind a trail of devastation in their wake. I rebuilt my life from the ruins, but the scars of betrayal and uncertainty lingered like ghosts in the corners of my mind. The unknown had reached out, a spectral hand disrupting the fragile balance of my existence. In the quiet moments, when the world hushed to a whisper, I still feel the echo of those messages, a reminder of the fragility of trust and the unseen forces that shape our lives. The mystery remains unsolved, a haunting specter that lingers on the edge of my consciousness, a testament to the profound impact of the unknown on the fabric of our reality. And with every buzz of my phone, a chill runs down my spine, a reminder that even in the stillness of night, the unknown can whisper its secrets and alter the course of our lives. Story 28. In the quiet depths of a new city, where the shadows danced with the unknown, I crossed paths with Greg, a figure whose presence felt like a gentle breeze on a still night. A serendipitous encounter, or so it seemed, as I struggled to find my place in a world of unfamiliar faces. Greg exuded charm, his words flowing effortlessly like a soothing melody, wrapping me in a cloak of ease and familiarity. Our connection blossomed swiftly, fueled by shared passions for music, literature, and the untamed beauty of the great outdoors. Greg possessed a gift for turning ordinary moments into extraordinary memories, guiding me through hidden corners of the city, unveiling its secrets with a storyteller's flair. Together, we roamed through quaint cafes, lost ourselves in the melodies of local musicians, and embarked on exhilarating hikes that stirred our souls. Yet, beneath the surface of Greg's enchanting tales lurked a subtle discord. Like whispers in the night, inconsistencies crept into his narratives, casting shadows of doubt upon his carefully crafted stories. His accounts of far-flung adventures bore the marks of fiction, unraveling under the scrutiny of truth. A phantom bistro in Paris, a chance encounter with a legendary musician, the threads of his tales began to fray, revealing a tapestry woven with half-truths and illusions. A curiosity awakened within me, a silent call to unravel the enigma that was Greg. Delving into the whispers of shared acquaintances, I uncovered a tapestry of duplicity woven into the fabric of his past. Tales echoed, mirrored in the memories of others, each thread a variation of the same intricate design. Greg, it seemed, was a master of illusions, a puppeteer pulling strings to shape perception and reality to his will. As the layers of deceit peeled away, a darker truth emerged from the shadows, a truth that shattered the fragile image of friendship we had woven together. Greg's facade crumbled, revealing a pattern of manipulation and exploitation that had ensnared those who dared to trust in his artful guise. His charm, a weapon to disarm, his words a web to entangle the unsuspecting in a dance of deceit. Summoning courage from the depths of my being, I confronted Greg under the cloak of night, seeking answers to the riddles that had clouded our connection. His mask slipped, revealing a gaze as cold and calculated as the moonlight that bathed us in its pallid glow. Words turned to evasions, truths twisted into lies, as the true nature of his manipulation unfurled before me like a sinister bloom. With a heavy heart, I withdrew from the tangled web of Greg's illusions, mindful of the boundaries that shielded my spirit from his insidious influence. The experience, though harrowing, gifted me a newfound clarity, an understanding of the fragility of trust and the sanctity of authenticity in a world cloaked in shadows of deception. Greg's legacy lingered in the echoes of his deceit, a cautionary tale etched into the fabric of my being. Through the veils of illusion, I glimpsed the stark reality of human complexity, a reminder to tread cautiously in the realms where charm and charisma mask darker intentions. And as I emerged from the shadows, I carried with me a resolve to seek truth, to cherish genuine connections, and to hold fast to the light of authenticity in a world where shadows danced with whispered lies. Story 29. The soft hum of my laptop filled the room as I toiled away in my home office, a sanctuary of comfort and productivity that I had meticulously curated. The day had drifted by uneventfully, a blur of emails, meetings, and reports, until the late afternoon shadows began their slow dance across the walls. Feeling the need to stretch my legs, I rose from my desk, unknowingly stepping into a moment that would alter everything. As I ambled past my desk, a peculiar sight captured my attention. A sizable, unmarked manila envelope perched perfectly at its center. My heart quickened its pace. I puzzled over how it had materialized there without my knowledge. With cautious steps, I drew closer, drawn to the mystery it held. No return address, no hints to its origin, just a foreboding presence, daring me to uncover its secrets. Trembling fingers tentatively unfolded the flap, revealing a dense dossier within. Bold letters emblazoned my name beneath the ominous title, Personal Research Report. A shiver crept down my spine. Someone had painstakingly compiled a detailed account of my life, though the purpose eluded me. Leafing through the pages, each revelation sent a chill down my spine. The initial section read like an official biography, my name, birth date, education, and career history meticulously chronicled, even including past jobs long faded from memory. Delving deeper, it mapped out every address I had ever called home, complete with annotated diagrams and scribbled notes detailing my daily routines. Turning the page, the details grew more intimate. Photographs of loved ones and friends, captured at private gatherings, stared back at me. Names, relationships, personal anecdotes, all laid bare with unsettling precision. Some images seemed covertly taken from a distance, suggesting a watchful eye that had lingered for far too long. The following segment delved into my professional world, documenting work projects, meetings, and private exchanges with colleagues. Strengths, weaknesses, professional quirks, all dissected with clinical accuracy, as if I were a specimen under scrutiny. Then, it ventured into my personal realm, unraveling my interests and pastimes. Books read, movies seen, favorite haunts, all meticulously cataloged as though my essence had been transcribed onto paper. Yet the final section plunged into the realm of horror. Recent surveillance notes and candid snapshots painted a chilling picture of my daily existence. Images of me leaving my home, strolling to my car, lingering in local cafes, some so recent they could have been captured mere days ago. Morning jogs, grocery runs, neighborly chats, all immortalized with haunting clarity. Breath caught in my throat. The compiler of this dossier held a wealth of knowledge, secrets I had shared with no one. This was no mere research. It was a fixation, an obsession that chilled me to the core. With trembling hands, I dialed the authorities, struggling to maintain composure as I recounted the invasion of privacy. The dispatcher assured me that help was on the way. While I awaited their arrival, I tore through my sanctuary, scouring for hidden surveillance devices. Every nook, every cranny was inspected, but yielded no evidence of intrusion. The room remained untouched, a cruel testament to my vulnerability. Upon the police's arrival, their grim expressions spoke volumes as they pored over the dossier. Spiriting it away as evidence, they probed me with probing questions. Did I harbor enemies? Had I noticed any suspicious figures lurking in the shadows? Could someone in my inner circle harbor such ill intent? I racked my brain for answers, finding none that fit the sinister puzzle before me. Promising to pursue leads with fervor, the officers departed, leaving behind a void of uncertainty. In the ensuing weeks, I fortified my defenses. Security cameras stood sentinel, passwords were reset, and routines were reshuffled to evade predictability. Despite these precautions, the sensation of being monitored lingered like a specter, casting a pall over my every move. The investigation yielded no breakthroughs, no closure. Every avenue explored led to dead ends, every suspect faded into obscurity. The dossier, meticulous and menacing, remained an enigma, a shadowy reminder of the violation I had endured. I strived to resume normalcy, to immerse myself in work and social circles, yet the experience had etched an indelible mark upon my psyche. Shadows loomed darker, strangers seemed more ominous. I existed in a state of perpetual vigilance, forever haunted by the possibility of unseen eyes tracking my every move, wondering if the dossier was but a prelude to a darker chapter. The memory of that thick file lingers, a stark testament to the fragility of privacy, a stark reminder of the relentless quest for answers in a world where some mysteries may never unravel. Story 30. Settling into a new apartment was meant to be a fresh beginning, a chance to step away from the chaos of my past and welcome a sense of peace. The building exuded charm, a mid-century structure boasting exposed brick walls, tall windows, and a warm, inviting layout. Nestled on the second floor, my apartment offered a sanctuary of quiet isolation that I cherished. The unit beside mine had stood empty since my arrival, and for the initial weeks, all was serenely tranquil. But then the whispers of sound emerged. Initially faint, nearly imperceptible, echoes of footsteps seemed to drift from the vacant apartment next door. Soft murmurs danced on the edges of my hearing, as if spoken just beyond my grasp. Every so often, the subtle but unmistakable sounds of furniture being shifted reached my ears. I dismissed them as the natural groans of an aging building, creaking floors, settling pipes. It was simple enough to rationalize. Yet with the passage of days into weeks, the noises swelled in volume, growing more purposeful. In the dead of night, as I lay in bed, the whispers sharpened, as if a phantom stood mere inches away on the other side of the wall. The once gentle footsteps now resonated with intent, pacing back and forth. The disturbances commenced at midnight, often lingering well into the wee hours, disturbing my sleep and leaving me on edge. Awakening in the darkness, heart pounding, I strained to decipher the sounds that encircled me. Pressing my ear to the wall, I sought to uncover some clue, anything that could unveil their origin. Yet all that greeted me was the hush of my own dwelling, punctuated by the faint echoes of my trepidation. Yearning for answers, I approached the landlord. A man in his middle years, his brow eternally furrowed, he assured me that the neighboring unit remained unoccupied. Likely just the building settling, he murmured, pledging to investigate. Yet nothing shifted. The noises persisted, fracturing my sleep further, fraying my nerves. I resolved to document the disturbances, placing a voice recorder in my bedroom to capture the night's secrets. Upon playing back the recordings, a knot tightened in my stomach. The sounds were unmistakable. Footsteps, whispered conversations, the eerie creak of furniture in motion. Hearing them validated my experiences and deepened my dread. Returning to the landlord, I presented him with the recordings, beseeching him to take action. He listened courteously, but brushed aside my concerns, attributing the sounds to the building's age or the way sound traveled through ancient walls. His lack of urgency left me feeling adrift. As the weeks dragged on, the disturbances intensified. The whispers crescendoed into frantic pleas, the footsteps grew heavier. One harrowing night, the noises erupted into a tumultuous symphony, furniture scraping, voices rising in muffled alarm, an ominous weight dragged across the room. The sounds were so vivid, so palpable, that I could no longer endure the tension. The following morning, I stormed into the landlord's office, anxiety boiling over into frustration. I demanded immediate action, insisting he thoroughly investigate the vacant apartment. Reluctantly, he relented, dispatching a maintenance worker to scrutinize the unit. Armed with a flashlight and a ring of keys, the worker ventured into the neighboring apartment as I waited anxiously in the corridor. An hour later, he emerged, his expression blank. "There's nothing in there," he stated flatly. "It's empty." I wanted to believe him, yet the noises persisted. What was once a tranquil abode had transformed into a wellspring of unceasing disquiet. I avoided being alone at home, seeking refuge at friends' abodes whenever possible. Even in daylight, the unease clung to the walls like a shroud. Desperate for answers, I delved into the building's history. Constructed in the 1920s, it had sheltered countless tenants over the decades. Whispers of strange events surfaced sporadically, though no concrete evidence existed. Then a chilling revelation emerged. Long ago, a tragic fire had ravaged the building, claiming several lives, with the affected area encompassing the wing where my apartment now stood. The more I unearthed, the harder it became to dismiss the notion that the echoes I heard were remnants of a sorrowful past. The realization that I dwelt among the lingering echoes of such a calamity filled me with an unshakable dread. Ultimately, the disturbances and my escalating fear propelled me to a solemn decision. I had to depart. Packing my belongings, I bid farewell to the apartment, yearning for a new abode that might bring solace and a return to normalcy. Closing the door for the final time, I sensed I was leaving behind more than mere walls, an escape from shadows that had trailed me, whispers that had infiltrated my nights. My new residence exuded tranquility and calm, a stark juxtaposition to the turmoil I had endured. However, the memories of the lingering sounds persisted. The rhythmic footsteps, the hushed murmurs, they etched an enduring imprint on my psyche, a reminder of how fragile the boundary between the living and the unseen can be. Though I have moved forward, the experience lingers, teaching me that some disturbances transcend mere noise. They are echoes, reverberations of enigmas that elude our grasp, lingering just beyond reach. Story 31. On a crisp November afternoon, I encountered Ethan R., a renowned author revered for his intricate narratives and deep psychological insights. Struggling with a writer's block that had enveloped my novel in a shroud of stagnation, I reached out to Ethan for guidance, hoping his expertise would breathe life back into my stalled manuscript. Our meeting took place in a quaint downtown cafe, its cozy ambiance shielding us from the chilly autumn breeze. Ethan exuded charisma and eloquence, speaking fervently about the art of storytelling. His feedback on my novel's foundation was not just insightful, but precise, offering ingenious plot twists and delving into the motivations of my characters with a keen eye. His enthusiasm was contagious, reigniting a fire within me and propelling me back into the realm of writing. In the weeks that followed, Ethan and I maintained a steady correspondence through emails and late-night phone conversations. His meticulous notes proved transformative, guiding my story into darker, more compelling realms. Yet as I incorporated his suggestions, a a disquieting pattern began to emerge. Ethan proposed introducing a significant trauma from my protagonist's past, eerily reminiscent of a personal family tragedy I had endured years ago, a chapter of my life I had kept veiled from the world. He urged me to delve deeper into the protagonist's grief, mirroring emotions I had struggled to articulate in reality. Initially dismissing it as mere coincidence, I rationalized that Ethan possessed a gift for tapping into universal emotions. However, the parallels grew more pronounced. He suggested a subplot revolving around a fractured friendship marred by betrayal, an experience that echoed a falling out I had weathered with a close friend in the past. The dynamics he described mirrored my own encounters too closely to be dismissed as happenstance. It felt as though he had plucked these memories straight from the recesses of my mind. Then came his most unsettling suggestion, a mysterious, shadowy figure stalking the protagonist, dispatching anonymous missives laden with personal details. A shiver ran down my spine as memories of similar letters I had received months earlier flooded back with chilling clarity. I had tried to bury those unnerving missives in the depths of my mind, but Ethan's proposal dragged them back into the harsh light of day. Despite the growing unease gnawing at me, I persisted in collaborating with him. His ideas undeniably enhanced my manuscript, weaving a tapestry of tension and emotional depth that had eluded me on my own. Yet, the intrusive familiarity of his suggestions continued to unsettle me. One evening, following a particularly intense phone call where Ethan once again alluded to events uncomfortably close to my personal history, I resolved to address the source of my disquiet. Inviting him to my apartment for a face-to-face discussion, I sought to confront the shadows looming over our collaboration. Ethan arrived promptly, exuding his customary charm and confidence. His weathered leather briefcase, brimming with notes, seemed less a symbol of mentorship and more a vessel of mystery that evening. Seated across from each other at my dining table, surrounded by scattered drafts and crumpled ideas, I steeled myself. "Ethan," I began, my voice trembling despite my determination, "I need to discuss something that has been troubling me. Your suggestions, some of them, they hit too close to events from my own life. It's unsettling." His expression shifted from polite interest to cautious concern. "I assure you, that was never my intent. I merely sought to assist in crafting a more authentic narrative." "This is more than just authenticity," I insisted. "The subplot of the stalker, the family tragedy, the fractured relationship, these are not merely plot devices. They are fragments of my reality." Ethan's gaze sharpened, his composed facade wavering. "Writers often draw from personal experiences," he replied smoothly. "Perhaps our discussion sparked memories you had not explored. Fiction has a way of reflecting truths we may not consciously acknowledge." His explanation only fueled my suspicions. "How do you account for knowing details I never shared with you?" I demanded. "And what of the letters I received before our paths crossed?" For a fleeting moment, a shadow crossed his features. Then, just as swiftly, he regained his composure. "Sometimes the boundaries between fiction and reality blur," he murmured. "Maybe I delved too deeply, but isn't that what makes a story compelling?" His words lingered in the air, pregnant with insinuation. This was not merely about crafting a captivating tale, it was about wielding power. Ethan had not been aiding me in writing a novel, he had been scripting me. The realization struck with the force of a thunderbolt. "I believe our collaboration ends here," I declared, my voice firmer now. "I appreciate your assistance, but I must complete this journey on my own." Ethan's countenance hardened, though he nodded slowly. "If that is your wish." Gathering his belongings, he departed without another word. As the door clicked shut behind him, a wave of relief washed over me, tinged with a residual unease. Returning to my desk, surrounded by drafts tainted by Ethan's intrusive presence, I made a resolute decision. To reclaim my narrative, I purged the files he had influenced, and embarked on a fresh start. The act of writing became a form of catharsis, a means to purge the lingering shadows he had cast over my life. In the culmination of my novel, I grasped a profound realization. I was not merely recounting a story. I was reclaiming my own narrative. Story 32. On a cool autumn afternoon, I ventured into the backyard of my new abode, an ancient Victorian dwelling with its own secrets waiting to be unraveled. The wooden floors groaned under my steps, and the garden had become a wild tangle of weeds and bushes, beckoning me to tame its chaos. As I delved into the moist earth, the earthy aroma enveloped me, soothing my senses. The rhythmic scrape of the shovel against the ground lulled me into a tranquil trance, making time lose its hold over me. Lost in my task, visions of a transformed yard danced in my mind. A vision of trimmed grass, blooming flower beds, and a cozy stone patio for twilight retreats. But my reverie shattered abruptly when the shovel struck something solid beneath the soil. Intrigued, I unearthed a weathered wooden box, heavy and mysterious. With a pounding heart, I opened it to reveal a blood-stained shirt and an enigmatic photograph nestled within yellowed newspaper. The shirt, a faded blue canvas marred with dark crimson stains, sent a shiver down my spine. Why would such an ominous item be buried in my backyard? My fingers trembling, I turned my focus to the photograph, a snapshot of a younger me, grinning beside a stranger in a room from another era. The room exuded an eerie ambiance, with heavy drapes and antique furniture, a scene that felt both familiar and foreign. Desperate for answers, I scoured the back of the photograph for clues, but found nothing but emptiness. Sitting back, bewildered, I pondered the enigma before me. Was this a mere prank, a remnant left by the previous resident, or something more sinister lurking beneath the surface of my new home? That night, driven by an insatiable curiosity, I delved into the history of the house. Hours spent poring over archives and property records yielded no concrete answers, only more questions veiled in shadows. Seeking guidance, I reached out to the local historical society, where a wise woman named Mrs. Whitaker hinted at hidden truths waiting to be unveiled. Engaging the elderly neighbors in conversations, I unearthed vague memories of a troubled family that once resided in the house, hinting at a past riddled with secrets. Determined to decipher the cryptic puzzle, I sought the expertise of a seasoned photographer who dated the photograph to the early 20th century, the faces within it remaining nameless and enigmatic. A chance discovery in an old journal led me to a revelation, a secret room sealed within the basement for years, whispering of untold stories waiting to be unfurled. With a racing heart, I embarked on a quest within the depths of my home, uncovering hidden truths and the forgotten relics of the past. Photographs depicting a mysterious gathering, documents alluding to vanished guests, and a house steeped in a murky history painted a chilling narrative. The pieces of the puzzle began to fit together, revealing a tale of intrigue and darkness that lingered within the very walls of my home. Yet the connection between the photograph, the shirt, and the secret room remained elusive, teasing me with fragments of a narrative begging to be resolved. Despite my efforts, the house remained an enigma, its whispers of the past echoing through the corridors, urging me to unearth the buried truths. Haunted by the mysteries that enveloped me, I made the decision to depart from the enigmatic abode, unable to shake the feeling of displacement within its walls. The memories of the blood-stained shirt, the enigmatic photograph, and the hidden room lingered, hinting at a story left untold, a riddle waiting for its final chapter. As I reflect on the fragments of the past, I am reminded that some mysteries are meant to remain veiled, buried in the depths of time, waiting for a curious soul to unravel their secrets. The house, with its creaking floors and hidden histories, stands as a testament to the enigmas that lie dormant, whispering their stories to those who dare to listen. And so, the tale of the bloody shirt, the photograph, and the hidden room fades into obscurity, a haunting echo of a past that may never fully surface. Story 33. The tale of the hidden laboratory in my neighbor's abode unfolded with innocent curiosity. Mr. Hargrave, a mysterious recluse who had recently taken up residence in the grand, weathered estate adjacent to mine, remained an enigmatic figure. The house, long deserted and shrouded in neighborhood lore, stood as a silent sentinel of the past. His sudden appearance stirred a whisper of interest within me, although I initially thought little of it until peculiar occurrences began to unfurl. It commenced with peculiar noises in the dead of night, the clang of metal, the hum of unseen contraptions, and murmurs muffled by walls. Initially, I brushed them off as mere echoes of renovation or the quirks of an old house reawakening. Yet, as the weeks drifted by, the sounds grew more frequent and disquieting. They bore a mechanical precision, an eerie efficiency hinting at something far darker than mere household repairs. One crisp autumn day, ajar, Mr. Hargrave's front door caught my eye. He was away, a fact I confirmed through a casual chat with his gardener. A mix of intrigue and unease propelled me forward. Driven by a blend of curiosity and trepidation, I ventured inside. The interior lay in a sepulchral hush, cloaked in shadows that seemed to cling to every corner. Dust-laden furniture and faded portraits painted a tableau frozen in time. Following the faint mechanical hum that threaded through the walls, I traversed a narrow corridor. At its end loomed a weighty, ornate door, partially veiled by an ancient tapestry. With a racing heart, I pushed it open. The sight that greeted me sent shivers down my spine. The chamber before me was a clinical, sterile laboratory bathed in harsh, fluorescent light. Metal tables bore an array of scientific apparatus, vials, syringes, and enigmatic mechanical devices whose purposes eluded me. Glass jars held grotesque biological curiosities, twisted beings suspended in murky fluid, some bearing an unsettling resemblance to humanity. At the heart of it all stood a colossal machine, a labyrinth of wires and gears thrumming with latent power. Its design was a fusion of the futuristic and the macabre, as if plucked from the depths of a nightmare. And then, amidst this chilling tableau, my gaze fell upon the files. Stacks of folders, each meticulously labeled with names and dates, lay arranged on a steel desk. Trembling hands sifted through their contents. Within them lay detailed medical records, psychological evaluations, and behavioral notes. And then a file bearing my own name. A knot tightened in my stomach as I perused its chilling contents. It held precise accounts of my life, my routines, medical history, and even private conversations within the confines of my home. Notations on my unexplained ailments, mood swings, and lapses in memory were painstakingly chronicled. The realization crashed over me like a storm. I was one of Mr. Hargrave's unwitting subjects. References to genetic alterations and behavioral amalgamation leaped off the pages. Diagrams depicted humanoid figures twisted in grotesque ways, a fusion of human and non-human DNA. One file detailed project integration, with my name listed as the primary test subject. Panic seized me as I sought answers within the chamber. Upon the central console of the looming apparatus, I discovered a logbook chronicling the experiments. Hargrave's intent was clear: the creation of hybrid entities by forcibly melding disparate strands of DNA. The implications were nothing short of horrifying. A faint rustling behind me shattered my reverie, a soft sound, as of a presence lurking in the shadows. Breath caught in my throat. I turned slowly, only to find the chamber seemingly devoid of life. Or so I believed. Heart pounding, I fled the laboratory, retracing my steps through the labyrinthine corridors. Each creak of the floorboards seemed to herald pursuit. Back within the safety of my home, every door and window was secured, a barrier against the unknown. The days that followed were a waking nightmare. The sensation of being watched clung to me, a cloak of paranoia that refused to wane. I cast furtive glances over my shoulder, half expecting the specter of Hargrave, or something far more sinister to materialize. Desperate for aid, I sought the intervention of the authorities. Detective Davis, initially skeptical yet intrigued by my account, agreed to delve into the matter. Yet lacking tangible evidence beyond my increasingly frantic testimony, I knew I needed more concrete proof. Turning to an old acquaintance, Dr. Lenora Hayes, a molecular biologist, I shared the notes and diagrams smuggled from the laboratory. Her horror upon review was palpable. She affirmed that the experiments transcended ethical boundaries. They were monstrous in nature. Worse still, she posited that my unexplained maladies might be linked to genetic interference. Medical analyses confirmed her dire suspicions. Anomalies within my DNA defied conventional explanation. My health spiraled downward at an alarming pace. Whatever Hargrave had wrought upon me bore real, irreversible consequences. Driven by a resolve to unveil the truth, Dr. Hayes and I collaborated with investigative journalists. Details of Hargrave's abominable experiments were exposed to the public, inciting a frenzy in the media. Outcry from the masses spurred the authorities to action. A raid on Hargrave's estate laid bare the extent of his monstrous endeavors. The clandestine laboratory was dismantled, its contents seized as damning evidence. Hargrave himself was apprehended in a bid to flee justice. Charges ranging from illicit human experimentation to multiple counts of conspiracy were leveled against him. Justice was meted out, yet scars lingered in the aftermath. My well-being necessitated constant vigilance, while the psychological wounds of being a living experiment proved harder to heal. Struggling to rebuild my shattered existence, I remained haunted by Hargrave's atrocities and the specter of the abominations he nearly brought into being. The mansion met condemnation and eventual demolition, burying its dark secrets beneath the rubble. Yet its shadow endured, a somber reminder of the sinister depths to which scientific ambition can plunge. I survived the ordeal, yet the memories of that fateful night and the monstrous legacy left in its wake shall forever haunt me. Story 34. On a crisp November afternoon, I encountered Ethan R., a renowned author revered for his intricate narratives and deep psychological insights. Struggling with a writer's block that had enveloped my novel in a shroud of stagnation, I reached out to Ethan for guidance, hoping his expertise would breathe life back into my stalled manuscript. Our meeting took place in a quaint downtown cafe, its cozy ambiance shielding us from the chilly autumn breeze. Ethan exuded charisma and eloquence, speaking fervently about the art of storytelling. His feedback on my novel's foundation was not just insightful but precise, offering ingenious plot twists and delving into the motivations of my characters with a keen eye. His enthusiasm was contagious, reigniting a fire within me and propelling me back into the realm of writing. In the weeks that followed, Ethan and I maintained a steady correspondence through emails and late-night phone conversations. His meticulous notes proved transformative, guiding my story into darker, more compelling realms. Yet, as I incorporated his suggestions, a disquieting pattern began to emerge. Ethan proposed introducing a significant trauma from my protagonist's past, eerily reminiscent of a personal family tragedy I had endured years ago, a chapter of my life I had kept veiled from the world. He urged me to delve deeper into the protagonist's grief, mirroring emotions I had struggled to articulate in reality. Initially dismissing it as mere coincidence, I rationalized that Ethan possessed a gift for tapping into universal emotions. However, the parallels grew more pronounced. He suggested a subplot revolving around a fractured friendship marred by betrayal, an experience that echoed a falling out I had weathered with a close friend in the past. The dynamics he described mirrored my own encounters too closely to be dismissed as happenstance. It felt as though he had plucked these memories straight from the recesses of my mind. Then came his most unsettling suggestion, a mysterious, shadowy figure stalking the protagonist, dispatching anonymous missives laden with personal details. A shiver ran down my spine as memories of similar letters I had received months earlier flooded back with chilling clarity. I had tried to bury those unnerving missives in the depths of my mind, but Ethan's proposal dragged them back into the harsh light of day. Despite the growing unease gnawing at me, I persisted in collaborating with him. His ideas undeniably enhanced my manuscript, weaving a tapestry of tension and emotional depth that had eluded me on my own. Yet the intrusive familiarity of his suggestions continued to unsettle me. One evening, following a particularly intense phone call where Ethan once again alluded to events uncomfortably close to my personal history, I resolved to address the source of my disquiet. Inviting him to my apartment for a face-to-face discussion, I sought to confront the shadows looming over our collaboration. Ethan arrived promptly, exuding his customary charm and confidence. His weathered leather briefcase, brimming with notes, seemed less a symbol of mentorship and more a vessel of mystery that evening. Seated across from each other at my dining table, surrounded by scattered drafts and crumpled ideas, I steeled myself. "Ethan," I began, my voice trembling despite my determination, "I need to discuss something that has been troubling me. Your suggestions, some of them, they hit too close to events from my own life. It's unsettling." His expression shifted from polite interest to cautious concern. "I assure you, that was never my intent. I merely sought to assist in crafting a more authentic narrative." "This is more than just authenticity," I insisted. "The subplot of the stalker, the family tragedy, the fractured relationship, these are not merely plot devices. They are fragments of my reality." Ethan's gaze sharpened, his composed facade wavering. "Writers often draw from personal experiences," he replied smoothly. "Perhaps our discussions sparked memories you had not explored. Fiction has a way of reflecting truths we may not consciously acknowledge." His explanation only fueled my suspicions. "How do you account for knowing details I never shared with you?" I demanded. "And what of the letters I received before our paths crossed?" For a fleeting moment, a shadow crossed his features. Then, just as swiftly, he regained his composure. "Sometimes, the boundaries between fiction and reality blur," he murmured. "Maybe I delved too deeply, but isn't that what makes a story compelling?" His words lingered in the air, pregnant with insinuation. This was not merely about crafting a captivating tale, it was about wielding power. Ethan had not been aiding me in writing a novel, he had been scripting me. The realization struck with the force of a thunderbolt. "I believe our collaboration ends here," I declared, my voice firmer now. "I appreciate your assistance, but I must complete this journey on my own." Ethan's countenance hardened, though he nodded slowly. "If that is your wish." Gathering his belongings, he departed without another word. As the door clicked shut behind him, a wave of relief washed over me, tinged with a residual unease. Returning to my desk, surrounded by drafts tainted by Ethan's intrusive presence, I made a resolute decision. To reclaim my narrative, I purged the files he had influenced and embarked on a fresh start. The act of writing became a form of catharsis, a means to purge the lingering shadows he had cast over my life. In the culmination of my novel, I grasped a profound realization. I was not merely recounting a story. I was reclaiming my own narrative. Story 35. The day unfolded like any other. I was engrossed in tidying up my study, sifting through stacks of neglected paperwork and abandoned trinkets, when the doorbell chimed. At the door appeared a delivery person, cradling a sizable, unmarked crate. It was peculiar, devoid of any labels, logos, or accompanying paperwork. The crate itself was simple, crafted from robust wood, reinforced with metal corners, and sealed tightly with a weighty lock. "Do you have any idea who sent this?" I inquired, my curiosity stirred. The delivery person shrugged. "No clue. It was left at our loading dock with no return address, but it's clearly meant for you." I expressed my gratitude and gingerly transported the crate indoors, positioning it at the heart of my living space. Its presence was unsettling. I hadn't made any recent orders, nor was I anticipating a delivery. I gazed at the enigmatic box, my mind swirling with a blend of intrigue and disquiet. After a period of contemplation, I resolved to unveil its contents. The lid groaned as I pried it open, revealing a collection of items that sent shivers down my spine. Within lay objects that I instantly recognized, long-forgotten possessions, some of which I had deemed lost forever. The first item I retrieved was an aged, leather-bound journal. It had once belonged to me as a teenager, brimming with the reflections of a younger self. As I leafed through its pages, memories surged forth, some sweet, others tinged with remorse. This journal had been missing for over a decade, and its reappearance elicited a strange mix of nostalgia and unease. Next, I unearthed a box of photographs. These snapshots depicted moments from my life, birthdays, vacations, family gatherings, all frozen in time, many of which had nearly slipped from my memory. Several photos were faded and worn, their edges frayed, as though they had been handled repeatedly over the years. Among them were images of individuals and locations I hadn't thought about in ages. The familiarity was comforting, yet the manner of their return felt intrusive. Delving deeper, I stumbled upon bundles of handwritten letters, neatly tied with ribbon. Some were penned by friends, others by family members, and even a few from past romantic partners. Each missive resurrected vivid memories, stirring up emotions I had buried long ago. Reading through them was a bittersweet experience, akin to reopening a portal to a past I had consciously left behind. Amidst the more disquieting discoveries was a small jewelry box. Inside rested a silver locket, a pair of earrings, and an heirloom ring, all items I had misplaced over time. Their reappearance should have brought solace, yet the mystery surrounding their return made my skin crawl. Who had dispatched this crate, and for what purpose? There was no note, no elucidation. Nothing about the crate's contents or its origin made sense. The more I scrutinized it, the more queries flooded my mind. Had someone been rummaging through my past, gathering these fragments of my life without my awareness, and to what end? In the days that ensued, the crate lingered in my thoughts. It loomed over my daily routine like a shadow, a riddle I couldn't unravel. At times, I sat with its contents, scouring for concealed messages or patterns, yearning for a clue that might unravel the enigma. Yet no answers surfaced. I contemplated reporting it to the authorities, but what would I disclose? That someone had gone to great lengths to return my old belongings? There was no crime, no evident threat, only a mounting sense of unease that refused to dissipate. Eventually, I opted to pack the items away. I couldn't bring myself to discard them, yet I couldn't bear leaving them out to unsettle me further. I needed to restore a semblance of normalcy. To cope, I commenced organizing the items, crafting new albums for the photos, and arranging the letters chronologically. It proved to be a peculiar, cathartic exercise, seizing command of my own history, one fragment at a time. Gradually, the crate transformed from a conundrum into a memento, a symbol of how the past can resurface unexpectedly, compelling us to confront what we'd rather forget. Although the sender remained anonymous, the encounter etched a profound mark on me. It served as a stark reminder of the fragility of privacy, of how the boundaries of our lives can blur without forewarning. Ultimately, the crate imparted a valuable lesson. It prompted me to cherish the present, value fleeting moments with loved ones, and safeguard the sanctity of my personal space. The past never truly fades. It lingers in the shadows, awaiting rediscovery. And while revisiting it may unsettle us, it also possesses the power to reinforce what truly holds significance: the people, places, and moments that sculpt our essence. Story 36. It was a typical Tuesday when I first sensed the shift in the air. The day had been a whirlwind of meetings and paperwork, a never-ending cycle of tasks consuming my time. Anticipating a peaceful evening of dinner and unwinding with my favorite TV show, I reached for my phone to catch up on the news. But as I unlocked the screen, a wave of notifications sent shivers down my spine. Not work-related updates or social media pings, but messages from my own contacts. Each notification carried a sense of urgency and concern. My friend Sarah's message stood out. "Are you safe? I'm deeply worried. Why would you mention being in danger?" Confusion clouded my thoughts. The words were Sarah's, yet I hadn't spoken to her. Trembling, I read another message directed at my colleague Dave. "Watch your back. I remember what happened last week. Stay vigilant." Each message grew more alarming and personal, laced with an unsettling tone. A chilling realization dawned on me. My phone had been breached. Someone had infiltrated my contacts and was using my identity to spread fear through these messages. Dialing Sarah and Dave for explanations proved futile, as my phone service had been severed, cutting me off from the outside world. It felt as if I had been locked out of my own existence, isolated and vulnerable. Turning to my laptop, I hastily drafted emails to clarify the situation, only to be interrupted by a mysterious email appearing in my inbox. The subject line bore no words, the sender hidden behind an anonymous address. Against my better judgment, I clicked on it. The email revealed a sole link. Heart racing, I hesitated before succumbing to curiosity. The link transported me to a website, a digital archive teeming with intimate details about me. Photos, social media snippets, confidential tidbits never meant for public eyes. At the top of the page, a haunting message taunted me. "You are under observation. This is merely the commencement." Recoiling from the screen, gasping for breath, I realized the breach ran deeper than anticipated. It wasn't just about hacking, I was being stalked. The intruder knew my whereabouts, my interactions, and the secrets I held close. Seeking aid from my phone provider proved fruitless, as their investigation spanned days. Meanwhile, the ominous messages persisted. "I know your location. Secure your home." The notion that someone may have trespassed near or within my dwelling sent shivers down my spine. Despite fortifying every entry, investing in enhanced security measures, and carrying self-defense tools, the sensation of perpetual surveillance lingered. Contacting law enforcement, I discovered the challenges of tracing cyber threats, with the police advising vigilance and thorough documentation. With no refuge in sight, I enlisted the expertise of a cybersecurity specialist, Alex, who confirmed my worst fears. The hacker wielded sophisticated tools to circumvent even fortified barriers. Days blurred into a haze of paranoia and sleepless nights, cautiously navigating the digital realm while Alex scrutinized every incoming data stream. A pivotal moment arrived one night as I discerned a pattern in the hacker's messages. Meticulous intervals suggestive of automation, punctuated by manual interventions in crucial moments. A plan formed in my mind: bait the hacker into an error. Crafting a deceptive email from a fabricated identity, I fed the hacker a fabricated tale of a confidential meeting disclosing sensitive details. Waiting anxiously, a chilling response materialized. "Your inquisitiveness will be your undoing." Dread coiled in my chest. The hacker wasn't merely playing a game but relishing it. Yet this response signified a breakthrough. I had captured their attention. Alex traced the email's obscured IP address, uncovering a faint lead amidst layers of VPN obfuscation. A faint glimmer of hope emerged from an inadequately encrypted server overlooked by the hacker. With law enforcement fully immersed, Alex toiled through the night, unraveling the convoluted trail to a remote server across the country, a notorious hotspot for cyber malfeasance. Swift coordination between authorities culminated in a tense revelation: the hacker's identity unraveled. A tech-savvy recluse with a dark history of online surveillance was unmasked. Their motive? Domination. For months they had shadowed my online presence, assimilating personal data to weave a web around me unbeknownst. Relief flooded me, yet an undercurrent of unease lingered. Though the immediate danger had passed, scars of vulnerability remained. Every password was reset, every account fortified, and new digital barricades erected. Life slowly regained its rhythm, but the sense of security remained fractured. Witnessing the ease with which privacy could be stripped away, leaving behind only dread, I learned that safety is a relentless battle in a digitally entwined world. Ever since, I have been a vigilant guardian of my digital domain. Story 37. It all began with a note. Picture this: a serene autumn day, with leaves of gold dancing in the gentle breeze as I made my way home from a long day at work. Weary but looking forward to a peaceful evening, I spied a small envelope peeking out from under my door. No sender's address, just my name delicately written in flowing script. Intrigued and somewhat flattered by this unexpected delivery, I retrieved the envelope and stepped into my sanctuary. The note inside was from a reader of my blog. It exuded warmth and kindness, praising a recent post I had shared about the intricacies of modern relationships. The words were like poetry, yet there lingered a subtle undertone that sent a shiver down my spine. Dismissing my unease as mere fancy, I continued with my evening routine. After all, having a modest following meant it wasn't uncommon for readers to reach out now and then. A week passed, and another note found its way to me. This one felt more intimate. The writer detailed aspects of my daily life, how they had observed my Wednesday walks to the coffee shop, my preference for a cappuccino, and my favorite spot by the window. "I hope our paths cross one day," the note concluded. A twinge of discomfort pricked at me. How did they know these specifics? I tried to rationalize it, telling myself they must have seen me at the cafe or recognized me from my blog. But the notion of being under scrutiny unsettled me deeply. In the following weeks, the notes increased in frequency. With each one, the writer's observations delved deeper and closer. They described my apartment's layout with an eerie accuracy, mentioning the photos on my walls, the books on my shelves, and even the struggling plant by my window. At first, I entertained the idea of a prank. However, the precision of their descriptions, details only someone inside my home could discern, sent a chill racing down my spine. The turning point arrived when the letters began referencing my loved ones. One note recounted a recent chat with my best friend Maria about her impending move. Another detailed a phone conversation with my mother, discussing plans for my upcoming birthday. How could this stranger possess such intimate knowledge? Anxiety gnawed at me with each new correspondence. Eventually, I confided in Julia, a dear friend in law enforcement. She advised me to preserve all the letters, meticulously documenting every detail. "We'll identify any patterns," she assured me. The subsequent letter I received was chilling, a stark warning to watch my surroundings and interactions. Julia urged me to keep precautions. I altered my routines, avoided my usual coffee haunt, diversified my routes home, and refrained from sharing personal snippets on social platforms. Yet, despite my efforts, the letters persisted. And then, a map arrived. Concealed in an unmarked envelope like its predecessors, it unveiled a layout with my apartment marked alongside other frequented spots: the grocery store, the gym. At the map's base, scrawled in crimson ink, were the words, "I'm closer than you think." Tremors ran through me as I gazed at the ominous message. I immediately contacted Julia, who implored me to file a police report. Law enforcement took the matter seriously, escalating patrols in my vicinity and advising me to stay vigilant. But lacking concrete evidence, their hands were tied. The letters dwindled in frequency following the police involvement, yet their contents darkened. They bore cryptic messages, taunts hinting at an intimate knowledge of my deepest fears. I felt smothered, ensnared in my own existence. One twilight, while seated in my living room, a shadow loomed outside my window. Panic surged through me as I dialed 911. By the time the authorities arrived, the figure had vanished into thin air. A thorough search yielded no traces of any intruder. The subsequent day, the final letter arrived, a photograph of me, taken from afar. I was captured at my desk, engrossed in my blog work. Beneath the image lay a single, haunting line. I'm always watching. Don't ever forget that. That missive became my breaking point. Unable to withstand the ceaseless dread and violation of my privacy, I packed my essentials and relocated to a new neighborhood. The transition was draining, yet I found solace as I settled into my fresh abode. The letters ceased post-relocation. The quiet was soothing, but the sensation of being observed lingered. The encounter had left me on edge, a veil of paranoia trailing me even in moments of tranquility. Although I eventually resumed my blog, I did so cautiously. The ordeal had altered me, rendered me more guarded, more conscious of the delicate balance between public interaction and personal security. The letters marked a haunting chapter in my journey, a lesson in safeguarding my privacy and seeking aid when the shadows draw near. Story 38. It was a typical Tuesday evening when the letter arrived, a plain white envelope slipping in among the mundane stack of bills and advertisements. There was no stamp, just the name of a medical clinic I had never heard of before. The envelope bore an official appearance, adorned with a seal that seemed to whisper secrets of importance. As I gingerly tore it open, a rush of anxiety and curiosity flooded my senses, causing my heart to quicken its pace. Inside, a cover letter addressed to me lay, expressing gratitude for a recent visit I had never made. Confusion clouded my mind as I turned to the next page, revealing detailed medical records listing grave conditions I had never been diagnosed with: diabetes, high blood pressure, a heart irregularity. Each ailment came with recommended treatments and prescriptions, painting a sinister picture of deception. A shiver ran down my spine as I realized the peril I narrowly avoided by not blindly following those false instructions. Scouring the letter for any sign of truth, any clue to unravel the mystery, I found nothing of substance. The clinic's name and logo exuded legitimacy, yet the more I scrutinized them, the more they seemed like a facade crafted to deceive. Determined to uncover the truth, I immediately reached out to my primary care physician. After a thorough check of my records, the nurse reassured me that my health information was accurate, with no mention of any recent interactions with the mysterious clinic. Could this be a scam? She cautiously inquired. After the call ended, I turned to the internet in search of the clinic's existence. No website, no reviews, no digital footprint whatsoever. It was as if the clinic had materialized solely to send that ominous letter. Filled with a sense of urgency and unease, I decided to visit the address provided. The location led me to a dilapidated building in a desolate part of town, its boarded-up windows and a crooked "for lease" sign adding to the eerie atmosphere. The door was locked, sealing away any answers it may hold. A passerby, noticing my confusion, approached and inquired about my quest. Upon mentioning the clinic, he shook his head solemnly. "Nothing's been here for years. You may have fallen victim to a scam," he uttered, deepening the sinking feeling in my stomach. The sender of the letter had woven a web of deceit so intricate, leaving me bewildered and vulnerable. But why me? Returning home, my thoughts swirled with questions and suspicions. Had my identity been stolen? Was this a malicious prank orchestrated with cruel intent? Amidst my contemplation, one name emerged: Rachel. A member of a recent community group I had joined, Rachel's friendly demeanor now seemed tainted with a sense of purposeful inquiry. I had dismissed her curiosity before, but now it appeared malevolent. Testing the waters, I dialed Rachel under the guise of casual conversation, mentioning the enigmatic letter. Her response was unsettling, void of genuine concern, her words carefully measured. "That's strange. You should report it," she replied, her detached tone sending chills down my spine. Something felt amiss, her feigned innocence a thin veil over darker intentions. With suspicions solidifying into certainties, I enlisted the help of a seasoned private investigator named Paul, well versed in unraveling fraud cases. As he delved into the clinic's history and connections, I fortified my home with enhanced security measures, new locks, surveillance cameras, and motion sensors. A week later, Paul delivered distressing news. The address from the letter was linked to a string of fraud cases involving fabricated medical records. The perpetrators had targeted numerous individuals, weaving a tangled web of falsehoods to deceive and manipulate. A deeper dive into the investigation revealed Rachel's name surfacing in connection to some of the cases, hinting at her involvement in the elaborate scheme. Confronting Rachel face to face, I observed her carefully, mentioning the letter once more. Her rehearsed facade of confusion and concern crumbled under scrutiny, her denial ringing hollow. Despite her vehement protests of innocence, her eyes betrayed a flicker of recognition, a shadow of guilt she couldn't conceal. As Paul unearthed more evidence, the twisted nature of the scheme unraveled before us. It wasn't just identity theft, it was personal. Someone had meticulously crafted false medical records to destabilize my reality and sense of security. A breakthrough in the investigation led us to an encrypted email tied to Rachel's former employer, a tech firm specializing in data management. The missing puzzle piece had been found. With the weight of evidence in hand, the authorities stepped in. Rachel's sinister campaign of psychological sabotage, fueled by a warped obsession and envy, had been meticulously planned and executed. Arrested and led away in handcuffs, her chilling calmness hinted at a lingering threat, a silent promise of unfinished business. Though the immediate danger had passed, the ordeal left scars, deep wounds of mistrust and paranoia. The realization that someone could manipulate reality with such precision haunted me, prompting a deeper fortification of my defenses and collaboration with cybersecurity experts to safeguard my information. Life slowly returned to normal, yet the fear lingered, a constant reminder of the fragility of trust and the insidious nature of deception. The letter may have been the beginning, but the echoes of fear it stirred seemed destined never to fade completely. A reminder that even in the quietest moments, shadows of doubt and suspicion could loom. Story 39. In the heart of the bustling city, a tranquil haven awaited me just across from my apartment. The park beckoned me with its soothing embrace, a sanctuary where I sought solace each evening. Wandering along its winding paths, I let the gentle calm wash away the day's tensions. The city lights shimmered on the pond, casting a mesmerizing dance that eased my restless mind. Amidst the urban chaos, this oasis offered a pause, a breath of respite where time seemed to slow down. Soon after moving in, I stumbled upon this refuge, and it became an integral part of my daily routine. The rhythmic crunch of gravel underfoot, the rustling leaves, the distant hum of traffic, all merged into a peaceful symphony that helped me unwind. And then, amidst this serenity, I noticed him, an elderly gentleman, a regular fixture on a bench with a clear view of my apartment building. At first glance, he appeared unremarkable, blending in with other park visitors. His simple gray coat and tilted fedora gave him an air of mystery, his face partially concealed. Days passed, and his consistent presence began to intrigue me. He was always there, every evening, his stillness hinting at a deliberate intent that unsettled me. His gaze, though unseen beneath the brim of his hat, bore into me, tracking my every move. A subtle sensation crept along my spine, not quite fear, but a growing unease. The once peaceful sanctuary now held a complexity that stirred my senses. Weeks turned into a curious routine. I would leave my apartment, head to the park, and there he would be, a silent sentinel. I tried to rationalize his presence, but deep down, a nagging feeling persisted. And one crisp autumn evening, with the scent of fallen leaves in the air, I could no longer ignore the mystery. Approaching his bench, my heart raced, though I masked my unease. "Excuse me," I began, seeking answers. His slow turn and steady gaze sent a chill through me. His voice, surprisingly calm, revealed a cryptic purpose. "I'm watching over you." he said softly, hinting at a guardian unseen. The words lingered, laden with a meaning beyond grasp. A mix of reassurance and forewarning left me speechless. I retreated, consumed by questions that haunted me even within the safety of my home. The sensation of being watched lingered, growing stronger each night. Fearing the unseen gaze, I made plans to move, keeping my reasons hidden. The paranoia grew, driving me to seek a new beginning far from the park and its enigmatic visitor. The first nights in my new home brought peace, yet a subtle unease lingered, a silent observation that never ceased. Months passed, the man in the park a fading memory, yet his impact enduring. I became hyper-aware, cautious of every sound and shadow. The idea of a guardian, real or imagined, had shifted my perception of safety and privacy. The line between protection and intrusion blurred, leaving an indelible mark on my soul. Though I had left the park and its enigmatic figure behind, the emotional residue of that experience remained. A reminder that sometimes the most unsettling encounters are those that blur the boundaries of care and control, protection and invasion. Story 40. On a typical Tuesday evening, a spark of curiosity ignited within me, leading me to the desolate warehouse at the edge of town. This warehouse, a relic of the past, stood stoically against the backdrop of the city's modern skyline, its crumbling brick facade whispering forgotten tales to the wind. Despite passing by it numerous times before, on this particular day, an unexplained urge tugged at me, urging me to venture inside its mysterious walls. The rusted steel doors were firmly shut, but a smaller entrance to the side beckoned, slightly ajar, swaying gently in the chilly breeze. While my rational mind cautioned against entering, an insatiable curiosity overshadowed my apprehension. With a deep breath, I crossed the threshold into the unknown darkness. The air inside was dense with dust and decay, enveloping me in a musty embrace. Dim light filtered through broken windows, casting ghostly patterns on the weathered concrete floor. As my flashlight pierced through the shadows, it unveiled a scene frozen in time. Rusty machinery, forgotten crates, and the silence so profound it echoed with every step I took. Moving cautiously, the unease grew with each passing moment. A peculiar sense of discord hung in the air, leading me to a section of the warehouse that defied the chaos surrounding it. Neatly arranged shelves displayed objects that seemed hauntingly familiar, as if plucked from the depths of my own memories. Among them, a worn leather notebook lay open, its pages filled with my own handwriting from months past, a relic thought lost in the passage of time. Trembling fingers traced the words, each line preserving a moment I had long forgotten. Nearby, a wooden box cradled treasures I believed to be forever lost, a silver locket, a watch of sentimental value, and keys long replaced. Each item meticulously arranged, as if awaiting my return. A chill crept down my spine as I delved deeper into this peculiar collection. Broken glasses, childhood photographs, even sketches from a distant past, all pieces of a puzzle I had unknowingly left behind. But the true revelation came with the discovery of journals that should not exist, chronicling my life with an eerie precision that sent shivers down my spine. Entries detailed events long buried in the recesses of my mind, alongside predictions of moments yet to unfold. Scattered notes littered the floor, bearing observations so intimate, it felt as though someone had unraveled the fabric of my very being. Phrases like, "She senses eyes upon her," and "She remains unaware of the watcher," leapt from the pages, a testament to an unseen presence shadowing my every move. At the room's far end, a binder bore my name, its pages filled with detailed accounts of my innermost thoughts and struggles. Fragmented musings hinted at an unseen observer, grappling with their own obsession, their need to make me understand, to reveal a connection I could not fathom. Before the weight of this revelation could fully settle, a faint rustling disrupted the stillness, sending me into a panicked frenzy. Racing toward the exit, the leather notebook clutched tightly in hand, I fled the shadows that seemed to reach out for me, a silent witness to my intrusion. Emerging into the cold embrace of daylight, I gasped for air, the warehouse looming ominously behind me. Its silent facade bore witness to the violation of my privacy, a repository of memories stolen and intentions twisted. Who had surveilled me with such meticulous care? What purpose lay behind the gathering of my fragmented past? Though I distanced myself physically, the warehouse's spectral presence lingered in the recesses of my mind, a dark mirror reflecting pieces of my past I had never intended to share. The Watcher, unseen yet ever present, continued their vigil from the shadows, a reminder of the unsettling truth that some secrets are never truly buried. Story 41. In the peaceful suburb where I reside, a mysterious disappearance disrupted the tranquility. Greg Thompson, my neighbor, vanished without a trace, leaving behind a void of questions and whispers. Greg was an enigma, a man who kept to himself, always wrapped in a tweed jacket and a perpetual frown. Despite living next door for over a decade, our interactions were mere surface-level exchanges of nods and pleasantries. His sudden absence left a chilling emptiness that lingered in the air, stirring both unease and curiosity within me. Greg's house had always exuded an eerie aura. Impeccably maintained yet strangely devoid of life, it stood silent and still. Evenings passed without the glow of lights or the presence of cars in the driveway, painting a picture of desolation. On the day Greg disappeared, a strange stillness enveloped his home, as if the very essence of the house had been drained of warmth. The police investigation yielded no substantial leads. It was as if Greg had evaporated into thin air without a trace. Unable to shake off the mystery that gripped me, I embarked on my own investigation, starting with Greg's enigmatic abode. The unlocked front door, a stark departure from Greg's cautious nature, beckoned me inside. What I found was unsettling. Everything within was immaculately clean and orderly, yet an unsettling emptiness loomed over the rooms. In Greg's study, a hidden journal caught my eye, its pages adorned with cryptic notes and fragmented musings. One particular entry sent shivers down my spine. I know what he's hiding. The truth must come out before it's too late. Whose secrets was Greg alluding to? What forbidden truth had he stumbled upon? My unease deepened as I uncovered an old photograph tucked away in the journal, depicting Greg alongside a mysterious figure whose gaze seemed to pierce through the paper and into my soul. Determined to unravel the enigma, I set out to track down the individuals captured in the photographs scattered around Greg's home, hoping to unveil the hidden truths they held. Initial inquiries with neighbors and acquaintances yielded little, painting a picture of Greg as a solitary figure with few connections. It wasn't until I crossed paths with a local historian that a glimmer of insight emerged. The historian's cryptic references led me to a secretive community group shrouded in mystery and whispered tales of unconventional beliefs. Delving deeper into the group's shadowy history, I uncovered a darkness that hinted at dangerous obsessions and clandestine activities. It dawned on me that Greg's involvement with this group may have led him down a perilous path, one that ultimately claimed his presence from our midst. Returning to Greg's residence, I scoured every nook and cranny with renewed fervor. Behind a concealed compartment, I unearthed a trove of unsettling documents, a collection of cryptic blueprints, a map marked with ominous red locations, and a single circled address that sent chills down my spine. My own. A wave of dread washed over me. Why had Greg fixated on me? What truths had he unearthed about my life that compelled such scrutiny? As the nights grew restless and haunted by sinister dreams, a sense of foreboding crept into my waking hours. Signs of intrusion within my home manifested in subtle yet unnerving ways. Furniture askew, unexplained sounds echoing through the walls, a silent presence lurking in the shadows. Driven by fear and desperation, I deployed cameras throughout my dwelling, hoping to capture evidence of the elusive intruder. Each morning, however, The footage yielded nothing but empty frames, as if the trespasser had mastered the art of evading detection. Paranoia gripped me tightly in its clutches. I fortified locks, implemented additional security measures, and questioned the very fabric of my reality. Were these disturbances mere figments of my imagination, or were they harbingers of a looming threat? The night I found a chilling note slipped under my bedroom door, bearing a stark warning to cease my inquiries. The gravity of the situation became all too real. Someone out there knew of my quest for answers, and they were determined to silence me. Despite the ominous message, I couldn't abandon my pursuit of the truth. Each breadcrumb of evidence led to a labyrinth of enigmas: the clandestine group, the cryptic documents, the encroachment upon my sanctuary, all threads weaving a tapestry of darkness that enveloped me. Reality and nightmares intertwined, blurring the boundaries between the mundane and the malevolent. In a moment of revelation, I stumbled upon a passage in Greg's journal, a dire caution that resonated with chilling clarity. The closer you get to the truth, the harder it becomes to escape its grip. The realization dawned upon me like a shadow cast by an unseen sun. Greg's disappearance was not an isolated incident. It was a piece of a larger puzzle, one that ensnared me in its sinister embrace. With each revelation, the veil of ignorance lifted, revealing a realm of secrets and shadows that threatened to consume me whole. The more I delved into the mystery, the more I realized the perilous path I treaded, mirroring Greg's descent into the abyss of the unknown. As I ventured deeper into the murky depths of Greg's past and the malevolent forces that lurked within, a haunting question lingered in the recesses of my mind. Was the truth worth the harrowing price it demanded? The allure of answers beckoned me further, yet with each step I edged closer to a fate that mirrored Greg's own vanishing. The true horror lay not in the shadows themselves, but in the realization of how easily curiosity could transform into obsession and safety into jeopardy. In my relentless pursuit of clarity, I could not shake the sensation of a watchful presence, a sinister force biding its time, waiting for the opportune moment to strike. The shadows whispered secrets of the past, warnings of the dangers that lurked beyond the veil of ignorance. And as I stood on the precipice of revelation, I knew that the abyss of truth held both enlightenment and damnation, a choice that would define my fate in the realm of shadows and mysteries. Story 42. On a cool autumn evening, a realization struck me like a whisper in the wind. My car was gone. Stepping outside to start my day, the emptiness in the space where my vehicle should have been sent a shiver down my spine. It wasn't merely the loss of a possession that unsettled me. It was the violation, the intrusion into my world without a trace left behind. With a heavy heart, I contacted the authorities, filed a report, and embarked on the arduous journey of navigating life without my car. Days turned into a blur of frustration, a relentless uphill battle of arranging alternate transportation, reshuffling appointments, and adapting to the inconvenience thrust upon me. The police worked diligently, but updates were scarce, each passing moment eroding my hope of ever seeing my car again. Then, as abruptly as it had vanished, it reappeared. One afternoon, a call came from the police informing me that my car had been recovered and returned to the very spot from which it had been snatched. Relief washed over me, yet a subtle unease lingered in the air. How had it been brought back with such precision? It felt almost too perfect. Examining the car revealed no signs of forced entry, no blemishes. It was as if it had never left. But as I settled into the driver's seat, a glint caught my eye. Nestled beneath, hidden from plain sight, was a small, inconspicuous black box. Intrigued, I retrieved it with caution. What secrets did it hold, and how had it found its way into my car? Back at home, I studied the device closely. It resembled a recording tool. Curiosity overpowered apprehension as I connected it to my computer. In an instant, a series of audio files materialized before me. Clicking on the first, a familiar voice, my own, resonated through the speakers. It was a snippet of a conversation with a friend, recorded surreptitiously. Each subsequent file revealed more fragments of my daily life. Phone calls, mundane yet intimate, captured without my consent. A chilling realization dawned on me. This device had been a silent observer, documenting my world in snippets. The clink of cups, rustling papers, the distant hum of traffic. It wove together a tapestry of my private moments, leaving me unsettled. Who had planted it? Why spy on me? Was I a target or a mere pawn in a larger game? Urgently, I handed the device to the authorities, hoping for answers. Their investigation yielded no clues. The device was a ghost, lacking any traceable markings. Despite their advice to stay vigilant, paranoia crept in, casting shadows on my every move. Security cameras became my sentinels, and I altered routines, fearing the unknown eyes that watched. The fear persisted, a relentless specter that haunted my days and nights. Seeking solace, I turned to therapy, unraveling the knots of anxiety and fear that gripped me. Slowly, clarity emerged, differentiating between rational concerns and the phantoms of my mind. Time passed, the terror softened, but the memory lingered. The mystery of the device remained unsolved, a silent enigma that whispered in the corners of my thoughts. It taught me the fragility of privacy in a world intertwined by unseen threads. Though unanswered questions loomed, a newfound resilience emerged, reshaping my outlook on personal safety. The incident engraved a lesson in my soul. Safeguard not just the physical spaces, but the intangible sanctuaries of daily life. In a world where unseen eyes linger, it falls upon us to preserve the sanctity of our private moments, a quiet vow to protect the whispers of our souls. Story 43. On a cool autumn afternoon, the tranquility of my daily routine was abruptly interrupted by an unexpected knock at the door. Standing before me were two stern-faced officers in uniform, their presence casting a shadow over the peaceful scene. They delivered the shocking news that I was being accused of theft, a crime I knew, deep in my heart, I had not committed. Confusion and disbelief enveloped me as I struggled to comprehend how such a grave accusation could be leveled against me. I had always led a quiet, law-abiding existence, far removed from the shadowy world of crime. As I perused the summons they handed me, detailing the alleged break-in at a local electronics store, a sense of dread crept over me. The evidence seemed damning. Fingerprints found at the scene, surveillance footage capturing a figure resembling me, and a witness who claimed to have seen me near the crime. The more I delved into the accusations, the more apparent it became that this was no mere misunderstanding. It was a carefully orchestrated plot to frame me. In my desperation, I sought the expertise of Sarah, a seasoned defense attorney renowned for her sharp mind and unwavering determination. She reassured me that together we would unearth the truth hidden beneath the layers of deceit. Our first course of action was to meticulously examine the evidence presented against me. The fingerprints, a perfect match to mine, raised Sarah's suspicions. She immediately requested the original surveillance footage for closer scrutiny, determined to uncover any discrepancies. Upon close inspection of the footage, we noticed subtle irregularities, discrepancies in lighting, distortions in the shadows. It was evident that the video had been tampered with, further solidifying our belief in a malicious plot against me. Eager for more clues, we visited the electronics store where the alleged crime had taken place. The shattered rear window and scattered debris painted a grim picture of the break-in. While surveying the alley behind the shop, a peculiar set of footprints caught my eye. Too precise, too deliberate to be genuine. Interviews with neighboring shopkeepers yielded a breakthrough when one of them, the same witness who had identified me, confessed to uncertainties stemming from his failing eyesight. His unreliable testimony unraveled the fragile web of accusations woven around me, and then a crucial revelation came to light. a sinister link between the store owner and a notorious local criminal mastermind known for orchestrating elaborate scams. As Sarah delved deeper into the connection, a chilling truth emerged. The break-in was not a random act of theft, but a carefully crafted insurance scam, with me unwittingly cast as the scapegoat. Armed with this newfound knowledge, we presented our findings to the authorities, facing initial skepticism that soon gave way to undeniable proof. Falsified records, manipulated evidence, and the damning association between the store owner and the criminal puppeteer. Through painstaking legal battles and exhausting court proceedings, the truth prevailed. The perpetrators were apprehended, their intricate web of deception unraveled before the eyes of justice. Though my innocence was finally vindicated, the scars of the ordeal ran deep. The vulnerability I had felt, the betrayal of trust, lingered long after the case was closed, a stark reminder of how easily one's life could be upended by deceit. Yet in the aftermath of darkness, I found a newfound strength, a resilience forged in the fires of adversity. The experience taught me invaluable lessons in resilience, vigilance, and the unwavering pursuit of truth. The shadows deception may have loomed large, but through it all, I emerged with a steely resolve, unyielding and unbroken. Story 44. In the depths of the woods lies a sanctuary, a realm where the hustle and bustle of everyday life fades into oblivion. It's a place where reality dances with imagination in a mesmerizing waltz, creating a tapestry of magic that only the forest can weave. Among the towering trees and the whispering leaves, I often found solace in my wanderings along the winding paths. The woods held me close, cradling me in their embrace, offering a tranquil refuge from the chaos of the world outside. One day, as I ventured along a trail seldom trodden, a hidden secret revealed itself to me. Nestled deep within the heart of the forest, shrouded in mystery and forgotten by time, stood an old, abandoned clinic. Unlike most, my initial reaction was not that of fear, but of curiosity. The building, a relic of a bygone era, bore the scars of neglect and solitude, its once pristine white facade now weathered and worn, revealing the rough gray wood beneath. Windows either shattered or obscured by grime and vines hinted at stories untold. The roof, bowed with the weight of years, seemed to sigh with fatigue, as if longing for rest. Approaching the clinic, a strange sense of déjà vu washed over me, a feeling both foreign and familiar. Though I knew in my heart that I had never set foot in this place before, it whispered to me like a long-forgotten dream. With a loud creak, the door yielded to my touch, shattering the tranquil stillness of the woods. Inside, the air hung heavy with dust and the faint scent of decay, as if time itself had paused within these walls. My flashlight pierced the shadows, illuminating a reception frozen in a moment long gone. Desks cluttered with yellowed papers, magazines strewn across the floor, and a veil of dust draped over everything like a ghostly shroud. It was then that I noticed them, medical records scattered across the floor, their aged edges curling like memories fading into obscurity. One document caught my eye, and as I brushed away the grime, my breath hitched in my throat. My name, printed at the top, stared back at me from the faded typewritten text. A chill crept down my spine as I delved into the contents, words describing procedures unknown to me, invasive treatments that sent shivers down my spine. Names of doctors and nurses scribbled in the margins, their handwriting a cryptic code of the past. How could these records exist? Each page I turned revealed a piece of my own history, a mirror reflecting back a life I thought I knew. Yet intertwined with the familiar were threads of the unknown, details of experiences I could not recall. It was as if someone had been watching, documenting my every move, every heartbeat. Driven by a mix of fear and fascination, I ventured deeper into the clinic, my flashlight casting eerie shadows on the walls. File after file, each bearing my name, lined the corridors like silent sentinels of a forgotten truth. Annotations hinted at experiments, observations, a meticulous scrutiny of my existence. In a dimly lit room, a metal cabinet beckoned, its drawers whispering secrets as I pulled them open. Recent records lay within, personal details etched in ink, my address, my family, my habits. Details so intimate, so precise, that they could only have been gleaned from a watchful eye. My hands trembled as I uncovered more, stumbling upon a document detailing a procedure I had no memory of, performed in shadows that whispered of secrecy. Clinical words painted a chilling picture, a puzzle piece that didn't fit the narrative of my life. And then, a sound, a faint scraping that reverberated through the clinic, a siren call to the unknown. Following the echo, I descended into the basement, where the air grew colder, the darkness denser. At the far end, a door beckoned, revealing a chamber bathed in dim light. The walls adorned with records, strange instruments, and haunting photographs. Faces unknown yet strangely familiar stared back at me, distorted reflections of a reality twisted beyond recognition. Among the files and surgical tools, a truth unfolded before my eyes. I was not merely a bystander in this clandestine operation. I was the subject. Experiments conducted, observations made, all meticulously chronicled in a language devoid of empathy. The chilling realization gripped me tight. I had been a pawn in a game I never knew existed. Fleeing the clinic, I emerged into the harsh light of day, the woods now a labyrinth of shadows, each tree a silent witness to the horrors within. A sense of unease clung to me, a ghostly presence that refused to dissipate. Every creak of the floorboards, every rustle of leaves outside my window, a reminder of the eyes that watched unseen. As I returned home, the weight of what I had uncovered bore down on me, a burden too heavy to shake. The clinic in the woods had unraveled a truth I was unprepared to confront, a reality that blurred the lines between past and present. What lay ahead, what lay behind, a mystery shrouded in darkness. But one thing remained clear. The eyes that had watched me from the shadows of that forsaken place were not done with me yet. And as the night fell, I knew that the woods held secrets darker than any dream. Story 45. It was a typical Tuesday morning when I stumbled upon the first puzzle piece. Nestled amidst the usual pile of bills and junk mail, it almost escaped my notice. The edge of a plain envelope peeked out from behind a glossy catalog, bearing my name in elegant handwriting devoid of any return address. Within the envelope lay a solitary puzzle piece portraying a weather-worn house, half hidden by tangled vines and bare trees. There was a strange familiarity to the house, a sense of recognition I couldn't quite place. On the reverse side of the piece, a cryptic message was inscribed in intricate calligraphy. You remember this, but you don't remember why. Brushing it off as an odd prank, I set it aside and carried on with the mundane tasks of the day. Yet the following morning brought another envelope. Inside, a second puzzle piece awaited me, depicting a cluttered wooden desk strewn with aged letters and faded photographs. The message on this piece simply stated, "Piece by piece, you'll remember." As the days passed, more puzzle pieces arrived, each unveiling a different fragment of a chilling tableau. A dimly lit study, ancient furniture cloaked in dust, and a cracked family portrait askew on the wall. With each new piece, my disquiet grew. The setting felt disturbingly familiar, akin to a distant, half-forgotten dream. Weeks turned into a blur as the pieces continued to trickle in one by one. Unable to resist any longer, I cleared my dining table and commenced piecing the fragments together. Slowly but surely, the disjointed image coalesced into a detailed depiction of a study. A desk, a faded portrait, and most notably, an open leather-bound book inscribed with ominous symbols in an unfamiliar script. The longer I gazed at the puzzle, the more intense the feeling of recognition became, though its origin eluded me. Then, a final envelope arrived. Inside rested the last puzzle piece alongside a typewritten letter. "You've done well. Now you must understand. The house within the puzzle belonged to someone close to you, someone who vanished under mysterious circumstances. The answers lie within the book depicted in the image. Find it, and the truth shall be revealed. Frozen with a pounding heart, I realized this was no mere jest, but a chilling revelation. Thoughts of my family swirled in my mind, seeking forgotten memories, untold tales, anything to make sense of the haunting message. That night, I visited my parents. Displaying the assembled puzzle and the letter, their expressions grew tense and knowing. My mother's voice quivered as she uttered, "That house, it belonged to your Aunt Margaret before she disappeared." A knot twisted in my stomach at the mention of Aunt Margaret, who had vanished during my childhood, purportedly moving away after a family dispute remained unresolved. Why? There had always been an eerie silence surrounding her departure. No calls, no letters, just a void. "The book," my father interjected, nodding towards the aged volume in the puzzle. Margaret had a penchant for old books, but that one was different. She claimed it held family secrets she unearthed before she left. Driven by a mix of dread and resolve, I knew my path. I discovered the abandoned house shrouded in vines, its windows like vacant eyes staring into the void. Pushing open the decaying door, I stepped back in time. The interior mirrored the puzzle's depiction, with dust-laden furniture, forgotten relics, and scattered papers strewn about. My flashlight's beam flickered upon the desk from the puzzle, still laden with ancient parchments and worn leather tomes. And there it lay, the book from the puzzle, untouched, beckoning. Hesitant, I pried it open. The initial pages were adorned with cryptic symbols and faded ink, incomprehensible at first glance. Deeper within, a handwritten journal awaited me, Margaret's journal. Her words unveiled long-buried family truths, betrayals, concealed identities, and a sinister legacy tied to the very house enveloping me. The final entries exuded desperation and fragmentation. They are aware of my findings. The book is the key, but it carries a curse as well. Abruptly, the entries ceased. Before I could grasp the weight of the revelation, a rustling behind me startled me, a whisper of fabric against wood. My flashlight quivered as I whirled around, but the house remained still, its shadows deeper than before. Clutching the journal, I fled into the frigid night, breath hitching in my chest. The house loomed ominously, its secrets unearthed yet far from comprehended. Returning home, I secured the book within a locked chest, its presence weighing heavily on my mind. The puzzle pieces, no longer mere fragments of a macabre game, had led me to a truth my family had strived to bury. Aunt Margaret hadn't vanished by choice. She had succumbed to the same enigmas, now staring back at me from the ink-stained pages. The past wasn't merely haunting, it was beckoning. And deep within, I sensed the puzzle was incomplete, still awaiting its final resolution. Story 46. In the quest for a tranquil escape from the hustle and bustle of everyday life, a secluded cottage hidden deep within the enchanting woods beckoned with promises of serenity and charm. The allure of a crackling fireplace, antique furniture, and expansive windows offering a glimpse into nature's embrace seemed like the perfect remedy for a weary soul. Days unfolded in a symphony of quiet walks amidst sun-dappled trees and evenings spent in the cozy embrace of a good book by the warm hearth. Amidst this idyllic reverie, a subtle glimmer behind the smoke detector caught the attention of a curious wanderer. A hidden camera, clandestine in its placement, revealed a sinister truth lurking beneath the facade of tranquility. Following the trail of wires, a chilling discovery awaited in a forgotten closet. A recording device meticulously concealed, capturing moments unseen and unwelcome. The shock of realization mingled with a surge of indignation as the betrayed guest grappled with the violation of privacy. A call to the property owner unraveled a tapestry of denial and discomfort, casting shadows of doubt on the once peaceful retreat. The sense of security shattered, every whisper of sound and flicker of light now tinged with suspicion. swiftly gathering belongings and locking the cottage behind. A decision was made to depart from the tainted sanctuary. Leaving the devices untouched, a silent plea hung in the air for justice to prevail. As the wheels turned towards home, a cloud of uncertainty hovered, casting a long shadow over the tranquility sought and lost. Reporting the intrusion to the authorities and the rental platform became a solemn duty, a beacon of caution for those who seek solace in the unknown. The violation echoed long after, a haunting reminder of the fragility of trust and the necessity of guarding one's sanctuary. In the aftermath, the memory of the hidden camera lingered, a sentinel of vigilance against unseen threats lurking in the most unsuspecting corners. The once sacred refuge now stood as a somber testament to the fragility of peace, urging all who listen to heed the whispers of intuition and safeguard the sanctity of solitude. Story 47. In the quiet solitude of a new apartment, a subtle disturbance began to weave its way into the stillness. At first, a gentle scratching, barely perceptible, danced on the edges of awareness like a fleeting breath of wind. The unfamiliarity of the space allowed me to dismiss it as mere echoes of an aging building, settling into its own history. Perhaps it was the pipes, I thought, or the time-worn floorboards whispering secrets of the past. Yet as days melted into weeks, the whispers grew bolder, more insistent, disrupting the tranquility of the night. The once muted scratching now lingered, a constant companion in the darkness. Night after night, I lay awake, straining to locate the origin of the sound, only to have it slip through my grasp like elusive smoke. Fatigue and the weight of recent upheavals clouded my judgment, coaxing me to attribute the disturbances to a mind adrift in a sea of uncertainties. The apartment, silent by day, transformed under the cloak of night, becoming a stage for a sinister symphony of unseen movements. The whispers evolved, morphing from innocent scratches into something more sinister. Soft, dragging sounds that sent shivers down my spine, accompanied by faint murmurs that crept through the shadows. It felt as though an unseen presence moved through the rooms, a ghostly specter haunting the very essence of my solitude. Determined to unravel the mystery, I scoured every inch of the apartment, searching for clues in the walls, the floors, and even the ceiling. Yet, my efforts yielded nothing but the stark reality of a perfectly ordinary space, devoid of any tangible threat. The silence of the night became a canvas for the eerie sounds to paint their unsettling picture, feeding on my escalating paranoia. One fateful night, a new element entered the nocturnal orchestra, a child's laughter, faint and haunting, followed by the ominous scrape of an unknown weight dragged across the floor. Panic gripped my heart as the cacophony swirled around me, a malevolent presence looming in the darkness. Clutching the blankets, I battled the rising tide of fear, trying to convince myself that it was all a figment of my imagination, a trick of the mind. Seeking answers, I turned to a local paranormal investigator, hoping to uncover the truth behind the spectral disturbances. Armed with their array of instruments, they combed through the apartment, capturing snippets of eerie sounds and mysterious whispers on their devices. Despite their efforts, no concrete evidence of the supernatural emerged, leaving me stranded in a sea of uncertainty. Confiding in friends and family only widened the chasm of doubt, their skepticism a cold reminder of my growing isolation. Driven by a relentless need for validation, I set up recording equipment throughout the apartment, hoping to capture proof of the unseen forces at play. Hours of footage revealed no visual anomalies, but the audio painted a chilling portrait of whispers and movements just beyond reach, teasing and taunting with their elusiveness. The recording served only to deepen my sense of dread, confirming that the disturbances were orchestrated with intent, a phantom dance of shadows orchestrating a macabre ballet. Consumed by fear and paranoia, my nights became battlegrounds of unseen terrors, fracturing my sleep and unraveling the fabric of my reality. In a final act of desperation, I sought solace in the guidance of a therapist, delving into the depths of trauma and anxiety that the spectral whispers had unearthed. Through challenging sessions and introspection, I learned to confront my fears head-on, embracing mindfulness and grounding techniques to reclaim control of my fractured psyche. As the weeks turned into months, the disturbances gradually receded, their spectral whispers fading into the recesses of memory. Though the source of the disturbances remained a mystery, I found solace in the resilience forged through adversity. The experience left an indelible mark, a reminder of the fragility of peace and the strength found in facing the shadows within. It was not the origin of the whispers that defined me, but the courage to stand firm in the face of the unknown, reclaiming my sense of self in the quiet aftermath of the storm. Story 48. In the hushed stillness of my living room, the phone rang once more, its sharp tone cutting through the silence. Casting a glance at the screen, my brow furrowed at the sight of the same unfamiliar area code that had been haunting me for weeks. Initially, the calls held only an unsettling silence, but they had now transformed into something far more disconcerting. Revelations about my own existence, spoken in a voice entirely foreign to my ears. This was no mere prank call. With a pounding heart, I hesitated before answering, mustering a steady tone as I uttered, "Hello?" No response, only the faint whisper of breath on the other end. A shiver ran down my spine as I ended the call, fixating on the screen in search of answers that remained elusive. The number had etched itself into my memory, persisting despite my attempts to block it. Desperate for an explanation, I had confided in friends and family, yet none could shed light on the mystery. Pushing aside the disquieting thoughts, I sought solace in the simple act of brewing tea in the kitchen. Amidst the steam of the whistling kettle, a small, unmarked box on the counter captured my attention. My heart skipped a beat as I tentatively opened it, revealing a dainty silver bracelet adorned with an intricate design. Holding it up to the light, I marveled at the uniqueness of the engraving, a pattern previously unseen by my eyes. But what truly unsettled me was that this bracelet mirrored a passing desire I had casually mentioned in conversation months ago with a dear friend, a detail kept private from the online realm and all others. Setting the bracelet down with trembling hands, my thoughts raced with questions. Could this be a gift, and if so, from whom? Later that evening, while tidying my bedroom, another unexpected discovery awaited me. A pair of luxurious leather gloves in a rich, dark brown hue. Their exquisite craftsmanship bespoke quality, yet I had never purchased such gloves, nor shared a mention of them with anyone. Anxiety gripped me as I pondered the identity of the mysterious benefactor infiltrating my home. The enigmatic gifts continued to materialize. A designer scarf elegantly draped over the sofa, a high-end coffee maker adorning the kitchen counter. Each item meticulously tailored to my tastes, yet unclaimed by my own hand. Accompanying each gift was a brief note signed with a single initial. Installing security cameras in every corner of my home, I sought to unmask the intruder, only to find each morning's footage devoid of any evidence. No signs of forced entry, no intruders captured on screen. It was as though the gifts materialized by some unseen force. The authorities, while attentive, could offer little assistance without concrete proof. I meticulously documented each gift and note, desperate for a clue to unravel the enigma. One fateful night, as I pored over my logs in the living room, the phone rang once more. The same haunting number. Trembling, I answered, my voice barely steady. "Hello." This time, a voice greeted me, calm and disturbingly pleasant. "Good evening," it spoke, sending a chill down my spine. "I trust you're enjoying the gifts." A surge of fear gripped me as I demanded, "Who are you? What do you want?" The voice chuckled softly. "I am but a friend who wishes to see you happy. Your refined tastes deserve the finest. If you wish to delve further, we can arrange a meeting. Until then, savor the surprises. The line fell silent, leaving me trapped in a game where I was both observer and pawn. Determined, to uncover the truth, I delved into the details of the gifts, notes, and calls, consumed by a relentless quest for answers. Days blurred into sleepless nights, my research unveiling a disquieting truth. The sender possessed an intimate knowledge of my life, a knowledge both precise and unsettling. On a rainy evening, a particularly unnerving gift awaited me. A grand mirror, ornate and imposing, placed in the heart of my living room. Its gleaming frame beckoned me closer, and as I approached, a folded note caught my eye. The reflection reveals not just the present, but the secrets of the past. Meet me at midnight where time converges. The cryptic message hinted at a rendezvous, its enigmatic phrase stirring a distant memory within me. Steeling myself for the unknown, the unease that had plagued me for weeks now sharpened into a resolute determination. Midnight loomed, and with it, the decision to confront the enigmatic figure behind the gifts, notes, and calls. No longer willing to dwell in fear, I embarked on a path fraught with uncertainty, grappling with the lingering question: was I walking into a trap, or on the cusp of unraveling the mystery that had woven itself into the fabric of my existence? Story 49. In the stillness of the night, a peculiar series of events unfolded, shrouded in mystery and weaving a web of unease around a solitary soul. It all began with subtle whispers from the digital realm, innocuous at first glance. Messages flickered into view in the depths of a social media inbox, like distant echoes carried on the wind. "How's your day?" they inquired, or a simple, "nice post." Initially dismissed as mere background noise, these messages held an unsettling undercurrent that would soon unravel a tale of intrusion and shadows. As time drifted on, the whispers grew bolder, shedding their cloak of anonymity to reveal intimate knowledge that sent shivers down the recipient's spine. A message materialized out of the void, mentioning a clandestine dinner with Alex, a secret shared only between two. The recipient's heart skipped a beat, for this information had never danced in the digital realm. A sense of disquiet settled in, a silent alarm that echoed through the corridors of the mind. Attempts to quell the rising tide of unease were made. Passwords changed like locks on doors in the dead of night. Yet the messages persisted, growing bolder with each passing moment. Details of private moments surfaced, conversations whispered in confidence, finding voice in the digital ether. The sender, a faceless specter, wove a tapestry of intrusion that encroached upon the recipient's very essence. Desperation set in, a gnawing fear that gnarled its claws into the fabric of reality. Seeking solace in the arms of cybersecurity experts, the recipient hoped to unveil the phantom orchestrating this macabre symphony. Alas, their efforts bore no fruit, for no digital footprints marred the pristine landscape of devices. The invader lurked in the shadows, beyond the reach of mortal tools. Paranoia blossomed like a poisonous flower, twisting reality into a hall of mirrors where every reflection held a hint of malice. Routines shattered, connections severed, in a bid to outmaneuver the unseen watcher. But the stalker's gaze remained steadfast, a silent sentinel in the dark. A chilling revelation pierced the veil of discomfort one fateful night, a message dripping with malevolence and foreboding. "I know where you live. I'll be watching you." Panic seized the recipient, outdriving them to seek refuge in the arms of authority. Police launched an investigation, but the phantom remained elusive, a ghost in the machine. Security measures multiplied, a fortress erected around a fragile core. Cameras scanned the shadows, locks clicked into place like armor against an intangible foe. Yet the specter persisted, a whisper on the edge of perception. And then, as swiftly as a wisp of smoke carried away on the breeze, the messages ceased. The void reclaimed its silence, leaving behind a void where once a haunting presence dwelled. But the absence brought no solace, only a lingering sense of unfinished business. The enigma remained unsolved, a riddle without an answer. The recipient's world had shifted, colored by the specter of intrusion that lingered in the corners of memory. The echoes of that dark chapter reverberated through time, a cautionary tale of the fragility of privacy in a world where shadows dance unseen. Though the scars may fade, the memory endures, a reminder of the shadows that lurk just beyond the glow of screens and the unseen hands that shape our digital lives. Story 50. The shadows stretched long across my doorstep as I returned home, weary from a day consumed by endless meetings and looming deadlines. My eyes caught sight of a small, unmarked package lying on the doormat, wrapped in plain brown paper with no indication of its origin. A wave of unease washed over me. I hadn't been expecting any deliveries, and the mysterious parcel sparked a sense of foreboding within me. Pushing aside the creeping discomfort, I picked up the package and entered my home, securing the door behind me. The weight of the unknown lingered in my hands as I placed the package on the kitchen table. With a hesitant breath, I carefully peeled back the brown paper, revealing a stark white envelope sealed without any markings. My fingers trembled as I unfolded the paper inside, where words in a cold, clinical font greeted me. Dear your name, you are a stranger to me, yet I have become intimately acquainted with you. For months I have observed your every move, capturing, documenting, storing. Your private moments are not as private as you believe. Your deepest secrets have been cataloged, waiting to be unveiled. From your solitary evenings to the hidden corners of your life, I have been there, silent, unseen. The unseen photos and videos are just the beginning. They serve as a reminder of how easily your world can be exposed. You are faced with a choice: comply or face complete exposure. Enclosed, you will find a set of demands. Disregard them, and your world will crumble, your secrets laid bare for all to see. Your reputation, career, and relationships will be reduced to ashes. This is not an idle threat. I possess the means and the determination to follow through. The decision is yours. Comply and salvage what little privacy remains. Ignore and lose it all. Yours truly, The Observer. A chill ran down my spine as I finished reading. The words felt like a vice tightening around my chest. Panic surged within me as I unfolded a second page hidden behind the letter. A list of demands, each one more invasive than the last. 1. Transfer $50,000 to an offshore account. 2. Grant remote access to all personal devices. 3. Meet a representative at a designated location. The demands were precise, calculated, and alarmingly feasible. This was no ordinary threat. The sender possessed intimate knowledge that cut deep. It wasn't just about money, it was about control, about submission. My mind raced with questions. Was this a sick joke, a twisted power play? But the letter's cold precision hinted at something far more sinister. I reached for my phone, intending to call the authorities, but hesitated. What if they were watching me now? What if this was a trap to isolate and confuse me? Determined not to succumb to fear, I dialed 911, my voice quivering as I recounted the situation. The dispatcher assured me that help was on the way. While I waited, I double-checked the locks, every creak of the house sending shivers down my spine. My once safe abode now felt like a prison. The police arrived promptly, taking the package and letter for investigation. They promised to dig deep, but warned me against complying with the demands. Their presence brought a semblance of relief, yet as they departed, the silence of the house weighed heavy on me, suffocating in its intensity. Days passed without progress. The investigation stalled as the police struggled to trace the sender. The Observer had left no trail, no hint. Meanwhile, I fortified my home. More locks, security came. Roz changed passwords, but the paranoia persisted. The breaking point arrived one evening when I found another envelope under my door. Hands shaking, I opened it to find a single photo. Me at the kitchen table, reading the initial letter. The picture was taken from outside, through the window. 3 ominous words adorned the back. I'm still here. That night, sleep eluded me. I sat in darkness, clutching the phone, eyes fixed on the windows, awaiting the unknown. The house seemed to echo my fear, its familiar sounds distorted into haunting whispers. Despite the police's efforts, I knew deep down that this was far from over. The observer wasn't merely watching. They were orchestrating, manipulating my reality. I was ensnared in a dark game with no clear escape. The package had shattered my world, exposing the fragile facade of privacy and security. My sanctuary was no longer safe, my life no longer my own. All I could do was wait for the next move, for the observer's ever-watchful eye. Story 51. It all began with a subtle uneasiness, a sensation that lingered, a feeling of unseen eyes upon me. Initially, I brushed it off as mere figments of my mind, fleeting shadows dancing at the edge of my vision during the mundane rhythms of my day. Yet each time I turned to confront the invisible gaze, there was naught but emptiness. But then came the morning of my daughter's 7th birthday. We had organized a simple gathering in our backyard, adorned with balloons, a play area, and a cake embellished with her beloved cartoon characters. While standing by the window, making final preparations, I caught sight of him once more. Mr. Thompson, our enigmatic neighbor, peering through his own window with an intensity that sent a shiver down my spine. This time, his watch felt different, focused, penetrating. My husband Alex and I had settled in this suburban enclave 3 years prior, whereas Mr. Thompson had long been a fixture. An elderly recluse, his abode weathered and worn, exuding an air of neglect. Though we had exchanged courteous nods on occasion, he remained a mystery shrouded in silence. As the festivities commenced, I noticed Mr. Thompson's unyielding gaze. His features barely discernible through a gap in his blinds, yet his presence palpable. I attempted to dismiss it. Perhaps he sought solace in witnessing the mirth next door. But as the days unfurled, his scrutiny became more pronounced. Whenever I stepped outside, there he was, a silent observer from his vantage point. Whether I tended to chores or ventured into the garden, his eyes seemed to track my every move. It grew harder to overlook, harder to justify. Until one crisp autumn afternoon, I summoned the courage to confront him. Heart pounding, a blend of trepidation and resolve, I rapped on his door. After a pregnant pause, the door creaked open, revealing Mr. Thompson's gaunt figure. His piercing gaze framed by age-worn lines, his attire pristine against the backdrop of a dim, cluttered abode. "Mr. Thompson," I ventured, striving to maintain composure. "I've noticed your frequent glances toward our home. Is everything well?" His gaze narrowed slightly, yet his demeanor remained composed. "I apologize if I've caused any discomfort," he replied evenly. "I've merely been observing." "Observing?" I echoed, masking my disquiet. "Indeed," he began, his gaze distant as if seeking the right words. "I've always harbored a keen interest in those around me." The conversation took an eerie turn as Mr. Thompson delved into intimate details of our lives, details beyond his reach. He recounted Alex's schedule, our struggles with household repairs, even our daughter's bout with illness, mentioning private exchanges between Alex and me and plans undisclosed to others. My heart raced. "How do you possess such knowledge?" I inquired, voice barely above a whisper. "Have you been spying?" His countenance remained unchanged. "Not spying," he clarified, "merely observing. It lends me a sense of connection." Uncertainty mingled with a hint of empathy within me. "It's not customary to eyes others so closely," I remarked. "It borders on intrusion." He nodded slowly, a fleeting shadow of remorse crossing his features. "I comprehend. I never intended to unsettle you. I fear I may have overstepped boundaries." Despite his composed facade, his gaze left me unsettled. Thanking him, I departed, a maelstrom of disquiet swirling within. In the ensuing days, I tried to relegate the encounter to memory, yet the sensation of being watched persisted. Then, one evening, bathed in the hues of a setting sun, I beheld him anew. Not merely observing, but seated by his window, engrossed in scribbling within a tattered notebook. A chill raced down my spine. I realized I could no longer face this alone. The following morning, I sought aid from local authorities. A sympathetic officer visited Mr. Thompson's residence, assuring me of nothing amiss. An elderly man with a cluttered abode, he remarked. Unusual, but not unlawful. Despite their assurances, my unease deepened. Though Mr. Thompson ceased his daily vigil, the specter of his gaze lingered. Every rustle, every creak near his dwelling heightened my vigilance. Weeks passed, and the unease waned, life embracing a semblance of normalcy. Yet the memory of Mr. Thompson's unwavering gaze refused to fade. I often pondered, was his fixation a harmless eccentricity born of solitude, or something more ominous? Had his intense curiosity stemmed from benign intrigue, or concealed darker motives? Mr. Thompson became a spectral echo of the neighborhood's past, a testament to the fragile boundary between curiosity and intrusion, a reminder of how the ordinary could morph into the disconcerting. Even now, passing his abode, I cast a glance, half expecting his visage at the window, watching. Story 52. The first night in my new house unfolded with a peculiar tranquility, a quietude that bordered on eerie. Situated on the fringes of town, the house exuded an ancient charm, its wooden floors whispering secrets with each creak, and its lofty ceilings amplifying every sound into a haunting echo. It stood as a sanctuary, a refuge beckoning to me after enduring endless waves of stress at work. Amidst the serenity that enveloped me as I nestled under the covers, the only disruptions came in the form of the occasional groans emitted by the house as it settled into its own history. Initially, the stillness was a balm to my weary soul, a lullaby coaxing me towards slumber. But just as the tendrils of sleep began to embrace me, a faint, rhythmic cadence disturbed the silence. It was so delicate, so ethereal, that I questioned if it was a mere figment of my overwrought mind. I brushed it aside, attributing it to the aging pipes or the wind meandering through unseen crevices. Smiling at my own unfounded apprehension, I turned over and surrendered to the embrace of sleep. However, as the nights unfurled their shadows, the sound grew clearer, more defined. It manifested as a soft tapping, akin to distant footsteps shrouded in hesitance and muffled by an unseen veil. Each time it roused me from my slumber, I would rise to investigate, traversing the house with a beam of light from a flashlight, scouring every nook and cranny. Yet my search yielded naught. The windows remained steadfastly shut, the doors securely locked. The silence that greeted me felt conspiratorial, mocking my disquiet. I endeavored to convince myself that it was a trick of my imagination, a mere trickster of the mind, before returning to the solace of my bed. With the passage of weeks, the footsteps evolved, growing in frequency and intent. They adhered to a discernible pattern that I soon became attuned to, commencing in the hallway, meandering through the kitchen, and eventually converging towards the bedrooms. Though no visual evidence accompanied the sound, its presence was vivid, undeniable, impossible to ignore. The nights transformed into a trial of fortitude. I would lie in bed, taut and vigilant, anticipating the commencement of those phantom steps. And commence they did, without fail. One evening, while ensconced in the living room watching TV, the footsteps revisited me. Commencing as a faint whisper, they crescendoed into a resonant echo, as though an unseen entity traversed the halls of the house. The rhythm was unwavering, purposeful, and each step quickened the tempo of my racing pulse. Muting the television, I strained to listen, my grip tightening around the flashlight as I ventured from room to room in pursuit of the source. Every shadow was scrutinized, every concealed corner exposed, yet the house remained as vacant as before. Nevertheless, the spectral sound lingered, now distant, as if jeering at my futile attempts to unveil its origin. Inexorably, fear metamorphosed into fixation. I fortified the house with additional locks, verifying their security with compulsive precision. Alas, the footsteps persisted, impervious to my feeble defenses. When I sought solace in the counsel of friends and kin, their reassurances rang hollow. "Merely the settling of the house," they murmured, "a byproduct of your prolonged stress." Though I yearned to accept their explanations, the sound possessed a precision, a tangibility that defied the realm of mere fancy. One night, consumed by desperation for elucidation, I resolved to capture the sound. Placing a recorder in the hallway, I awaited the onset of those haunting footsteps with a heart that drummed an erratic beat. Hours ebbed away before the familiar sound permeated the air. I allowed the recorder to capture its spectral melody, each footfall etching itself into the tape. Upon reviewing the recording the following morning, the footsteps were unmistakable. Yet what froze the blood in my veins was the faint whisper that accompanied them. A spectral murmur, barely discernible, yet undeniably present. Though the words remained elusive, their mere intonation sent shivers cascading down my spine. Driven by a primal need for answers, I summoned a cadre of paranormal investigators. Armed with cameras and instruments designed to pierce the veil between worlds, they embarked on a night-long vigil within the confines of the house, documenting every creak and groan that reverberated through its ancient timbers. Alas, their conclusions yielded no resolution, merely the commonplace sounds of an aged abode. They asserted, their words serving only to deepen the chasm of my dread. One fateful night, the footsteps encroached closer than ever before. Jolted awake by the cadence of pacing that echoed just beyond my bedroom threshold, I lay ensnared in a web of fear, my breath a hitched gasp as I remained immobile beneath the shroud of covers. Mustering every ounce of courage, I flung the door ajar. The hallway lay barren, a yawning expanse of emptiness, yet the sound enveloped me from all sides, as though the walls themselves harbored the spectral echo. "Is someone there?" I ventured to call, my voice a tremulous whisper, only to be met with a resounding silence. The footsteps ceased, relinquishing a suffocating stillness that weighed heavier than their rhythmic cadence. Soon thereafter, while delving into the recesses of the attic, I unearthed a peculiar relic. A weathered, leather-bound journal concealed amidst forgotten boxes. Belonging to a former denizen of the house, its brittle pages chronicled their own nocturnal torment. The sleepless nights, the ceaseless pacing, the encroaching dread. The final entry bore an ominous decree: the echoes of the past never fade. Upon the discovery of the journal, the footsteps began to recede, as if their purpose had been fulfilled. Yet the house never relinquished its mantle of silence entirely. On nights shrouded in impenetrable darkness, when the wind held its breath and the world seemed suspended in time, I could swear I heard them once more, faint, distant, a spectral reminder that some echoes transcend the confines of time and space, lingering as eternal whispers woven into the tapestry of existence. Story 53. As the gentle morning light filtered through the curtains, I found myself immersed in the calm embrace of a quiet Sunday. My fingered apps danced lazily across the screen, skimming through the endless stream of social media updates. And then, like a whisper in the wind, a post captured my attention. It was a post unlike any other, long, detailed, and unsettlingly familiar. The words painted a portrait of my life with eerie precision, delving into the depths of my past, revealing secrets only a close confidant would know. The accusations, sharp as daggers, were aimed directly at me. At first, disbelief clawed its way into my mind. How could this be happening? Was it a mistake, a twisted prank? But with each passing sentence, a knot tightened in the pit of my stomach, a sense of dread creeping over me like a shadow in the night. The veil of anonymity draped over the post added a layer of chilling mystery. It felt as though someone had peeled back the layers of my life, exposing it to the harsh glare of judgment and scrutiny. I was stripped bare, vulnerable, and defenseless. Frantically, I scrolled through the comments, seeking solace in the sea of words. Some offered support, while others hurled accusations like stones. The whispers of betrayal echoed in every corner of my digital world, spreading like wildfire, consuming everything in their path. I knew I had to take action, to fight back against the torrent of lies threatening to drown me. With trembling hands, I crafted a response, a plea for truth in a sea of deceit. I denied the allegations, countered each claim with unwavering resolve, and extended a hand of cooperation in the face of adversity. But despite my efforts, the storm raged on. The more I tried to defend my name, the deeper I sank into a quagmire of suspicion and mistrust. The accusations, so detailed and precise, felt like a dagger aimed at the heart of my very being. Days blurred into nights, each hour tinged with anxiety and sleepless torment. I sought refuge in the counsel of a lawyer, gathering every scrap of evidence that could vindicate me. Together we waded through a sea of doubt, navigating the treacherous waters of uncertainty. Simultaneously, I embarked on my own quest for truth, sifting through memories and moments, searching for the faintest hint of betrayal. Every conversation, every disagreement, became a piece in a twisted puzzle, leading me down a path of suspicion and fear. And then, a figure emerged from the shadows of my past, a former friend, a ghost of fractured trust. Our confrontation was fraught with tension, emotions simmering beneath the surface. I laid bare my suspicions, watching for a flicker of guilt in their eyes. Their denial was swift, their shock palpable. But beneath the surface of their words, a lingering doubt gnawed at my resolve. Was their innocence a facade, a mask to conceal a darker truth? Weeks turned into months, the investigation dragging on like a relentless storm. Each dead end, each false lead, chipped away at my resolve, leaving me adrift in a sea of uncertainty. And then, a glimmer of hope, a whisper in the darkness. An anonymous tip led investigators to a hidden trove of evidence, a digital labyrinth of deceit and betrayal. The truth, when it unfurled before me, was a blade that cut deeper than any lie. The orchestrator of my downfall was unmasked, a former ally turned adversary, driven by envy and malice. Their web of deception, meticulously woven, crumbled in the harsh light of truth. Justice was served, but the scars of their betrayal lingered like a phantom ache. Though the legal battles were won, the war waged in the court of public opinion persisted. Rebuilding my shattered reputation was a slow, arduous journey, fraught with obstacles and doubts. Some wounds I knew would never fully heal. Yet, in the crucible of adversity, I found strength. The shadows of betrayal may linger, but they no longer define me. I stand tall, a survivor of deception and manipulation, determined to forge a path forward on my own terms. Story 54. It was a cool autumn evening when I first sensed the strange shifts in my existence. The leaves crackled beneath my feet as I strolled along the wee, ill-known path leading to my abode, the sky a tapestry of deep oranges and purples. My faithful companion Max the Labrador trotted alongside me, his tail swaying in harmony with my strides. The moment exuded tranquility, a fitting conclusion to an ordinary day. Little did I realize it was the quietude before the tempest. The following dawn greeted me with silence. Max's bed lay vacant, his usual morning bark conspicuously absent. Initially, I assumed he was off exploring the nooks of the house, but as I called out his name, the stillness weighed heavier, more suffocating. Panic crept in. I combed through every crevice of the house, my voice growing hoarse from calling out for him. Hours slipped by in a blur of frantic searching and desperate appeals to neighbors. Just as despair began to settle in, I caught sight of him down the street. Relief washed over me, and I hastened towards him, my heart drumming in my chest. However, as I knelt to stroke him, something peculiar caught my eye. Max was not wearing his customary faded red collar. Instead, a thick, vintage leather band adorned his neck. Intricate carvings embellished it, and a polished brass nameplate gleamed on the front. A knot twisted in my stomach as I reached for it, my fingertips grazing a small note rolled and fastened with twine. With trembling hands, I unfurled the paper. The uneven script appeared hasty, almost frantic. I have witnessed what you have chosen to overlook. Your sanctuary is not as secure as you believe. Beware of the concealed truth beneath your comfortable facade. My heart raced as I read the cryptic missive once more. What hidden truth, what peril lurked within my dwelling, and who was this enigmatic R privy to so much about my life? I scrutinized the collar more closely. The blank brass nameplate exuded an eerie silence, as if it bore a silent warning. The carvings on the leather felt almost ancient, deliberate patterns tinged with foreboding. Max appeared unscathed, though oddly subdued. He made no flinch as I removed the collar and meticulously inspected him. No wounds, no traces of harm. Yet the disquiet lingered. Resolute to unveil the mystery, I resolved to retrace Max's nocturnal journey. I traversed the paths where I discovered him, my gaze scouring for any hint. The tranquil neighborhood, typically a source of solace, now cloaked in unseen tension. The paths led me to the nearby park, a familiar haunt for Max and me. There, a man sat on a bench caught my eye. His gaze darted nervously as he glanced in my direction, and though his visage seemed familiar, I could not place him. "Excuse me," I ventured, steadying my voice. "Have you noticed anything unusual around here? My dog vanished last night and returned with this peculiar collar." The man's eyes widened. He fidgeted with his hands, avoiding direct eye contact. "I know not of any collar," he stuttered, "but tread cautiously. Sometimes appearances deceive." His cryptic response sent a shiver down my spine. I expressed my gratitude and departed, my mind swirling. What had Max endured? Who was R? And how did they possess such intimate knowledge of my life? Upon returning home, I initiated a thorough scouring of the premises, combing through every nook, inspecting hidden recesses and scrutinizing for any anomalies. Yet everything appeared as it should. The familiar surroundings, the comforting chaos of daily life, it all seemed like a facade, concealing something beyond my sight. Nonetheless, the sensation of being observed persisted, an unseen presence bearing down on me. As days elapsed, the eerie feeling never wholly dissipated. I kept a vigilant eye on Max, monitoring for any distress or odd behavior. He appeared to have reverted to his usual self, frolicking around the house as if nothing transpired. Nevertheless, the collar remained, nestled in a drawer, its ominous message a constant reminder of the unanswered enigmas that plagued me. Who was R? What did they mean by a hidden truth beneath my existence? I could not shake the sensation that my haven, once a bas, Tyan, had transformed into something else, a stage for a sinister riddle I could not decipher. Those semblances of normalcy returned in the ensuing days. The memory of that cryptic note and the unnerving collar lingered. The sense of security and comfort I once associated with my dwelling had been supplanted by doubt and unease. And as the autumn foliage continued to cascade, I could not shake the notion that this was merely the prologue to an unfolding mystery. Story 55. In the midst of a turbulent period, filled with unsettling identity theft, enigmatic messages, and eerie occurrences, I found myself adrift, yearning for a sense of normalcy. Seeking refuge, I sought solace within the serene walls of the local library, where the hushed aisles and the nostalgic aroma of aged books offered a sanctuary from the chaos swirling in my mind. One crisp autumn afternoon, while perusing the shelves of the mystery section, my fingers grazed a weathered, leather-bound tome. Its spine, worn and cracked, bore a title that had faded into obscurity. Intrigued, I carried the book to a nearby table, the dust dancing in the slanting sunlight as I gingerly turned its brittle pages. Amidst the yellowed sheets, a loose manuscript tumbled out, landing on the table with a soft rustle. A collection of aged, handwritten pages, tethered together by a frayed string, awaited my curious gaze. The paper bore the marks of time, stained and smudged, as if hurriedly passed through many hands over the years. Intrigued by this unexpected discovery, I delved into the cryptic contents. The writing danced between erratic musings and chilling clarity, weaving a tapestry of prose that straddled the realms of poetry and foreboding certainty. Initially resembling a personal diary or a forgotten novel, it soon became apparent that the entries held an unsettling familiarity. With uncanny precision, the writer chronicled moments from my life, my daily routines, the tapestry of my family history, and even recent unsettling incidents concealed from all but my innermost thoughts. As I ventured deeper into the manuscript, a sense of foreboding crept over me. It wasn't merely a reflection of past events, it foretold occurrences yet to unfold. It spoke of the identity theft, the mysterious messages, and even my chilling sojourn at the secluded cabin. Each word seemed imbued with an almost supernatural understanding of my deepest anxieties. Yet it was upon reaching the final pages that my breath hitched in my chest. The manuscript detailed a specific night, the eve of the full moon, when the threads of the past and present would intertwine. A dire warning loomed, hinting at a revelation that would shatter the very fabric of reality. The last entry bore the date of that very night. The truth shall unveil itself when the shadows of yore converge with the light of the present, the writer had inscribed. Prepare for the convergence. My heart drummed an urgent beat. How could this forgotten manuscript, concealed within the confines of a library book, possess such intimate knowledge of my existence, and even foretell events yet to pass? Driven by an insatiable hunger for answers, I sought the counsel of the venerable head librarian, Mrs. Carter, whose decades-long tenure at the library had bestowed upon her a wealth of knowledge. With furrowed brows, she listened intently and agreed to aid my quest. Delving into the annals of the library's archives, she unearthed the book's origins, a donation from an estate long abandoned on the outskirts of town. The former occupant, she recounted, was a recluse enamored with the occult and the enigmatic dance of fate. His eccentricities had faded into local lore following his mysterious disappearance many moons ago. Fueled by a blend of trepidation and curiosity, I implored Mrs. Carter to accompany me to the estate that very night. Under the silvery glow of the full moon, the dilapidated manor loomed like a specter from a bygone era. Its windows, cloaked in shadow, seemed to peer down at us, while the aged shutters creaked mournfully in the night breeze. Within its time-worn halls, we navigated a labyrinth of forgotten relics and decaying memories until we stumbled upon a study on the upper floor. The chamber was adorned with ancient manuscripts, faded charts, and peculiar artifacts, evoking a sense of reverence for fate, prophecy, and tales lost to time. At the heart of the room stood a formidable wooden desk, its surface strewn with scattered parchments, open journals, and handwritten notes. One journal, in particular, caught my eye, a weathered tome, its cover etched with the scars of time. Leafing through its pages, my hands quivered as I absorbed the cryptic passages. The manuscript will be discovered when the hour is ripe. The past shall guide them, the present shall test them, and the truth shall finally be unveiled. The author's fixation was palpable, yet his focus on my being sent a shiver down my spine. It was as though I had been a player in a narrative spun long before my existence. The final unfinished entry, penned in a frenzied scrawl, declared, "The convergence draws nigh. The bearer of the name must confront the shadows and embrace the truth. Only then shall serenity be attained." The weight of those words settled upon me like a heavy shroud. The prophecies were not merely uncanny, they were intimate, personal. Had the author been a silent observer of my every move, or was there a more otherworldly force at play? Departing the manor alongside Mrs. Carter, the moon casting elongated shadows in our wake, I harbored more questions than answers. The writer's foresight seemed to persist, lingering like phantom whispers in the night air. That evening, ensconced within the confines of my apartment, bathed in the ethereal glow of moonlight, I pondered the events that had transpired, the manuscript, the manor, the enigmatic portents. And then, in a moment of epiphany, it dawned upon me. The prophecy had already come to fruition, not through external machinations, but through an internal metamorphosis. The collision of past and present wasn't a tale of supernatural occurrences. It was a narrative of confronting my deepest fears, my buried sorrows, and the enigmas I had long evaded. As the shadows of yesteryears rose to meet the light of the present, they unveiled a path towards clarity and acceptance. The author's predictions had steered me towards a truth I could no longer ignore. Sometimes the sole means of dispelling darkness is to confront it unflinchingly. As the echoes of the past gradually dissipated into the stillness of the night, a sense of tranquil understanding enveloped me. The road ahead remained veiled in uncertainty, yet for the first time in months, fear held no dominion over my spirit. Story 56. In the hush of a cool autumn morning, a peculiar discovery awaited me. Nestled within my mailbox lay an aged envelope, its hue tinged with the passage of time. The name John Doe adorned its front. Initially dismissing it as a simple mix-up in the delivery, a nagging feeling tugged at my curiosity. No postage adorned the envelope, no familiar return address in sight, no trace of postal handling. With a sense of intrigue, I unfolded the mystery held within. A single sheet of paper greeted me, bearing words meticulously etched in bold block letters. As my eyes traced the lines, a shiver danced down my spine. Every detail of my previous day unfolded before me. My morning jaunt through the park, the quaint coffee shop rendezvous, even the fleeting exchange with the barista, all laid bare in unsettling precision. The letter concluded with a chilling line, "I hope you enjoyed your day." My gaze lingered on the page, mind awash with questions. How could someone possess such intimate knowledge of my daily life? Rationalizing it as an elaborate jest or misplaced notes, a lingering unease lingered in the corners of my mind. In the days that followed, 3 more letters materialized, each delving deeper into the realm of discomfort. One captured my twilight hours on the porch, down to the book cradled in my grasp and the subtle shift in my chore. Air. Another recounted an encounter with a courier, scrutinizing minute facets of our fleeting dialogue. The ultimate missive breached the boundaries of privacy, detailing a moment alone within my sanctuary, the rearrangement of furniture in my living quarters, even echoing a passing mention of redecoration. The sender wasn't merely an observer, but a silent witness to my most intimate moments. Paranoia coiled around my thoughts, every creak and shadow morphing into a potential threat. Seeking solace in the authorities, I presented the letters to the postal service, hoping for answers that eluded us both. The absence of postage or return addresses rendered the enigma unsolvable. Vigilant eyes now dotted my residence, security measures multiplying in a bid to capture the elusive watcher. Altered routines and heightened awareness failed to deter the relentless stream of letters, each delving deeper into my innermost thoughts and emotions. A sketch of my abode, as if observed from afar, sent a chill down my spine. Desperation drove me to the police, clutching the evidence of my silent intruder. Sympathetic but stymied, the officers found no trail to follow. The rain-soaked afternoon brought forth the most invasive letter yet, unraveling a private discourse with a confidant, sealed away from prying eyes. The realization dawned. This was no mere chance, but a deliberate invasion of my world. Haunted by the specter of hidden surveillance, I scoured my surroundings for signs of intrusion. The sense of being watched, of unseen eyes peering through hidden lenses, gnawed at my peace. Security measures tightened, my fortress home becoming a symbol of defiance against the unseen menace. Yet the letters persisted, an unrelenting reminder of my vulnerability. Then, as abruptly as they began, the letters ceased. Silence enveloped me, a void filled with questions and unease. Why had they stopped? Had the phantom observer moved on, or lay in wait for a moment of resurgence? The aftermath left an indelible imprint on my soul. Once a sanctuary, my home now echoed with the whispers of paranoia. The sanctity of privacy shattered, replaced by a constant vigilance against unseen threats. The scars of that time linger, a reminder that even the smallest crack can invite the most intrusive of intrusions. Story 57. In a bid to escape a web of identity theft, enigmatic messages, and a peculiar grave tied to a murky past, my therapist proposed a retreat, a secluded cabin nestled deep in the mountains, far removed from the clamor of urban life. The allure of solitude felt like a soothing salve for my frayed nerves, an opportunity to reclaim tranquility. The cabin, enveloped by towering pines and a serene lake, exuded a welcoming aura with its rustic wooden facade and inviting front porch. Initially, life at the cabin was serene. I wandered along peaceful trails, breathed in the crisp mountain air, and allowed the stillness to soothe my restless soul. Nights descended with only the distant hoot of owls piercing the quietude. I began to sense a semblance of relief seeping into my being, a feeling of finally being able to exhale. On the fourth day, while sorting through a cluttered closet, I stumbled upon a peculiar find, a small, dusty wooden box concealed behind aged blankets. Intrigue tugged at me. Inside lay personal artifacts, a weathered leather journal, faded photographs, and a few worn garments, notably a jacket marred by what appeared to be dried blood. My heart raced as I pried open the journal. Its pages bore frenzied, near-illegible scribblings detailing paranoia, fear, eerie figures lurking in the woods, and whispers in the darkness. One entry etched itself into my consciousness. They're watching me. I can feel their presence. They lurk in the shadows, ever waiting. I cannot escape. The photographs within were equally disconcerting. They depicted the cabin from different angles, with shadowy, indistinct figures haunting the backgrounds. A shiver ran down my spine as I perused the images, each one feeling like an unwelcome intrusion, as if someone had been covertly documenting the cabin, and potentially its inhabitants, for an extended period. Determined to dispel the disquiet, I ventured into the basement. The musty air clung to my skin as I explored the dim recesses. Concealed behind a loose panel in the wall, I unearthed a hidden compartment housing lock-picking tools, hand-drawn maps of the surrounding woods, and a stack of surveillance notes meticulously chronicling the movements, appearances, and emotional states of past visitors. Crudely sketched faces filled the margins, distorted by hurried, trembling strokes. The final note chillingly declared, "I see them. They are aware of my presence. They will come for me soon." A frigid dread settled over me. Was the former occupant gripped by paranoia, or were their fears justified? Uncertainty gnawed at me as I grappled with the possibility of encountering something far more sinister. That night, the once peaceful cabin felt suffocatingly oppressive. Every creak, every whisper of wind outside set my heart racing. Lying in bed, I strained to discern sounds beyond the pounding of my own heartbeat. The sanctuary that had initially welcomed me now seemed like a snare, concealing unseen perils in its shadowed recesses. Come morning, I reached out to the rental agency, seeking elucidation. The agent's evasive responses and hasty reassurances only heightened my unease, dismissing my concerns as relics of the past. Their promise to investigate before abruptly ending the call left me frustrated and resolute. Turning to local authorities, I uncovered no anomalies in their records, no missing persons, no violent incidents. Yet the unsettling sensation of being surveilled persisted, every rustle, every shadow charged with a malevolent undercurrent. By week's end, I made the decision to depart. The peace I had sought in the mountains had been eclipsed by an overwhelming dread that now clung to the cabin like a shroud. Loading my car, I couldn't shake the feeling of being observed. My eyes darted to the dark fringes of the forest, seeking movement, but the woodland remained mute and motionless. Before driving off, a final glance in the rearview mirror gave me pause. Fleetingly, I thought I glimpsed a figure obscured by the tree shadows. Yet, in the blink of an eye, it vanished. As the winding road swallowed the cabin from view, the oppressive notion of being pursued lingered. Whatever I had unearthed, or whatever had unearthed me, was not something I could leave behind. The fear trailed after me, settling into the recesses of my mind like an unwelcome guest, whispering that the shadows were never truly vacant. Story 58. As the day melted into night, I retreated to the sanctuary of my bedroom, seeking solace in the familiar embrace of home. The soft glow of lamplight cast gentle shadows, creating a peaceful ambiance that whispered of rest. With a sigh, I tossed my keys onto the kitchen counter, shedding the weight of the day as I meandered towards my room, yearning for tranquility. Amidst the clutter of books and trinkets on my dresser, my eyes alighted upon an unexpected sight. A camera. Initially, I brushed it off as one of my own devices, a remnant of my passion for photography. My room often played host to an array of equipment, from lenses to tripods, blending seamlessly into the backdrop of my life. Yet, a disquieting sensation crept over me as I drew nearer. The camera was positioned with precision, capturing a panoramic view of my domain, encompassing even the very bed where I had reclined mere moments ago. Its unassuming lens shimmered faintly in the dimness, sending a shiver down my spine. Surveying the room for any other signs of intrusion, I found everything seemingly in its place. However, the pervasive feeling of being observed lingered, unwavering. A surge of unease quickened my pulse as I tentatively reached for the camera, discovering a small SD card nestled within. With trembling hands, I inserted the card into my laptop, the screen flickering to life in silent anticipation, revealing a series of video clips. Initially, the footage was mundane, scenes of me lounging on the couch, discarding a book, or engrossed in work at my desk. Innocuous as they were, these glimpses into my private moments felt uncomfortably invasive. But then, the narrative shifted. Familiar faces, my sister at home, my best friend engaged in conversation at a cafe, my parents at ease in their living room, graced the screen. Each clip, seemingly ordinary, carried a weight of disquieting revelation. Someone had been watching, not just me, but those dearest to me. A sense of foreboding gripped me as I sifted through the clips, each one deepening the shadow of dread that loomed over me. The surveillance extended beyond my confines, encroaching upon the lives of my loved ones. Questions swirled in my mind like restless spirits. Who was the unseen observer? Why this clandestine gaze? Fueled by desperation, I scoured my memories for any hint of peculiarities, anomalies that could shed light on this intrusion. Alas, nothing surfaced. I harbored no grudges, engaged in no conflicts, no discernible reason to be targeted. Attempting to reach out to my family and friends, I was met with silence, their absence amplifying my sense of isolation. Stifled by a suffocating helplessness, I sought recourse in the form of law enforcement. Upon their arrival, I recounted the unsettling saga, presenting the evidence encapsulated in the video clips. Initially met with skepticism, the officers' demeanor shifted as they bore witness to the intimate glimpses of my cherished ones. A determination to unravel the enigma of the camera's origins ignited their investigation, a flame flickering in the shadows of uncertainty. Yet despite their involvement, the specter of surveillance persisted, haunting my every waking moment. Every creak, every shadow dancing at the periphery, whispered of a malevolent presence orchestrating a sinister symphony. Imagination, unbridled and wild, painted vivid scenarios of unseen hands pulling invisible strings in the tapestry of my existence. The passage of time saw the investigation languish in fruitless pursuit. No signs of forced entry, no traces of tampering, only a cleverly concealed camera, a silent sentinel in the heart of my haven. Days bled into weeks, the ache of unanswered questions gnawing at my peace. Striving to resume normalcy, I found myself ensnared by a web of paranoia, each sound, each flicker, a harbinger of unseen eyes fixed upon me. Home, once a bastion of security, now stood as a stage for a macabre play scripted by an unknown hand. In the hush of an evening, a chilling notion took root within me. Was the surveillance intended to harm or to manipulate, to toy with the fragile threads of my sanity? The realization that my safety could be a mere pawn in a psychological game sent shivers down my spine, a new layer of dread unfurling in the depths of my being. Determined to wrest back control from the unseen puppeteer, I meticulously documented each anomaly, fortifying my defenses with enhanced security measures, cameras, sensors, locks, an arsenal against the unseen threat. Vigilance became my shield, a stalwart companion in the face of uncertainty, a beacon of defiance in the shadows of fear. Though the mystery of the camera's origins remained veiled in obscurity, the impact of its intrusion lingered, a ghostly reminder of vulnerability in the guise of security. The illusion of safety shattered, replaced by a vigilant watchfulness that permeated my days and nights. Yet amidst the pall of fear, a quiet resolve blossomed within me, a resolve born of adversity and nurtured by the crucible of uncertainty. The shadow of the camera may have faded, its gaze a mere memory, but the lessons it imparted remained etched in the fabric of my being, a testament to resilience in the face of the unknown, a whisper of strength in the silence of shadows. Story 59. It was a night wrapped in stillness, like the world had pressed pause. The only sounds whispered from my car's engine and the occasional dance of leaves brushed by the wind. Night had crept in as I journeyed homeward from a visit with friends. The road stretched ahead, a desolate path illuminated by streetlights casting eerie shadows upon the asphalt. These late-night drives had become a ritual I cherished. They offered a moment of solitude, a chance to let my mind wander freely while the world slumbered. The familiar, winding country roads leading to my sanctuary should have brought comfort. But on this night, a sense of unease began to seep in like a chilling mist. A pair of headlights appeared in my rearview mirror, unwavering and persistent. At first, I brushed it off as just another traveler sharing the road. Yet, as the miles slipped away, the headlights remained a constant presence, neither drawing closer nor falling behind. I stole glances at the mirror, a knot forming in my gut. The mysterious car mirrored my every move, matching my pace with unsettling accuracy. It neither overtook me nor turned off at any intersection. I tried to shake off the growing unease by accelerating and decelerating, but the headlights maintained their unwavering vigil. With a racing heart, I made a sharp turn onto a lesser-known lane, hoping to lose my pursuer in the labyrinth of twists and turns. But as I peered back, those steadfast headlights still pierced the darkness, as if the driver could foresee my every maneuver. Panic began to claw at the edges of my mind. I had heard tales of being followed, but never had I imagined myself a character in such a sinister narrative. My hands grew clammy against the steering wheel as I racked my brain for a plan. In a bold move, I embarked on a series of unpredictable turns, altering my speed in a desperate bid to shake off the relentless pursuer. Yet, the headlights remained a haunting presence, shadowing my every move with eerie precision. The isolation of the road amplified my vulnerability. No houses, no comforting streetlights, just the vast expanse of darkness enveloping me, my car, and those unyielding headlights. A surge of fear gripped me as I spotted a secluded gravel lot shrouded in darkness. I veered into it, cutting off my engine and plunging the surroundings into an abyss of silence. A tense stillness settled as I strained to catch any sound. Then, like a phantom, the other car's headlights pierced the night, cautiously scanning the lot. My heart thundered in my chest as I watched, cowering in my seat. Time stretched thin, each moment laden with dread. Finally, the headlights began to retreat, the car fading into the distance until it vanished from sight. I lingered in the darkness, waiting for assurance that the threat had truly dissipated. When I mustered the courage to restart my engine and venture back onto the road, my hands trembled, gripping the wheel with a fierce grip. Every shadow loomed sharper, every sound seemed magnified. The once familiar road had transformed into a labyrinth of lurking dangers. Glancing repeatedly at my rearview mirror, I half expected the headlights to reappear. Upon reaching my driveway and sealing the garage door behind me, a wave of relief washed over me. Yet the anxiety lingered like a stubborn specter. The feeling of being hunted clung to me, an invisible weight I could not shake. In the days that followed, I shunned late-night drives, opting for busier routes and safer hours. Every pair of headlights in my mirror sent my heart racing. The solitude that once brought solace on the road now bore a haunting edge of caution. I reported the unnerving encounter to the local authorities, offering the scant details etched in my memory. Their advice to stay vigilant offered little comfort. That night left an indelible mark on my soul. Those relentless headlights became a symbol of fragility, a stark reminder of how swiftly the familiar can morph into something sinister. Late-night drives, once a sanctuary for reflection, now carried an undercurrent of wariness. Though the enigmatic car never resurfaced, and the fear dimmed with time, the memory lingered, a shadowy echo of the unseen perils that lurk in the quietest corners of our existence. Story 60. In the quiet shadows of familiarity, a subtle shift began. My cousin Eleanor, a steadfast beacon of support and reliability, started to unravel before my eyes. We had traversed the landscape of life together, weaving a tapestry of shared memories and an unbreakable bond. So when her demeanor took on an unfamiliar hue, it sent ripples of disorientation through my core. Initially, the signs were whispers in the wind, missed calls, abrupt cancellations, and conversations that danced on the edge of distraction. I attributed it to the weight of her demanding career, a temporary cloud passing over her usual radiance. But as time trickled by like sand slipping through an hourglass, her once stalwart presence wavered, dissolving into a mist of uncertainty. Then came the peculiar invitations. Eleanor beckoned me to accompany her on errands, yet the destinations whispered of mystery. Forgotten warehouses, secluded cabins, and hidden storage units. Her reasons were veiled in ambiguity, personal projects, and sorting through old treasures. Though a flicker of unease danced at the edges of my consciousness, I brushed it aside in the name of loyalty and unwavering trust. One twilight-laden evening, Eleanor's voice quivered with urgency as she implored me to visit her. Stepping into her apartment was like entering a storm of chaos, papers fluttering like restless spirits, folders scattered like fallen leaves, and notes strewn about like forgotten dreams. She paced with a frenzied energy, her words stumbling out with a sense of urgency. "I'm in a bind," she confessed, her gaze evading mine. "I need your help for my research. It's crucial." Despite the tendrils of apprehension curling around my heart, I couldn't deny her plea. She pressed a stack of legal documents into my hands, words of legal jargon swimming before my eyes like elusive shadows. Each query I posed was met with hasty reassurances, fleeting explanations that failed to dispel the growing unease within me. As the weeks drifted by on a river of uncertainty, her demands escalated. Midnight visits, urgent signatures, and ominous warnings of impending catastrophe became the norm. And then, the pivotal moment arrived. She asked me to transfer a substantial sum of money into a shadowy business account she had orchestrated. An unsettling chill crept through my veins. Despite her assurances, a whisper of doubt tugged at my soul. Requesting time to ponder, I watched as her desperation swelled in response. Driven by a sense of foreboding, I delved into the labyrinth of documents she had bestowed upon me, determined to unveil the truth that lay shrouded in secrecy. What I unearthed sent shivers down my spine. The papers bore the marks of deception, false identities, fabricated signatures, and a tangled web of deceit. My cousin, the anchor of my trust, had ensnared me in a web of shadowy dealings, using my name as a pawn in a game of betrayal. The betrayal struck with the force of a thunderclap. How could someone I cherished and relied upon twist the threads of trust so insidiously? Heart heavy with disbelief, I confronted her amidst the chaos of her disheveled abode. The sight of counterfeit documents strewn about like fallen leaves deepened the ache of betrayal. "You manipulated me," I accused, my voice trembling with a mixture of hurt and anger. Eleanor's visage contorted with a blend of desperation and remorse. "You don't understand," she pleaded. "I was drowning. I needed a lifeline." Her justification spilled forth, a tapestry woven with threads of mounting debts, a crumbling empire, and the suffocating weight of financial ruin. She painted her scheme as a final act of desperation, a gamble born of hopelessness. But no amount of explanation could cloak the stark reality of her deceit. She hadn't merely lied, she had wagered my trust and my future in a game of shadows. The path ahead was a jagged precipice, but one I had to tread. I surrendered every shard of evidence to the authorities, unveiling the web of deception that Eleanor had crafted. The ensuing investigation unfurled like a dark tapestry, revealing a mosaic of fraud, financial misconduct, and stolen identities. The courtroom became a stage of surreal tragedy, where my cousin, once a figure of admiration, now sat cloaked in the shadows of her transgressions. The breadth of her crimes unfurled like a dark flower, victims beyond myself, lives fractured, destinies shattered. Despite her tearful apologies, the damage stood as an immutable monument to her fall from grace. Her career, her standing, and our bond lay fractured beyond repair. In the aftermath, I grappled with a tempest of emotions, grief, fury, guilt, and disbelief swirling within me like a storm-tossed sea. Seeking solace, I turned to therapy to navigate the labyrinth of betrayal and rebuild the shards of trust within my fractured soul. The hardest lesson wasn't in losing Eleanor. It lay in the revelation that the person I thought I knew was but a mirage, a specter of trust shattered by shadows. Through the crucible of pain, I gleaned bitter wisdom. Those closest to us can harbor the darkest of secrets. Trust must be earned through deeds, and intuition is a beacon never to be dimmed. Eleanor's deception left scars etched upon my spirit, but in its wake, it forged a mantle of resilience. I emerged from the crucible, a warrior clad in the armor of wisdom, fiercely guarding my path forward, resolved never again to be ensnared by the tendrils of deceit. Story 61. It all began with a fleeting whisper of a memory, a faint echo of something that never truly existed. Initially, I brushed it off as a mere trick of the mind, a fleeting lapse brought on by the strains of everyday life. But as days turned into weeks, these phantom memories grew bolder, more insistent, entwining themselves into the fabric of my reality like specters from a forgotten dream. They weren't vague or fragmented, they felt tangible. Conversations, places, and faces of strangers etched vividly in my mind. The first occurrence unfolded on a tranquil Sunday afternoon. Leafing through an old photo album, a sudden memory pierced through me with startling clarity. A wedding ceremony in a charming, ivy-clad chapel. I could almost smell the fragrance of blossoms, hear the gentle strains of a string ensemble, and feel the warmth of unknown laughter. It felt so real that, for a fleeting moment, I believed I had been there, until the truth dawned upon me that no such event had ever graced my past. Perplexed yet determined to dismiss it as a flight of fancy, I resumed my daily routine. But the phantom memories persisted. I found myself recalling interactions with colleagues that never occurred, referencing events to friends that left them bewildered. Social gatherings, locales, even personal milestones surfaced in my mind, vivid and intricate, yet utterly false. The pivotal moment arrived one evening as I delved into a new novel. Within its pages, I stumbled upon a passage depicting a soiree at a waterside eatery. A shiver ran down my spine. I could envision the flickering candlelight, hear the clinking of glassware, and catch fragments of conversation. Details mirroring an experience I was convinced I had never lived. The sense of déjà vu was overpowering, yet I knew I had never partaken in such a gathering. Seeking answers, I initiated a journal, meticulously chronicling each fabricated memory. I sifted through old photographs, social media archives, and calendars, yearning for any shred of validation for these phantom recollections. I even consulted with loved ones, inquiring if they recalled the events I recounted. Every time, they met my queries with baffled denials. Anxious, I sought guidance from a cognitive psychologist specializing in memory anomalies. Following exhaustive assessments and neurological examinations, no abnormalities surfaced, no signs of memory deficiency, no cognitive impediments. My mental faculties, they affirmed, were functioning flawlessly. The sole explanation proffered was the notion of false memory implantation, a concept previously relegated to obscure psychological dissertations. The proposition seemed preposterous until patterns began to emerge. The memories seemed tethered to particular times and places I had recently visited. A recollection of attending a charity function I had never frequented, aligned with an authentic community gathering I had passed by. The labyrinth of uncanny coincidences spurred me deeper into the quest for truth. Through my inquiries, I unearthed unsettling leads. Names from my manufactured memories seemed intertwined with an entity rumored to engage in covert psychological trials. They specialized in distorting perception and embedding artificial memories. Unethical experiments murmured about in clandestine circles. Skepticism metamorphosed into frigid, creeping apprehension. And then the surveillance commenced. Anomalies in my phone, corrupted emails, and cryptic missives cautioning me to cease probing. Initially, I dismissed it as paranoia, yet the sensation of being shadowed grew too tangible to ignore. Someone was cognizant of my investigation, and they desired my silence. One night, while sorting through archived documents, I stumbled upon a revelation that obliterated any lingering doubts. A classified psychological dossier concealed within an encrypted directory on my computer. The dossier delineated experiments eerily akin to my encounters, techniques of memory implantation, behavioral conditioning, and subjects reflecting individuals I had recalled. The report identified several principal researchers, all affiliated with the organization I had suspected. The concluding passage sent a chill through my core. Subjects exhibited escalating difficulty distinguishing implanted memories from authentic experiences. Emotional manipulation remains efficacious. Continued vigilance imperative. Someone had tampered with my thoughts. My recollections were not errors. They were calculated manipulations. But for what purpose? Was I an unwitting pawn in an experiment, or was this a more personal vendetta? Resolute in uncovering the truth, I amassed all evidence within reach and alerted the authorities. The subsequent investigation progressed sluggishly, obstructed by enigmatic red tape and a dearth of concrete leads. The organization seemed to dissolve into thin air, its key figures vanishing without a trace. The scarce survivors who came forth echoed narratives akin to mine, yet the judicial system proved impotent against such a spectral operation. The aftermath left me fractured. The incapacity to trust my own mind transformed daily existence into a minefield. Every familiar visage, every instance of déjà vu felt tainted by uncertainty. Therapy aided in reconstructing a semblance of reality, instructing me in discerning authentic memories from implanted ones, though the boundary remained forever blurred. Time dulled the keen edges of fear, but never entirely eradicated them. I adapted to living cautiously, meticulously documenting everything, scrutinizing even the minutest details. The scars of manipulation lingered like shadows in the recesses of my mind. I emerged as an advocate for transparency in memory research, resolute in shielding others from enduring a parallel nightmare. The ordeal taught me that while the mind is fragile, it is also tenacious. Though my memories had been filched, contorted, and rewritten, I reclaimed my identity fragment by fragment. Yet even now, in the hush of nocturnal hours, I ponder, which facets of my being are genuinely mine, and which were crafted to be recollected. Story 62. The sun dipped behind the distant hills as I plodded along the overgrown trail. My breath came in heavy gasps, the chilly autumn air nipping at my lungs. The forest seemed to encroach upon me, the once vibrant hues of orange and red fading into darkness with each passing moment. This trek was a necessity. Endless days of toil had left me drained, and the seclusion of the woods beckoned as a sanctuary for my troubled mind. Little did I realize that this simple stroll would lead me down a path of terror, challenging both my sanity and grasp on reality. Just as I contemplated turning back, a break in the underbrush caught my eye, a narrow, neglected path leading to a strange clearing. Some unseen force urged me forward. At the heart of the clearing stood an ancient stone slab, half buried under a tangle of vines and leaves. A shiver ran down my spine. The presence of the stone felt out of place, its weathered surface a stark contrast to the wild surroundings. Kneeling beside it, I cleared away the debris to uncover an inscription. The words carved into the stone sent a chill down my spine. Here lies my full name, born, my date of birth, died, today's date. I froze, the world around me blurring into a disorienting haze. My name, my birth date, today's date. It felt as though the very air had been sucked from my lungs. Anxious and bewildered, I scanned the clearing, half expecting a figure to emerge from the shadows. Yet the forest remained eerily silent, save for the drumming of my own heart. What twisted jest was this? With trembling hands, I captured a few images of the stone on my phone before retracing my steps down the trail. My mind swirled with unease and uncertainty. Who could orchestrate such a macabre prank, and for what purpose? That night, sleep eluded me. Every creak of the house, every whisper of the wind seemed pregnant with foreboding. The inscription on the stone echoed in my thoughts, a somber enigma without a clear solution. The following day, I resolved to unravel the mystery. Contacting the local historical society yielded little information. They had no records of a grave matching my description. Frustrated, I delved into history books and cemetery archives, yet the stone remained elusive, absent from all official accounts. Driven by a relentless need for answers, I enlisted the help of a private investigator named Jim. A gruff and skeptical man, Jim immersed himself in the search, questioning locals and scouring records for any lead. Days turned to weeks with no breakthroughs. Then one evening, as I scrutinized the photos of the stone, a peculiar detail caught my eye. In one image, the stone appeared altered, as if time had eroded its inscription. When I showed Jim, his expression darkened. "This isn't right," he muttered. "We must return to the site." The next day, we revisited the clearing. To our astonishment, the grave had vanished, replaced by a nondescript patch of grass. "What in the world?" I murmured, my voice quivering. Jim shook his head gravely. "It's as if it was never here." The gnawing dread that had plagued me grew more intense. Days stretched into weeks, and the sensation of being watched never waned. My dreams were plagued by visions of the mysterious grave, every shadow and sound a part of some sinister puzzle. Then, one fateful night, a message flashed on my phone from an unknown number. The stone was not only a warning, it's a piece of a larger scheme. Beware. Ice flooded my veins. The cryptic message pushed me to the edge. I reached out to Jim once more, and he proposed setting up surveillance cameras around my home to document any peculiar occurrences. Reluctantly, I agreed, though the intrusion felt like a violation of my dwindling privacy. Days slipped by, the cameras capturing nothing but stillness, as if the forest itself shielded its secrets from prying eyes. Then, late one night, while reviewing the footage, a remarkable event unfolded. The grainy video depicted a shadowy figure approaching my house, carrying an object eerily reminiscent of the stone from the vanished grave. Before any details could be discerned, the footage fizzled into static. That was the tipping point. I felt like a pawn in a game, orchestrated by unseen forces, manipulated beyond my understanding. Fear had become my constant companion, and I knew I could not linger here any longer. I made the decision to leave town, hoping that distance might offer respite. As I loaded my belongings, I cast a final glance at my now tainted sanctuary. The place that once brought solace now seemed a stage for malevolent forces. Driving away, a road ahead stretched endlessly, cloaked in uncertainty. I was uncertain of what lay ahead, but I was resolute in escaping the shadow that had shadowed me since that ominous day in the woods. Even in departure, the inscription on the stone lingered in my thoughts, an eerie reminder of the fragility of our grip on reality when faced with the unknown. Story 63. It all began with a single note, quietly slipped under my door, a plain piece of folded paper devoid of any signature. Intrigued, I lifted it and unfolded its contents. Neatly typed in precise handwriting, the message revealed itself. Don't forget to pick up the dry cleaning today. I know you have a meeting at 2 p.m. Initially, I brushed it off as a peculiar prank or a mistakenly delivered reminder from a neighbor. The mention of my dry cleaning and the exact timing of my meeting unsettled me, yet it appeared harmless on the surface. Perhaps it was just someone's unusual sense of humor. With a shrug, I carried on with my day. Days passed, and another note materialized, this time nestled in my mailbox. It delved into my gym routine, even commenting on my choice of workout attire. You looked good in blue today. Perhaps opt for something lighter next time. A wave of unease washed over me as I absorbed the words. The sender of these notes possessed a disconcerting amount of knowledge about my life. They were observing me, but from where and for what purpose? The notes began arriving more frequently, each one delving into disturbingly specific details. Snippets of conversations with friends, mentions of family visits, and even references to a disagreement with a coworker. It felt as though they were meticulously tracking my every move. What unnerved me most was the tone of the notes, polite, almost familiar, as if the sender believed we shared some sort of intimate connection. One evening, upon returning from a grocery run, my heart plummeted at the sight of yet another note resting on my kitchen counter. Panic gripped me. I had locked the door upon leaving. I see you're replenishing your pasta supply once more. Comfort food can only do so much. Terrified, I reached out to the authorities. Detective Davis, a seasoned officer exuding a calm, practical aura, took my concerns seriously while maintaining a cautious skepticism. Do you have any inkling of who might be behind this? He inquired, leafing through the stack of notes I presented. None, I replied, my voice quivering. I have no enemies in mind. He assured me of their commitment to investigating the matter and suggested safeguarding the notes while remaining vigilant for any further incidents. Departing the station, a faint sense of relief washed over me, yet the fear lingered like an indelible shadow. Days melted into weeks, and the notes evolved from mere observations to thinly veiled threats. I noticed you skipped the store last night. Beware, you're becoming predictable. Following a social gathering, another note materialized. Your companions won't shield you when the hour strikes. Be cautious of those you trust. The escalating paranoia was inescapable. I upgraded my locks, installed impromptu alarms, and rigorously checked every entry point. Despite my efforts, the notes persisted, affixed to my car windshield, nestled in my mailbox, or slipped into my work bag with eerie regularity. One fateful evening, upon discovering a particularly chilling note, accompanied by a photograph of myself departing my apartment, realization dawned upon me. The angle of the photo aligned with the view from my own security camera. They had been watching me through my own surveillance system. Frantic, I contacted the security firm responsible for the setup. Following a thorough inspection, they unearthed evidence of tampering. Someone had remotely accessed the live feed. My supposed bastion of security had been weaponized against me. A shiver ran down my spine at the revelation. As Detective Davis delved deeper into the investigation alongside the security firm, a grim truth emerged. After relentless pursuit, they tracked the breach to a local contractor tasked with security installations in my building. Exploiting his position, he had monitored and stalked numerous clients, fixating on me with alarming precision. Upon his arrest, a trove of surveillance footage, detailed logs of my routines, and drafts of unreleased notes came to light. The unveiling was a cocktail of horror and relief. The nightmare had reached its conclusion. The notes ceased. The shadows that once haunted my every step receded, leaving behind only the echo of fear. While life gradually returned to its rhythm, the violation lingered, forever altering the sanctity of my home. The ordeal imparted a harsh lesson on the fragility of privacy and the length some would go to breach it. Though justice prevailed, the memory of those meticulously penned, chillingly intimate notes remained etched in my mind, a constant reminder that even behind fortified doors, absolute security remains an elusive dream. Story 64. The stillness that enveloped my home that fateful day was the first clue that something was amiss. Whiskers, my faithful feline companion, was conspicuously absent. Her usual purrs and playful demeanor conspicuously absent. The silence echoed through the halls, a stark departure from the comforting routine I had grown accustomed to. Frantically, I called out for her, but my voice seemed to vanish into the void, unanswered. I scoured every nook and cranny of the house, checking beneath the bed, along the windowsill, and even inside the cozy closet where she often sought solace in slumber. Yet Whiskers was nowhere to be found. As my worry escalated into a frenzy of panic, I expanded my search outdoors, desperately calling her name and rattling her treat bag in a desperate attempt to summon her familiar presence. But the yard lay empty, devoid of her lively antics, while the street beyond remained eerily quiet. Hours stretched into a suffocating evening of dread as I fruitlessly combed every inch of the surroundings. The following day I took to the streets, distributing flyers adorned with Whisker's image, her luminous green eyes and soft gray fur captured in a frozen moment. I implored the community for help, sharing details and contact information in a desperate bid for any news. Some offered sympathy, pledging to keep an eye out for her, while a handful vowed to alert me if anything caught their attention. Weeks crept by, each day weighed down by the burden of uncertainty. Vague tips trickled in from neighbors, teasing with mentions of sightings near the park or in the shadowy alleys, but none led me to Whiskers. False leads left me depleted, my hope dwindling with each passing moment. Just as despair threatened to engulf me entirely, a faint, familiar meow pierced the silence one evening. My heart soared as I rushed to the door, where a battered and bruised Whiskers awaited. Relief washed over me, only to be swiftly replaced by horror at her ravaged state. Her once lustrous fur now clumped and soiled, a pronounced limp marring her graceful stride, and her once bright eyes now clouded with fear. Gently cradling her fragile form, I whispered soothing words while her trembling body betrayed the trauma she had endured. As I tended to her physical wounds, a chilling discovery awaited me as I removed her collar. An ominous note tucked within, bearing the ominous message, "She was ours for a while." The cryptic words sent a shiver down my spine, raising more questions than answers. The following day, I sought the aid of local authorities, presenting the note and detailing Whisker's injuries. Despite their efforts, the lack of evidence and witnesses left them at an impasse. I turned to a veterinarian for a thorough assessment of Whisker's condition, learning the extent of her physical trauma while the emotional scars remained a poignant reminder of her ordeal. In the weeks that followed, as Whiskers slowly regained her strength, I grappled with the mystery that shrouded her disappearance. The note's enigmatic message lingered, a specter of uncertainty in the tranquility of our mended bond. Despite my vigilant efforts to safeguard our home, the fear of a repeat incident lingered, a a shadow cast over our shared sanctuary. Yet, through Whisker's gradual recovery and her unwavering affection, a sense of resilience blossomed within me. Her purrs, once silenced, now filled the air with solace, a testament to the healing power of love and patience. While the mystery of her vanishing remained unsolved, her return became a beacon of hope and a reminder of the enduring bond we shared. As I watched her sleep peacefully one evening, her rhythmic breathing harmonizing with the hushed cadence of the house, a profound gratitude washed over me. In Whisker's presence, I found solace and strength, a silent vow to cherish the precious connections that illuminate our lives. The mystery may linger, but in our shared journey of healing and resilience, the true essence of our bond shone brighter than ever before. Story 65. The notification appeared on my phone, a friend request from a name unfamiliar to me, Jessica Mitchell. Having recently resettled in a new city, I had been striving to widen my social circle. I paused for a moment, my thumb hesitating over the accept button. Eventually, curiosity prevailed. I tapped it, witnessing the request morph into a new connection. Soon after, a message from Jessica popped up in my inbox. The tone exuded friendliness, perhaps too friendly for a stranger. "Hey, thanks for accepting my friend request. I've been wanting to reach out and get to know you better. I hope you're settling in well." I replied with a polite yet cautious message, introducing myself and expressing gratitude for her warm welcome. Initially, our conversation flowed in typical fashion. We discussed shared interests, local eateries, and the trials of adjusting to a new environment. Jessica came across as amiable, genuinely interested in my life, a comforting presence amidst the solitude I had been grappling with since my relocation. However, as time passed, her messages took a more intimate turn. She inquired about my family, my pastimes, and even specific details regarding the new house I had recently purchased. Initially, I answered truthfully, assuming her intentions were merely friendly. I believed she, like me, was seeking connection. Then, the situation took a peculiar twist. One evening, while scrolling through my social feed, a message from Jessica materialized. This time, it contained a photograph of my living room. My heart raced at the sight. The image was startlingly clear, capturing my couch, coffee table, and the painting on the wall, undeniably mine. The angle of the photo hinted that someone had been inside my home. The caption read, "Looks like you've settled in nicely. I love the new couch." I stared at the picture, my thoughts racing. I had not shared any images of my living space online, nor had I divulged interior details to Jessica or anyone else. With trembling hands, I hastily typed a response. "Where did you obtain this photo?" Her reply came swiftly. "Oh, don't fret. I just wanted to say hello and assure you that I'm thinking of you." A knot of unease coiled in my stomach. I attempted to dismiss it as a bizarre coincidence or a cruel prank, yet the disquiet lingered. Several days later, another message arrived. A photo of my kitchen, captured from a completely different angle. It depicted the dishes left on the counter after breakfast. The caption read, "Hope you're enjoying the new kitchen. I noticed you're still unpacking. Need any assistance?" This was no longer innocuous. Someone was observing me. Confronting Jessica directly, I demanded an explanation. Her responses were flippant and evasive. She claimed to have a friend employed at a photography studio, insinuating that the photos might have been mistakenly sent to her, an outlandish excuse devoid of logic. She reassured me that it was all a misunderstanding. Despite her reassurances, the sense of intrusion persisted. I took proactive measures. I scrutinized my home's security system, finding no indications of tampering, and the locks remained intact. I consulted my neighbors, inquiring if they had noticed any suspicious individuals nearby. None had witnessed anything out of the ordinary. I attempted to distance myself from Jessica, responding less frequently and keeping my messages brief and impersonal. Yet, she persisted. Her messages grew more insistent, as if she was striving to reinsert herself into my life. Her demeanor shifted from amiable to concerned, and eventually to something far more ominous, demanding. The situation culminated when she sent me a video. It depicted me within my residence, the camera's angle suggesting a concealed location, likely in the living room's corner. I watched, appalled, as I observed myself moving about, oblivious to the surveillance. The accompanying message read, "I hope you're not too unsettled. I simply wanted to ensure your safety. I understand how isolating relocating to a new place can be." My sense of security shattered. I reported everything to the authorities. They treated my report seriously, commencing an investigation. They traced Jessica's account to a prepaid phone, but the trail grew cold. Her online footprint had been meticulously obscured. No genuine name, no identifiable location. Days turned into weeks as the inquiry dragged on. Despite the additional locks I installed, the new security cameras, and even enlisting a private patrol service, the sensation of being surveilled persisted. Then, after a prolonged period of silence, she resurfaced. Her final message was an apology, an extensive, convoluted explanation rife with twisted justifications. She asserted that her actions stemmed from friendship and concern, fueled by her own loneliness and emotional turmoil. "I never intended to harm you," she penned. "I simply didn't want you to feel abandoned." Her words offered no solace for the harm she had inflicted. My trust had been fractured. I blocked her account and resolved to forge ahead, concentrating on reconstructing a sense of security in my abode. Yet some wounds do not easily fade. The encounter left an enduring scar, a perpetual shadow in the recesses of my mind, a reminder that a seemingly innocuous notification on your device can unveil a gateway to something far more malevolent than one could fathom. Story 66. In the stillness of the night, an unsettling mystery unfolded within the walls of a once peaceful home. It began with a subtle disturbance, a doorbell ringing at odd hours, its melodic chime piercing the silence. At first, it was easy to dismiss as a mere inconvenience, a glitch in the system. But as the nights passed, the ringing grew more insistent, more persistent, always at peculiar times that defied reason. Each time the doorbell sounded, the homeowner would rush to the door, only to be met with an empty porch bathed in the soft glow of the moonlight. The source of the disturbance remained elusive, shrouded in mystery. Was it a prankster playing tricks in the dead of night, or was there something more sinister at play? Determined to unravel the enigma, the homeowner took measures to fortify the doorbell system. State-of-the-art technology was installed, cameras poised to capture any intruder, motion sensors primed to detect any movement. Yet, despite these efforts, the ringing persisted, its origin a ghostly presence that defied explanation. As the nights wore on, the toll of the incessant ringing weighed heavily on the homeowner's mind. Sleep became a distant memory, replaced by a sense of unease that permeated the once tranquil abode. The doorbell, once a mundane convenience, now served as a harbinger of unseen forces at work. Seeking answers, the homeowner turned to experts in the paranormal, hoping for a glimpse into the otherworldly realm that seemed to have infiltrated their home. But even the investigators found themselves at a loss, unable to pinpoint the cause of the haunting echoes that reverberated through the house. One fateful night, as the doorbell rang with a fervor that bordered on desperation, a shadow flitted across the porch, a fleeting glimpse of the unknown. The homeowner's heart raced as they replayed the footage, desperate for a clue, a sign of the spectral presence that haunted their every moment. Despite their best efforts to ward off the unexplained disturbances, the doorbell continued its haunting refrain, a reminder of the thin veil between the tangible world and the ethereal unknown. The once serene sanctuary had been tainted by a presence that lurked just beyond the threshold, a silent observer in the dead of night. And though the ringing eventually subsided, its echo lingered in the air, a spectral reminder of the mysteries that dwell in the shadows. The doorbell, once a simple device, now bore the weight of a history steeped in the unexplained, a testament to the fragility of our understanding of the unseen forces that shape our world. And as the night settled once more, the memory of the ringing doorbell, the empty porch, and the elusive shadow remained, a chilling whisper in the darkness. Story 67. In the beginning, the partnership sparkled with promise. Teaming up with Ryan Cole, a dynamic entrepreneur with a vast network, felt like unlocking a golden door to growth for my business. Ryan's reputation gleamed, his ideas sparkled with innovation, and his energy was infectious. Hope blossomed in my heart as I envisioned a future brimming with possibilities. Yet, like shadows creeping in unnoticed, changes in Ryan's demeanor began to unnerve me. Initially, his drive and vision shone bright, but over time, his ambition took on a darker hue. He started pushing for ventures that danced on the edge of recklessness, ventures lacking in due diligence, tethered to dreams too lofty to touch reality. Then came the day when Ryan proposed a venture so audacious it sent shivers down my spine. A colossal investment in a tech startup without a track record. On paper, the startup gleamed with promise, but its unsteady foundation sent ripples of doubt through me. I questioned the wisdom of such a leap, but Ryan waved away my concerns with a smile that oozed confidence. Great risks lead to greater rewards, he purred. Despite my misgivings, I agreed to proceed, but with caution tugging at my sleeve. Something whispered of danger, a faint echo I couldn't quite grasp. As time trickled by, Ryan cloaked his personal investments and financial dealings in shadows. He deftly dodged my inquiries with charm, weaving grand tales to smother my unease. The knot in my stomach tightened. Fueled by suspicion, I delved into Ryan's past. A digital hunt yielded scant details, no glittering milestones, no shining successes, just wisps of failed ventures and shuttered enterprises. The absence of a clear professional path set off alarms in my mind. Determined to uncover the truth, I enlisted a private eye, feeding them every morsel of information on Ryan, his past endeavors, connections, and financial web. The revelations were chilling and enlightening. Ryan's history dripped with shattered dreams, legal battles, and a maze of deceitful plots. He had led partners astray, coaxing them into sinking funds into fraudulent illusions, then siphoning riches into shadowy vaults. One scheme stood out, an elaborate scam where he lured investors into pouring millions into a phantom company. A hollow shell meant to swallow wealth and fade into nothingness. His victims were left stranded, their pockets emptied, their trust shattered. Armed with this knowledge, I knew I could no longer dance with danger. I arranged a meeting in a neutral haven, a tranquil eatery where we once pondered futures. As we settled, a cloud of foreboding draped over me. "Ryan, I've been peeling back your past ventures," I began softly. "I've unearthed discrepancies that can't be ignored." His confident mask crumbled, revealing a flash of panic. "What nonsense is this?" he snapped. "The past is irrelevant. Our focus should be on what lies ahead." I persisted, presenting the damning evidence laid bare by the investigator. His face drained of color as he absorbed the truth. Anger and desperation clawed through his facade. "You don't see the grand design," he spat, his voice spiked with fury. "You're blind to the big picture." His words twisted in a web of deceit, a final gambit to regain control. But the illusion shattered, and I saw through the charade. "I'm done," I declared firmly. "I'm stepping away from our ventures. Legal action will follow." Ryan's pleas twisted into a frantic plea, but I stood firm. Continuing the alliance would only drag me deeper into the abyss. I couldn't risk being ensnared in his schemes any longer. In the aftermath, I toiled alongside my legal guardians to untangle the web, safeguard my assets, and expose Ryan's treachery to the authorities. The journey was arduous, but necessary to shield my business and name from ruin. Ryan vanished into the shadows, likely hunting his next prey. Though relief washed over me at his absence, the ordeal left a scar that lingered. His deceit had been a calculated dance with danger, a stark lesson in the perils of misplaced trust in the world of business. Yet from the ashes I emerged with newfound wisdom and vigilance. I rebuilt with a cautious gaze, vowing never to be blinded by charm and false promises again. In a realm where trust is a fragile thread, I learned the steep price of misplaced faith, and how to ensure that toll would never be exacted from me again. Story 68. In the realm of the unknown, where shadows whisper secrets and silence holds sway, there existed a tale that unfolded in the stillness of the night. A tale of adaptation and discovery, of a journey into the depths of unease wrapped in a cloak of tranquility. For in a city where the lights danced their nightly waltz, a soul found itself in a new abode, seeking solace in an affordable haven. The walls whispered tales of comfort, and a roommate named Alex added a touch of mystery to the quietude. His smile, like a ghostly veil, hinted at untold stories, leaving a trail of enigmas in its wake. Their coexistence flowed like a gentle stream, yet beneath the surface, a current of disquiet murmured softly. It began with subtle inquiries, innocent on the surface but laced with a precision that set the mind adrift. Alex's interest in the minutiae of daily routines painted a portrait of subtle surveillance, a dance of shadows and light. As days melted into nights, a locked drawer stood sentinel in Alex's domain, a mystery shrouded in secrecy. Its presence whispered of hidden truths, begging to be unraveled. The key to its enigma lay dormant, waiting to be discovered amidst the relics of the past. One fateful night, the veil of curiosity lifted its veil, beckoning the heart to venture into the forbidden. The rusted key, a relic of forgotten memories, unlocked the gateway to a chamber of revelations. Within, a tapestry of captured moments unfolded, a mosaic of stolen glances and silent observations. Each photograph, a shard of reality frozen in time, spoke of a narrative unseen, of a watcher in the shadows weaving a web of obsession. The notes, like cryptic whispers from a distant dream, chronicled the mundane with meticulous care, blurring the line between curiosity and intrusion. A journal, its pages a testament to a mind unhinged, bore witness to a tale of fixation and longing. Words etched in ink, a mirror to a soul adrift, painted a portrait of a connection forged in solitude, a bond twisted by the shadows of the night. As the truth unfurled its wings, the air grew heavy with the weight of realization. The boundaries of safety crumbled like sandcastles in the tide, leaving naught but a sense of unease in its wake. The realization dawned like a specter in the night, a boundary once crossed, a trust shattered beyond repair. In the stillness of the apartment, shadows danced a macabre waltz, whispering tales of the past. The specter of obsession lingered, a ghostly presence haunting every corner, every whispered breath. The echoes of a soul adrift in the night, seeking solace in a world where boundaries blurred and shadows held sway. And so, in the quiet of the night, a soul found itself adrift in a sea of uncertainty, grappling with the remnants of a bond broken by the hand of obsession. In the darkness, where secrets whispered and silence reigned, a tale of adaptation and discovery unfolded, leaving naught but a lingering sense of unease in its wake. Story 69. It started as an ordinary Saturday morning, the kind where sunlight filters through the curtains in a gentle dance. But then, with a careless touch, the bathroom mirror met its fate. The glass shattered, a symphony of tiny pieces tinkling across the tiled floor. Each shard captured the light, creating a cruel, glittering spectacle. That mirror had been a steadfast presence in the dimly lit bathroom for years, a silent companion in my daily routine. Its abrupt demise left me feeling adrift, a sense of loss creeping in like a shadow. Cleaning up the fragments felt like navigating a minefield. I moved cautiously, mindful of the razor-sharp edges, gathering the larger pieces and sweeping the smaller ones into a dustpan. Once the last glint of glass was gone, I disposed of the remnants and turned to the task of finding a replacement. The inconvenience seemed manageable, a minor blip in the grand scheme of things. I opted for a sleek, modern design to breathe new life into the space, ordering a replacement mirror online. A few days later, the delivery arrived. The driver's brief smile hinted at a desire to depart swiftly, leaving me alone with the box containing the pristine mirror swathed in protective padding. Nestled within was a small note from the delivery service. "Hope this one doesn't crack." The words, seemingly innocuous, sent a chill down my spine, a whisper of something unseen stirring in the air. I brushed it off as a quirk of fate, a mere coincidence. Mounting the new mirror on the wall was a task completed with a mix of relief and curiosity. The reflection staring back at me was clear and unassuming, casting a bright aura in the room. In those initial days, everything seemed ordinary. But then a subtle shift occurred. Each glance into the mirror brought a sensation of being observed, a disquieting presence lingering just beyond the glass. What started as a faint unease soon blossomed into a palpable chill that settled deep within me. I tried to rationalize it, attributing the feeling to lingering trauma from the shattered mirror. Yet, the discomfort refused to dissipate. I found myself avoiding the bathroom, a silent pact to evade those unseen eyes lurking within the mirror's depths. Despite my efforts to ignore the sensation, it persisted, growing stronger with each passing day. One evening, driven by a need to uncover the truth, I retraced my steps to the spot where the old mirror had hung. With a flashlight in hand, I scoured the walls and floors, searching for answers in the dim light. The tiles gleamed clean, but a dark smudge in the corner drew my attention. It wasn't glass, but something else, a stain that defied easy explanation. Determined to leave no stone unturned, I meticulously cleaned every inch of the room, yet the nagging feeling persisted, amplified by the memory of the cryptic note. That night, dreams painted with shadows haunted my sleep. Figures moved behind the mirror, their forms flickering like elusive phantoms. Unblinking eyes stared back at me, sending waves of dread through my waking self. Seeking solace, I sought counsel from friends and family, only to be met with dismissive reassurances. Their words fell flat, unable to quell the rising tide of fear within me. Turning to a local paranormal investigator for guidance, I laid bare the peculiar occurrences that had gripped my reality. With an array of tools in hand, they combed through the bathroom, searching for signs of the supernatural. Despite their thorough investigation, no evidence of otherworldly forces emerged. "It's just a mirror," they declared, a comforting lilt in their voice. Yet the unease lingered, a shadow that refused to dissipate. The investigator's words echoed in my mind, blending with the note's cryptic message. Perhaps it was all a trick of the a product of heightened anxiety and suggestion. Reluctantly, I embraced their theory, forcing myself to confront the mirror head-on. Slowly, the grip of fear loosened its hold, though remnants of unease lingered like ghosts in the night. The note and the shards of the old mirror remained tucked away, a silent testament to a chapter of uncertainty. They served as reminders of the power of perception, of how fear can distort reality. The mirror itself stood as a silent witness, no longer a harbinger of dread, but a reflection of resilience. The shadows that once whispered remained silent, their gaze fading into obscurity. In the end, it was a lesson in confronting our innermost fears, a testament to the strength found in facing the unknown. Story 70. In the hush of the early morning, I stirred from slumber to a silence that felt almost tangible. It enveloped me, heavy and dense, like a shroud of mystery. Usually the familiar sounds of daily life would greet me, the gentle hum of the coffee machine, the soft shuffle of my roommate Dave moving about. But today, there was nothing but stillness, an eerie quiet that seemed to echo in the emptiness around me. "Dave?" My voice rang out, breaking the oppressive silence, but there was no response, only the void swallowing my words. Stepping out into the apartment, a sense of unease crept over me. His bedroom door stood slightly ajar, a sight that didn't raise immediate concern as Dave was never one for boundaries. Tentatively, I pushed the door open further, revealing a room that was immaculate to an unsettling degree. Everything was in its place, too perfect, too pristine, sending a shiver down my spine. The absence of his usual mess in the kitchen drew my attention next. His cherished mug, the one with the worn handle he refused to part with, was missing. And so was his laptop, a constant fixture on the counter. Initially dismissing it as his early departure, my hand paused on the coffee pot as a glint of paper caught my eye. Pinned to the fridge, a note awaited, the words scrawled in a hurried script, "Trust is a fragile thing." A chill danced down my spine as I read the cryptic message, a sense of foreboding settling in my chest. Dave was not one for mysterious messages, and this one left a lingering sense of disquiet in its wake. Trying to shake off the unease, I moved through the apartment, searching for some semblance of normalcy amidst the growing mystery. It was in the living room that I noticed the couch cushions, carefully arranged in a way that belied Dave's usual carefree demeanor. A sense of dread began to coil in my stomach as I lifted one cushion to find yet another note, folded neatly. Always watching, always waiting. The room seemed to grow colder, the shadows lengthening ominously as fear began to weave its tendrils around my thoughts. I needed answers, a resolution to the creeping sense of dread that clouded my mind. Determined, I ventured into Dave's study area, sifting through the mundane until my fingers brushed against a stack of photographs hidden in a drawer. My breath caught as I saw that they were all of me, captured in unguarded moments, my movements meticulously documented. Panic rising, I reached for my phone to call Dave, only to be halted by another note that lay on the desk. Some things are better left unknown. The weight of the words settled heavily on my shoulders, urging me to delve deeper into the shadows that now tainted my perception of reality. With trembling hands, I delved into Dave's belongings, uncovering a hidden safe in the depths of his closet, now empty, its secrets lost to the void. In the bathroom, a note affixed to the mirror delivered another cryptic message. Everyone has secrets. The words stared back at me, a silent accusation that sent a shiver down my spine. Dave's actions, once quirky and eccentric, now took on a sinister hue that I couldn't ignore. The need for answers drove me outside to his car, where a final note awaited on the dashboard. Your turn to uncover the truth. The challenge in those words was unmistakable, a dare that left me with no choice but to unravel the enigma that Dave had woven around me. With a heavy heart, I left the apartment behind, haunted by the mysteries that now engulfed me. Tracing Dave's steps became my obsession, each clue a breadcrumb leading me deeper into the labyrinth of his secrets. At his workplace, I discovered his abrupt departure, a puzzle that his colleagues could not decipher. Friends offered no solace, their confusion mirroring my own as I grappled with the shadows of doubt that now clouded my every thought. Returning to the apartment, I found no respite, only a sense of unease that clung to the walls like a specter. Alone and adrift, I made the decision to involve the authorities, to unravel the web of mystery that Dave had spun around me. Days turned into weeks, the investigation yielding no concrete answers, leaving me with only fragments of a puzzle that refused to be solved. Life slowly resumed its course, but the memory of Dave's actions lingered, a ghostly presence that tainted the once familiar surroundings. The police closed the case, leaving me with more questions than closure, the notes he left behind a chilling reminder of the secrets he had harbored. Time passed, softening the edges of fear, but never erasing the nagging uncertainty that lingered in the corners of my mind. What drove Dave to such lengths? What truths did he seek to unearth? And was his gaze still fixed upon me, a silent observer in the shadows?